Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the move of What If Deku Met the Port Mafia? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. What did you expect? Dazai said his entire body was covered in blood, only his face remained untouched. His eyes were pits once more and his mouth curled into a cruel yet sad smile. Mori was kneeling underneath him, stomach punctured with multiple gunshots. The gunshots came from the mission that Dazai convinced him to go on. It was a mistake, everything was a mistake because it wasn't even 2 years since he rose up to Port Mafia boss. It wasn't even 2 years that Dazai gained reputation. It wasn't even 2 years that he felt the rush of power that came with boss. The blood ran from his stomach freely, he could feel his life spilling away. He looked towards the man behind him, the man who shot him. He hadn't expected this, he hadn't seen this, he hadn't seen far enough to what kind of monster he helped make. This monster stood in front of him, eyes blazing and face drawn into relief. Did he cause him relief? No, Dazai, Mori sighed for the last time. I did not expect this. The monster, no the demon in front of him laughed. His laughter was peals of charms, soft and gentle for the situation. They were short and seemed to be out of true amusement, not the usual fake or insane giggles that shook the small frame. Dazai laughed and laughed before he stopped and gave a long content sigh. Well, I hope that you had a good life. Dazai gave Mori a soft pat on the shoulder. Boss. A small crooked grin placed itself onto Mori's face. He couldn't help but laugh a little bit at his foolishness. One small mistake, just one tiny one that Dazai was so sure he would make, and he did. Dazai spun around on his heel and pet his gun before he shot Mori Oge through the back of his head with a soft smile. Mori couldn't see the smile, he couldn't see the sad look in Dazai's eyes as he shot him, perfectly. Dazai closed his eyes and turned to face the wide open area. He didn't feel sad for Mori, but for himself. He has condemned himself to a lifetime as a SLV to the Port Mafia. Yukio. Uraraka huffed. How could you? Yukio smiled and laughed as she tried to pick off the small pieces of glitter on her uniform. He had played a small prank on her, a small and pointless prank that was funny and amusing. He dodged as Uraraka tried to give him a small push forward, her arms missing him by a fraction of a micrometer. He turned and helped clean the bits of sparkles off the floor. Aizawa would not appreciate his antics at all. His immaculate classroom ruined by the small jokes and pranks of Yukio Hasaku, a title worthy of a book. It was funny, Yukio argued. You were decked in glitter for a moment. Aoyama would have approved. Aoyama would have approved anything sparkly, he approves anything glittery really. Midoriya entered the classroom only to trigger the sparkle drop again, earning him a large plop of glitter on his head. His sharp sound of shock filled the room as Yukio and Uraraka laughed at his face. Yukio's pranks made everyone laugh. Yukio made everyone laugh really, he was like that. Hasa, you better clean that up. Yukio heard the signature, I'm not pleased Mishima voice coming from Aizawa as he felt chills run down his back. He liked the job he got from Fyodor. It was a fun, loose job that didn't require much work except a monthly report that he loathed to write and often wrote plainly, something that displeased Fyodor greatly, but it wasn't like Yukio cared. His affiliation with Fyodor didn't seem like a huge issue as Fyodor promised, a weak promise, that he wouldn't touch anyone in Japan and merely wanted to make sure nothing strange was going on. It was a good joke and I'll clean it up, Yukio made a promise to Aizawa. It's just glitter. Better than the glitter-removing slime that I put on Aoyama last week. He had done that and it had made Aoyama nearly scream from horror as all his clothes lost their sparkle. Aizawa had to spend a near 40 minutes trying to get it off when Yukio told him that he couldn't. The slime permanently ruined a part of Aoyama's hero suit and faith in his classmate. Just clean it up. Alright, Aizawa-sensei. Yukio took out a small dust cleaner and started to dust the classroom. Fyodor called him a nuisance, something he didn't really like, but didn't really care about. He was right, Yukio was a nuisance, he was annoying to work with. Much more annoying than Nikolai since he was 100% unpredictable and 1000% nonsense, something that Fyodor actually appreciated and thought good for him. No one could suspect Yukio and no one would because of his endearing personality, something that Fyodor claimed would be useful if something did arise. "Yukio, you really outdid yourself," Momo commented as she narrowly missed the glitter trigger. Her hair was clean of sparkly sparkles. Yukio laughed and wiped some sparkle off his face. They were just tiny pieces of paper that reflected the light. The Urata Sports Festival was coming up, and in the focused air that everyone had, he forced giggles and laughs out of everyone. Most of his classmates wanted to know what his quirk was, but he always avoided it strangely. Fyodor told him to keep the true nature of his ability a secret and to only give hints. They were a part of the Yukio mystery he so prided himself with, and so no one really questioned it. Quirks and ability users had come to agreements years ago. Not wanting any arguments, the Armed Detective Agency told the Japanese government that they would protest any prejudice against them or any other ability users, and because the ADA was so prestigious, no one argued. The Port Mafia had shrugged and dismissed the threat of heroes coming after they destroyed several hero agencies easily with Kaji Motojiro and Dazai Osamu. Hero agencies could not face the experienced fighters that built the Mafia, and the government could not even attempt it. Since the Port Mafia was not a real villain society, they didn't take them in as a real problem, but they did change the hero rankings. Number 1 was the Port Mafia, number 2 was All for One. Hilarious. No one really knew who was in the Port Mafia and no one really knew who was in the agency. Both had refused to tell for the sake of security, and so no one topped the hero list. The Port Mafia and Armed Detective Agency were invisible for the past near 5 years until news broke out that the Port Mafia boss had changed, and that was just 2 months ago. No one was really shocked, and the article was a waste of time because no one felt threatened by them. Dazai had taken over the Port Mafia nearly peacefully and without protest since he was the demon prodigy, and no one was planning to argue when Chuya Nakahara was by his side. Everyone suspected something, but no one dared say anything out loud, and everyone continued just as normal, except with a new boss. Yurei had started to accept ability users as an alternative first. Other schools were more skeptical, and there weren't many anyways. Those who did have abilities were usually too weak to get in anyways. It seemed like only Yokohama's ability users were as mythically strong as they were said to be. Yukio was the only person in U.A with an ability. Actually, everyone else had quirks. It was widely known that it was called the Decay of the Angel, and although it seemed dark, Yukio had used it so far only for doing good things. The ability to bend the space and time around him was horrifying to many. It was frightening to watch as he attacked or fought, as sometimes he would just pop out of nowhere. However scary Yukio was, he was gentle and the clown in the class, with loose control that often fizzed his ability out of focus. Midoriya and Uraraka laughed as Aizawa told Yukio to stop using his quirk to clean, because it hadn't to go somewhere where Aizawa had no clue. Yukio smiled, his smile so freeing, he for a single moment forgot that he was in a terrorist organization. For a single moment he didn't have the burden of knowing that if anything happened, he would have to kill every single person in the room. He smiled, soft and gentle, like how others perceived him and how tired that felt. He knew no one would condone his secret, so he never bothered to tell. He didn't want to risk anything because Fyodor was much scarier than some kids, although he also knew that Fyodor would never lay a finger on him. Unless he wanted to get his eye ripped out. Yukio didn't mind working for Fyodor. Fyodor was pleasant enough when he wasn't spreading his jib on the disgusting human race. Fyodor was pleasant enough when he wasn't being so disgusting at some times. Yukio felt his heart thrum as he used his ability. He was never able to use his ability freely. It was a constant thrum of his heart that reminded him. He always wondered how his ability was linked to him. Abilities were strange, esoteric, bizarre. He wanted to sometimes take apart his own body to investigate, to see, to understand what was it that made him so freakishly different. Abilities were often powerful in some place, powerful enough to tip a nation under if done properly, but the others were useless or simple. The ability users in mainstream Japan didn't have any idea of what an ability was. Abilities could and would consume the user if they wanted. Abilities were living entities that thrived in a person's body. Yukio? Midoriya called out. Yukio was silent for an unnatural PRD of time. He sometimes got like that. Are you all right? Yukio smiled and laughed, rubbing the back of his head as he hummed out a small, "I'm fine," before continuing with the cleaning. He couldn't just get distracted because he wanted to. It was the Udata Sports Festival soon, and he had to make sure that he didn't stand out too much or stand out too little. Fyodor told him to get an offer from Endeavor's agency, something that would require the feat of something truly great. He sighed and opened his eyes. A sudden bright blue flashed as he teleported to the trash can and back. He knew exactly who was a threat. He knew exactly who he had to avoid. What mattered was that they stayed far away. Dazai Osamu and Chiya Nakahara were both extremely large threats, not because he was any dumber than Dazai or any less powerful, but the both of them combined was annoying and very difficult to shake off. Not to mention they were looking for him. Fyodor reported to him that Dazai had taken over the port mafia and that there was a large hunt for him. This is so annoying, Yukio sighed. Midoriya, what do you do when people are being annoying? Midoriya looked up, startled by the sudden question. People were coming in, and Yukio had finished cleaning, something he didn't notice before. Usually I'm the annoying one, so I don't really know, Midoriya muttered awkwardly. I mean, if you really wanted help on that, I'm sure Kaken can give some good advice. Yukio stared at Midoriya for a second. Was that an insult? Yukio grinned. Did you just unintentionally insult Bakugo? Everyone, Midoriya just unintentionally insulted Bakugo. Yukio yelled, laughing as Midoriya flushed red. I didn't mean it as an insult, but Kaken does interrupt people and some people do find that kin dash. Shut up you Deku, Bakugo growled out. I don't need your shitty opinion, or yours blue fucker. Yukio laughed again, everyone did. His nickname sounded so odd to everyone, so senseless that there was no helping it. Yukio had blue eyes, that made him blue fucker. Yeah, whatever you say you overpuffed porcupine, Yukio replied. Bakugo grumbled. He didn't dare say anything back, not when he knew that Yukio could slam him down any time for fun. Which was a ridiculous thought because Yukio was sweet and gentle, but something in him often unnerved Bakugo. His eyes were often sad or dark before anything. Once Bakugo caught him frowning, and it wasn't the kind of frown you'd expect from a 15-year-old, it was dark and sad. Dark and sad, dark and sad, dark and sad, that was Yukio. What do you mean? Nizu folded his hands and gave a cold smile to the two people in front of him. What do you mean by there is, potentially, a highly dangerous criminal within our midst? Nizu had gotten a call from his friends saying that 2 Port Mafia mafiosos were coming over to discuss something important. He was obviously shocked, and had many protests come from the teachers. He eventually agreed in favor of having 2 people come in with permission rather than force. He loved his school much and didn't wish to see it decimated because he didn't please someone from some place. So here he sat, in front of 2 of the most dangerous men, though that might have been an exaggeration since they bickered worse than a most troublesome pair. We mean that there is a potentially dangerous criminal here and Chiya and I will come and remove the pest. Dazai's eyes sparkled. Though Chiya is a pest, so we have to call the other a bug. Chiya huffed. Shut up. Chiya seated himself far away from Dazai. He was forced next to Toshinori, who shifted uncomfortably. Chiya oozed irritation since he came in, and Toshinori was worried that he would explode on someone. I'm not FNG pest. Chiya, you said you'd help. Dazai, as the others came to know, was whining over something trivial that befuddled Nizu. And now since I'm your boss you have to listen to me. Like a dog. Chiya growled something incoherent before sighing and sinking into the chair that he was sitting on. His hair had started to grow and he stopped wearing a sweater on top of some random pair of briefs. Koyo refined him. I didn't say I'd help, I said I might help. Chiya yelled out. And who says you're the boss? Wheel, since Mori is out, I'm in. Dazai grinned at his joke, which wasn't really funny. Besides, you were my dog to begin with. You lost that bet re-MBR? Chiya winced internally, too stubborn to show anyone it. Mori had been shot and killed, and Dazai took over without much protest since he was the alleged protege that should have taken over. Koyo didn't seem as interested and no one was willing to let Ace do it. Even though Dazai and Chiya were still subordinates, Dazai wasn't anymore, Dazai took over because everyone seemed to agree that if anyone else did it something would turn out wrong. Who said so? I said so. Your opinion doesn't matter, you bandaged BSRD. Chia yelled out in reference to the bandages that covered Dazai. Ain-san should be the one who takes over. What, your non-blood-related sister who drinks far too much tea? Dazai shrugged. She wouldn't be able to handle it. You know that she barely runs the others' things well. Koyo was too oriental, too inflexible to run anything. She was intelligent, yes, but not in the way that made Mori such a good leader or made Dazai such a good planner. Shut up. Chia stopped arguing to turn to Nizu. All the teachers were quiet. What did you want to ask? Nizu coughed and turned to look at Tashinori, who looked confused. As I was saying, Nizu paused as Chia leaned back and crossed his legs. We are trying to understand what it is that you are asking. Why do you two have to come here, and for what reason should we permit it? Dazai gave a soft laugh and Chia glared at him. He was confused too. He couldn't understand why Dazai wanted to cooperate with these people whose goals were to capture them. Well, you see, there's this guy that's probably in your school that is probably very dangerous and is on our hit list, and because we sent people to him before and they all failed, we even joined the AIDA to attempt. It was decided that Chia and I are going to do super cool covert operations. Dazai beamed and for 1 second looked so much like Midoriya, it sent shivers down Tashinori's spine. So, we have a villain in our midst and we don't know? Nizu frowned. That's not possible. Other than the staff, who are all veteran pro-heroes, there are only students left. Dazai, you don't mean that one of our students is your proposed villain? Dazai nodded vigorously. His smile didn't waver as he pulled out 2 guns from the inside of his pocket, 3 knives from a small cutout area in his sleeve, and several small miscellaneous weapons, all covered by his large black jacket. He looked over to Chia, who huffed and took out 1 very large knife from a small pocket in his coat. Since we're de-armed, I think it's fair to say that this is rather serious. And Blanche isn't a villain. If he is I like to think he is, a terrorist, a part of a terrorist group. Dazai beamed as he explained, Oh, Blanche isn't the guy's real name, we just made up a name since we don't exactly know much about him. Then how do you? Nizu frowned as he saw the many weapons laid out on his desk. No, he's here. Chia gave another pointed glare to Dazai before Dazai shrugged. I had one of men shoot him. There was a tracker, and the last place that he was seen with the tracker, because he removed it, was right next to your school in a small apartment. Dazai grinned. Of course, if you don't let us in, we'll just come in ourselves. I bet Chia would look wonderful in a girl's uniform since he's so short. What the hell? Chia threw something small and round at Dazai. An apple once the teachers saw clearly. A small red apple that landed straight into Dazai's outstretched palm. You can go wear a effendi dress. Anyways, Dazai cut Chia off from saying anything else. We're 16, so I think it wouldn't be too difficult to squeeze us in, only for a few weeks. It'll only take a few weeks for us to find the guy and we'll be out of your hair. Nizu frowned. It was simplistic. Let 2 mafiosos into the school to help remove a potential threat, but at the same time, let 2 mafiosos in the school. Nizu gave the 2 a cool smile as he poured some more tea for everyone in the room and spoke. What if you aren't here for the purposes of locating a so-called terrorist, something I must add that you are the ones who say exist, and instead try to lure my student away from being a hero or even attack the school itself? Nizu commented. It wouldn't be beneficial to our school and the deal seems too watery. Is there any proof? Dazai sighed through his nose and tilted his head. Chia leaned forward and picked up the knife he had on the table to play around around his hands twice before gripping the tip to throw it up and catch, rhythmic. There isn't any proof we can give you, Dazai confessed. Though, I must say, if anyone were to find out that our terrorist is indeed a terrorist, the results will be disastrous, considering the person we're talking about here is an extremely experienced ability user that has beaten many opponents that you heroes would never be able to lift a finger against. Of course, if something does happen, we'll come, but Mizudafu is just very far away from Yokohama, and so it would at least take us 1 hour to get there by our fastest means possible. You must understand that we're quite busy. Chia, how long did it take for Atsushi's team, a large team may I add, to get obliterated again? 20 seconds, Chia paused, somewhere about that time. Dazai nodded and turned to Nizu. We can go, yes, but eventually the rat will come out and your students, know everyone in that building and a good area around will probably most likely be dead. We'll probably catch the guy then, but do you really want to die that much? Dazai shrugged. If you're that worried that 2 monitored mafiosos are worse than 1 super-duper dangerous criminal of the criminals, we can't stop you. Nizu paused. He knew the trick, he knew the bait, but there really wasn't anything he could do about. He sighed and looked over to Toshinori, who was paler and had given Nizu a look saying they won. If it is that dangerous, then what can I do to stop you? Nizu blinked. Since you are both 16 and seeing that the older students are people we trust, I'll just put you with Class 1A then? Dazai nodded and collected everything on the table to put back into his jacket, and if you would mind, you can keep the clothes as a hero suit, but I'm afraid you'll have to not only leave the weapons, but change into uniforms. When do you want to start? Anytime, Dazai practically purred, knowing that he had won in scaring the 2 teachers. In reality, Dazai had confirmed that the suspected terrorist was quite soft as he never killed anyone, only permanently incapacitate. Then how about in a week? Nizu smiled. I'll be able to inform Aizawa of you 2 as new students. That would work, Dazai confirmed before Chuya stood up. Then next week we'll come. Good, good, Nizu smiled. I hope you try your best, go beyond, plus ultra. Chuya laughed and Dazai smiled politely before shaking hands or paws with Nizu. The 2 left out the door and Chuya immediately glared at Dazai. UKI sheet, Chuya huffed. What the hell is wrong with you? Dazai smirked and hopped around Chuya. The students were in their first PRD class. You said you liked me being a Kangwai sheet, Dazai hummed out. If anything, you're the Kangwai sheet here. No way, you're the one who suggested it. Chuya yelled out, quiet enough to not cause a disruption. What the hell, mackerel? We're in a school. Doesn't that add to the excitement? Dazai grinned as he semi-ran around. You're so boring, slug. No excitement at all. Shut it, Chuya grumbled and walked ahead of Dazai. Dazai cried out something in protest and followed. Chuyu. Dazai laughed as he made fun of Chuya's name. Chuya muttered something incoherent and then visibly screamed when Dazai pecked his hand. What the hell? Chuya yelled, uncaring to the noise he made. What the hell are you doing? You obviously. Dazai smiled and dragged Chuya out of the school. We should have some fun while we're here after all. Of course, as much as I hate you, I must say, your violently tendencies are getting more and more fun than before. Shut the F up, mackerel. I've grown accustomed to shut up and have learned that your insults usually are indications that you secretly like no low ve me. What the F dash? Tumbling down into anywhere isn't fun. Tumbling down into a situation is awkward. Tumbling down into a situation, physically and well situationally, is both not fun and awkward. Yukio tumbled down into the classroom. He had been running through the halls and skidded to a stop. He could teleport, but at the same time, Aizawa didn't approve of scaring everyone shitless every time he moved around. People say that his ability is powerful and whatnot, but it really isn't. V-face. Anyone with an ability-disabling ability, because Aizawa sure as hell couldn't stop him, he would be in trouble. This would be the case especially when Yukio's ability went rampant. Usually he did it on purpose, but sometimes all the restraint put some strain in him and he would just boom. He placed first on the entrance exam, not through using his ability, but by messing around with the robot's control system through the school website, something that knocked him a good 245 points. Yukio was running through the halls because he was late because he had woken up late, and he woke up late because he was busy with chatting, if it could be called chatting, with Fyodor on what was happening. The man was a rat that hated to sleep during the night. He slammed open the door and walked in before tripping on an imaginary rock and fell down in a tumble. The tumbling continued until Aizawa's desk hit his head. Everyone was present instead of Aizawa. Yukio didn't know where he was. I would say sorry. Yukio looked around, but no one is here. Midoriya stood up from his seat to help him up. Yukio thanked him as everyone stared and started to laugh at his entrance. He often fell like that. He often fell down in a flurry of confusion. It wasn't odd that he ignored protocol that came with being late. Aizawa wasn't here, and if Yukio was right, left before the late bell. Yukio stretched and went to his seat in a small huff. You all are cruel. I fell. It was ain't funny, Bakugo laughed out. You fall a lot. Yukio slumped into his seat and gave a long, slow and sad sigh. He took out a notebook and pencil and laid them on the table. Closing his backpack, he looked around. Everyone was talking, chit-chat filled the room as easily as cool air from the A.C. though it was fall and he was tired. Rarely was he tired, but when he got really tired. He took out his phone, it was small and neat. He hacked it multiple times until he couldn't anymore, just in case someone does try. Deleted conversations are deleted, deleted phone calls and Google searches are deleted. I'm going to take a nap, Yukio said to no one in particular. He did that sometimes. He talked to people when no one was around, he muttered when people were around, he was like Midoriya, but in a way more negative, more realistic. Midoriya sometimes seemed out of this world with his never-ending positivity. Yukio didn't have that. Yukio was sarcasm, dramatic behavior and poor jokes that killed everyone's insides, but he was Yukio to everyone. To Fyodor he was sometimes Yukievich, a joke of the guy, a sad joke. A joke that Yukio countered with Fedorovich and Rat, for fun because he was never required to be respectful to his employer, just loyal, something he could do. Yukio thumped his head on his desk. The noise was unbearably loud and he was a light sleeper, something that he was unsure was out of habit or bia. He sighed again and looked up. The ceiling was a clean white and the walls were a clean white and there suddenly just seemed to be an influx of white in his vision. He had a window seat and looked outside the window. It was nice outside. Everyone be quiet. Aizawa yelled out. These are our two new students coming from Yokohama, Dazai Osamu and Natahara Chuya. Give them a welcome and shut it. You two can sit in the empty chairs next to Mishima, welcome to UA. Yukio looked up at the two new people and couldn't help but widen his eyes. Later he thought that the action raised less suspicion than ever. Aizawa was writing some nonsense on the whiteboard that Yukio didn't care enough to listen to. He didn't need to. He didn't need to worry if two Mafia executives came in because he was safe. He didn't have to be worried. Yukio calmed down and laid back on his desk. Aizawa knew he knew whatever it was he would teach, or he just didn't care anymore since Yukio would always still score higher than anyone in the class. Yukio furrowed his eyebrows as he heard the steps come closer. One heavier than the other. He suspected Chuya was the heavier one and Dazai was lighter. Chuya, after all, controlled gravity. A frightening ability that could be dangerous if not for the fact that Chuya would never be able to even touch him, but with Dazai he could. The two were an ability user's worst nightmare. One could prevent the user from using their ability and the other one could punch them to the moon. Yukio blinked and leaned back on his desk. They didn't know him, they didn't even know if he was a girl or boy, it didn't matter, just play along. Dazai took a seat right next to him on his right, Chuya beside Dazai, two peas in a pod. Yukio turned his head to stare at them. Dazai looked at the board at first before getting quickly bored and looked around. Chuya was horrifyingly, extremely focused in class. Hey, what are you looking at us for? Dazai leaned over and asked Yukio. He leaned sideways and in an uncomfortable angle as he tried to maintain balance by gripping the desk tightly. Are you okay? If you're interested, I have a proposition for you. Yukio stared into Dazai's eyes. They were brown, a simple color that he didn't mind as much, nothing too scary. Or he was simply like that. He heard some people say that his own eyes would swallow others up in the black. Yukio blinked. Chuya took a peek at Dazai, but didn't bother to care. What proposition? Yukio asked, eyes wide with curiosity. He was curious by nature, danger or not. It was one of the things that Fyodor said was irritatingly stupid of him, but who cares when Fyodor was the one trying to bring down Yokohama's ability users? You give me some information, I'll give you some money. Dazai nearly laughed as Chuya shot him a worried look. Aizawa didn't seem to mind that Yukio was sleeping on the desk. He did that too often for the man to care. Okay, Yukio paused. No wait, how much money? 0 yen. Good deal. Yukio held out his hand. It was small, very small. Mina often took it to play with it because of its size, which was apparently cute. Let's shake on it. Dazai nodded and looked at Chuya, who mouthed a small, what the f are you doing? Dazai stuck his tongue out and smiled at Yukio, who blinked. He seemed to do that a lot. Deliberately slow and dumb, but in reality, it showed how smart he was, blinking exactly at the right time. It was an appealing show, a show that Dazai hadn't realized he was a part in. After all, Fyodor is always right, and when he says that even if Dazai talked to Yukio for over hours, he wouldn't find out, he's right. Okay, then who in this class would want to commit suicide with me? Dazai asked, eyes shining, smile becoming akin to one of Midoriya's beaming grins. It is of severe importance that I know this. It was said to no fall to suicidal tendencies in the meeting with Nizu, but Dazai didn't care much for anything that secondary rat said. He knew where the rat in Yokohama was, but he also didn't seem the guy always misses his trackers on purpose, only to put a letter on the middle of his desk telling him to stop trying. What? Yukio's eyes widened comically. Are you okay? Do you need to see someone? Whatty? No. Dazai whispered. I need to know who in the class would join me in a doubly sway side. It is imperative to know that Dazai is saying this very quietly and is merely emphasizing the lengths. Yukio's eyes flickered around the classroom. If you get that friend of yours to wear fake melons, some long hair, and to get the scowl off his face, I bet you could rope Mineta into it. I don't know, the girls would all freak out about it. Yukio looked around again before falling back down on his desk with a soft thump that didn't attract the attention of Aizawa. Rei Ilawai? Dazai looked around. Which one is Mineta? Yukio pointed to Mineta. He was attentively listening to the lesson. Mineta wasn't half bad if you forget his cowardice and pervert-like behavior. The guy was a pervert, he was a pervert, as long as he doesn't do anything too questionable it was fine. Him, Yukio answered. Dazai frowned. That's a boy, I need a girl. Yukio blinked. I need appealing women to suicide with. Dazai pouted at Yukio, who looked around and stopped caring. You said who, not which girl, Yukio commented. You told me to find someone. Now give me my 0 yen or else I'll sue you for bribery. This is extortion. Dazai handed him 0 yen. A small clap on the hands was heard. It echoed and Aizawa stared at the two of them. Yukio, if you want to drag Dazai into your mess, do it outside of this class. How could you do that? Midoriya flung his hands around. It was class and Dazai and Nakahara's first class. Yukio shrugged. Aizawa was used to his shenanigans. Though this time he didn't start it, he merely continued it. He started it, Yukio said. He told me that he had a proposition and who am I to not accept? Midoriya laughed before frowning. Yukio didn't really care about class. He never cared about anything if he was tired or hungry. Time had reminded Midoriya of the hour that was lunch. Are you hungry? No, Yukio smiled. I'm not, but I didn't sleep last night. Midoriya muttered a small. Uraraka called out to them both, following them down the hall. They were heading to lunch, for the sustenance, for the food. Yukio smiled as Midoriya and Uraraka chattered along. He doesn't interject, he doesn't interrupt, something that many of his classmates have noticed. He seemed rude, boisterous, until you talk to him as in have an actual conversation. He was respectful, humble and mostly soft, letting others speak when they had something to say, always knowing what to say and when. Perfection at its finest perhaps. I know. Uraraka beamed. They were talking about Hawks and Endeavor. I get that he's rude and all, but he's still amazing, you know? Endeavor had a recent scandal on how he didn't want to go outside in public because people flocked around him too much, which was true, but rude. He gets so rude sometimes. Hero rankings are based on how strong you are and how much you've done, Midoriya poked around. Even if he was strong, if Hawks saved more people, Hawks would be second. So that means that Endeavor did save more people. Todoroki would be helpful with this. Todoroki? Uraraka beamed. Let's hurry to lunch then. I saw him with Mina and the new students. They're quite interesting, aren't they? Midoriya nodded. Aizawa allowed some time for Dazai and Chuya to introduce themselves at the end. There were more pressing things on the sports festival at the time. They were both ability users and Dazai could erase quirks and abilities, something that made Aizawa sigh in relief, and Chuya was able to control the gravity of the things he touched. Why yeah, Midoriya turned to Yukio. Hey, Yukio, does that mean Dazai can remove your ability? Yep, Yukio sighed. Now I don't have complete control on when Aizawa gets to class. The first day Aizawa came, Yukio turned the entire world back by a minute so that he could correct Aizawa on his wasting time nonsense. It didn't cause much disturbance as no one appeared to notice it, except Aizawa, who blinked as his watch, phone and clock turned back. Aizawa glared at Yukio and made him work harder by threatening with expulsion if he didn't try harder, something that became apparent when he stretched and pretended to be unable to. Then that means that if Dazai tries to get you, Midoriya's eyes widened, it would be possible for him to stop you. Yep, Yukio shrugged. Guess I'll have to be Ow. Yukio called out and something hit him on the back. He hadn't seen that. It was a small round apple. Are you okay? Midoriya and Uraraka called out together. Yukio nodded and rubbed his back before picking the apple up. He rubbed it on his shirt and took a bite, something Midoriya and Uraraka protested, saying it was unhealthy. Yukio took a slow, agonizing bite out of the apple to annoy the two, who laughed and smiled before turning to see Chuya walking up to Yukio, furious. Hey, Chuya growled, what the hell is wrong with you? Yukio tilted his head in question. He wasn't sure why Chuya was after him. He wasn't sure why anyone was after him. He wasn't sure of a lot of things recently. Fyodor claimed he was smart. Yukio wasn't seeing it. Either Fyodor was dumb, something unfathomable, or he was smart and just couldn't see it. What? Yukio rolled his thoughts around in his head. Why did you throw that apple? Wait, I know why. Don't tell me you wanted my attention because you're mad at me? Midoriya and Uraraka stood still, unsure as to what to say. If Yukio got into any trouble, they really weren't able to do anything about it since Yukio's problems were often beyond him. Why he sometimes didn't sleep, why he didn't eat, why he sulks after a peek at his phone, some things that pointed to a girlfriend or boyfriend, but he says he doesn't have one, just an annoyed friend. An annoyed friend that he also never disclosed the name of, an annoyed friend who no one has ever seen. At some point, Bakugu called him a crazy sheet, which is exactly what Yukio was, crazy. Shut up, Chuya glared at Yukio and paused before adding, I'm not some girl. Yukio coughed into his hand to cover his smile. Nakaha dash. Midoriya started to apologize for whatever it was that Yukio incurred in the young executive. Call me Chuya. Chuya looked at Midoriya and couldn't help but feel a sort of old around these people. Midoriya looked bright, smiley, and content with his life. Youthful recklessness filled these people, except Yukio. Chuya wasn't smart, he wasn't the genius prodigy Dazai was, but he knew when someone didn't shine innocence. He knew when someone sees dead people on a daily basis. And he knew that Yukio looked tired and sad for someone going on the road to become a hero. He didn't find it suspicious though. Todoroki had an almost similar look, tired but not too sad. All right, Chuya, I'm really sorry for whatever it is that Yukio did. Midoriya bowed and Uraraka followed. Yukio snorted and covered his mouth to stop his laughter. Chuya blinked. He blinked a couple times before coughing, cheeks red from embarrassment. The Port Mafia was a place to show demps, not some school with friendly competition. Dazai had perfect control over himself. Chuya didn't, and Chuya would never, since he was apparently too dumb, something that Nizu said was beneficial to him actually. It's fine, Chuya paused, collecting words off the top of his head. You don't have to apologize. Unable to take the pressure of two high school students nearly prostrating in front of him, he stopped glaring and looked to the side. He noticed that he had to look up at Midoriya, but down at Uraraka and Yukio. Yukio was surprisingly short now that he took a good look, although he was always slouching so it seemed like he could be taller. Oh good. Midoriya smiled. Yukio sometimes says things that wind people up. Actually he does that all the time. Midoriya laughed and smiled before Uraraka popped herself in. Yeah. He loves pranking everyone and enjoys sleeping through class, but he always scores first so no one really complains, Uraraka added, although we're all nervous for the sports festival. The sports festival took up the life of many students now. The expectation that there must be an exceptional appearance to get internships. Everyone was ready for it, everyone was loaded and ready for it, everyone wanted to get the best offers. Even the meek and weak wanted to look good, they needed to look good. The sports festival? Chuya integrated himself into the small trio. What sports festival? Uraraka blanked for a moment, unable to comprehend that Chuya didn't know the U.A sports festival. It was a national television show and event that everyone watched because it was interesting. These were students, your fellow peers that are fighting each other for some hero agency. Other schools had some, but only U.A's was so widely popular. Chuya doesn't know about it? Midoriya asked, eyes wide. It's really famous though. Yokohama had it, they had watchers. Actually, many tourists come just to be able to watch the U.A sports festival, and some even come televise it to other countries. It was the new Olympics, as some people say. After the random shows, people only care about heroes. Heroes were dreams come true. Yes, Yukio looked up. He couldn't have possibly known it because he's from Yokohama. Only tourists watch it. Really? Uraraka asked, surprised. Yep, Dazai came and popped up on everyone, smiling. People in Yokohama don't really have a high quirk density, so they don't care. Though we have ability users and they're mighty afraid of us. Dazai laughed as Chuya nearly screamed at his arrival, shocked that Dazai managed to get that close without any of them knowing. Everyone was spooked and everyone was dumb for a moment before Midoriya pipped up. Dazai, do people in Yokohama really not watch the Swords Festival? Dazai gave Midoriya a lopsided grin. Yes. Dazai swayed a bit. We don't watch it. It's like watching people do things you'll never be able to do, so they don't watch it. Also, it's really long. Stand still, you bandage bee. Chuya glared at Dazai. Where did you bandages go? You're usually all tied up in them. Dazai gave him a muffled sound of shock, his eye immediately turning watery, and he turned his face away in a bashful smile, both hands on his cheeks. Is that innuendo, Chuya? Dazai gave a sickening laugh as everyone stared at him. I never thought you to be into that. Though, I would never be interested in having a see with you, too short. Midoriya balked and his eyes fell from his head as he gave a sort of sick internal scream. This sudden flirting forced everyone back for its oddity, and also because no one in high school was like that. No one was like that actually. Not even Midnight, the R-rated hero, was like that. What the hell, Dazai? Chuya screamed, forcing some teachers to open their doors and stare at them for a moment before they went back in. SSEC? Midoriya stammered out. When did we reach SSEC? Uraraka was too startled to say anything. Let's go eat lunch, Yukio interrupted, head hanging low and his face red. I don't even think that Uraraka and Midoriya know what an innuendo is. And you do, Dazai commented. Yes. Yukio hung his head low as he felt his face redden, but to no avail, his ears turned red and Dazai laughed. Uraraka. Midoriya. Dazai. Nakahara. Mina called out from a lunch table. Come sit here. Uraraka nodded and followed Midoriya as they went to sit at a lunch table. Yukio went over to the small lunch stand and ordered a small sandwich. He wasn't broke, he just liked it and he wanted to continue to enjoy it. Dazai took a seat next to Midoriya and Chuya sat himself beside Bakugo, who felt like everything was wrong, like someone was trying to tell him that it was all wrong. He ate some carrots. Why don't you all call Yukio? Dazai asked, halfway through a mouthful of rice. The class was nice enough to help them get food, it was just an extra 2 plate. Doesn't he sit with you all? Chuya looked to the small corner where Yukio sat and couldn't help but note that he looked foreign. Even for someone who had bright orange hair and blue eyes, Yukio looked foreign. Although he was the typical Japanese before quirks, if not for the near-translucent skin he had. In other terms, he was pale, very pale, like the mere mention of sun would tan him. Yukio doesn't eat with us because he likes his time alone, Todoroki answered. He once was like that, he could understand that. Mina frowned and poked at her food. This is the U.A lunchroom. Students are allowed to sit wherever they want, Ida answered. Where did you two come from? Dazai took another bite of his rice. It was good rice. Yokohama, Chuya answered this time. He lost his appetite once he saw Yukio in a corner. I thought Aizawa-sensei already told you all? Bakugo snorted and quickly ate his food. Bakugo is unusually quiet today, Midoriya commented on the blonde's odd behavior. Bakugo was quiet. He was quietly thinking about Yukio now that everyone mentioned him. The fucker was weird. Bakugo felt daunted by him, someone who beat him by so much, someone who he was sure he would never be able to beat. It wasn't like with Todoroki. Todoroki was a half and half BSRD, but Yukio seemed to be able to do anything, although he had very loose control and often teleported other stuff with him. Once his laptop actually teleported with him to class and everyone saw his background, which was filled with Pokemon. That was a good day. The laptop dropped and Yukio got detention for the very loud sheet he said when it did. "Shut up, you Deku," Bakugo replied. It was his get-go comment. Bakugo's always loud. If he's not loud, he's quietly thinking about Kirishima. Mina yelled out, interrupting everyone in the cafeteria. Bakugo's face reddened and he nearly screamed out in protest, eyes wide. "What the hell, Raken eyes?" Bakugo screamed. It wasn't high-pitched, his voice was too low for that. "That is effing untrue." Chuya laughed and Bakugo glared at him. Nizu was right, this was just an angrier Chuya. "Chuya, don't worry about Bakugo, he's all bark, no bite." Uraraka attempted to assure Chuya that Bakugo was safe, like a rowdy puppy. That elicited more screams from Bakugo as every Udata student gave a small comment towards Bakugo's behavior. "He's really sweet sometimes. Totally manly. Like a hedgehog, when you pet him he doesn't spike you. Kaken's okay when you get used to him." "Shut up, you F extras." And everyone laughed. This was Class 1A for all its prestige, it was just a class filled with kids. Dazai smiled and gave Bakugo some more fuel to get angry before he looked over to Yukio. He was sitting by himself, smiling at something on his phone. It was a sort of soft smile, one that you got sometimes when you just feel happy. Yukio felt happy alone or with someone he was talking with on his phone, and that someone made him more happy than when he was with his classmates, and now Dazai felt an urge that whoever he was talking to on his phone, he needed to know. "Does Yukio have any friends?" Dazai asked out of the blue. He seems pretty happy for someone who's alone and on their phone. Everyone blinked and looked over to Yukio. He did seem happy for someone alone. They knew he probably had some friend, but they also knew that he was very private and didn't like people conjecturing his life. No one told Dazai that he probably had a friend. No one told Dazai or Chuya that he was probably chatting with someone outside of UA. Perhaps if they did, they would have saved themselves because they were right. Yukio was much more powerful than any of them, he was much more powerful than Chuya in any form. He was much more smarter than Dazai originally thought, and how they would later regret everything they decided to do. "No," Midoriya answered, "not that I know of." And that was true, Midoriya didn't know any of Yukio's friends, so as Dazai looked at Midoriya, he didn't notice anything. Suspicion and knowing are two different things that matter all the world to Dazai. It differs between reading the lie and reading the truth. Know and think are different. "Is that so?" Dazai hummed and chatter continued. "What are your quirks?" Mina asked, excited with who was in their class. "You must have some really strong quirks to get in after the entrance exam." Dazai blinked and grinned wolfishly at Chuya. Chuya scoffed at Dazai's response. The boy was a show-off, a flirt, an extravagant person in his own thoughts. And here is the best bait to show everyone his prowess. "Wheel," Dazai tilted his head. "First off, we have abilities." Everyone's eyes went wide. Secondly, Chuya can manipulate gravity and I can nullify abilities and quirks. They're called for the tainted sorrow and no longer human respectively. Class 1A gasped in excitement and slight fear. Uraraka beamed as her new classmate was quite similar to her after all. "Can you show us?" Kirishima asked first, although many people were already on the edge of their seats trying to see it. "Yup." Dazai threw a cup of water at Chuya, who tapped its content and the cup itself. They both stayed in the air, water hanging. Everyone gasped as Chuya rotated the cup in water and slammed it down on the table with a large thump, making sure the water stayed in the cup, a small dent appearing under the cup. He lifted the cup again, to the amazement of everyone, and Dazai bent forward to ruffle his hair, which forced the cup down onto Chuya's lap. "What the F, Dazai?" Chuya yelled as water seeped into his clothes. Everyone laughed as Chuya grabbed some tissues to dab at his clothes, which at this point were soaking wet. "That was manly." Kirishima beamed and helped give Chuya some paper towels. "Amazing," Midoriya commented, "and not that you get wet, but I mean, Yukio might have some competition for once. What? Chia looked up, startled. These weren't weak people, they were kids that managed to beat nearly every single middle school student in Japan. Everyone sheepishly nodded. At some point, Aizawa made them all do individual fights that were based on whoever was the last one standing one homework credit. Dazai didn't seem as surprised, but Chia knew that he was. If anything, Yukio looked extremely weak. He didn't ooze power like Dazai sometimes and his aura didn't fizzle like Chia's sometimes. Midoriya started, embarrassed to admit that Yukio managed to beat every single one of them without lifting a finger, because he did. That fucker beat the shit out of us before we could even do anything, Bakuga muttered, still salty about it. He didn't seem that strong up until that day. That day, Aizawa was even surprised, before he chastised Yukio for never showing it in any of the previous tests. Bakugo was the first one to be teleported out of the fighting zone and he remembered that day as if it was imprinted on his brain. Yukio? Dazai asked, what quirk does he have? If it matched what his men were saying, Yukio could be the target. The men often reported that the person they fought against was someone with impressive hand-to-hand combat skills, able to dodge bullets just by mere millimeters. Agile, strong, and intelligent was what Dazai was looking for. Chia didn't know that. Chia was here to make sure that their villain didn't run. They didn't know of his ability. Fyodor, after all, told Yukio to never ever use his ability in front of the Port Mafia and if needed, to use it in a way that no one would be able to tell. Yukio did his work well. Yukio has an ability. Kirishima answered, a really manly ability. I forgot what it's called though. Kirishima awkwardly rubbed the back of his head, smiling. I think. Midoriya went through his bag, which was always near him in case it got lost. I have it at the... Midoriya took out his hero notebook. Bakugo gave a snort. Midoriya, how many do you even have? Uraraka asked. You seem to have a never-ending supply. Midoriya took out a notebook with the number 13 on it and flipped through it. Here. Midoriya held up a drawing of Yukio. His ability is the decay of the angel. Fukuzawa. Tsukachi called the president from behind. He had 2 cups of coffee and a nice refreshing piece of cake in a small box. He had gone to the cafe before and was preparing for the 8S president's visit for there was a small situation that needed some help. Fukuzawa stood, alone in the street wearing a yukata and had kept still for some time until the police detective came to get him. In reality, the police and the ADA went well together, much better than the heroes since the ADA often dealt with more domestic stuff nowadays. The Port Mafia laid off since Dazai took over and since Mori's death, something that still pulls Fukuzawa's thoughts. Less attacks and more work done made the agency unnaturally peaceful, though they were always ready for an attack. Akutagawa and Oda started to work together after some time as Oda was the only one able to keep Akutagawa under control. Akutagawa was irritable and difficult to work with since he had an extreme survival of the strongest policy, something that often affected his view on the public. Fukuzawa enjoyed Akutagawa's presence in the small office building similar to that of a parent's amusement at their own child's brooding. Akutagawa brooded, so much so that he was almost always quiet and one might think that he was thoughtful, but he was more likely to be thinking of Atsushi's irritating voice than anything else. At some point, Yasano jokingly mentioned that he must have loved Atsushi since he was thinking so much about him. Yes, after that fight with Atsushi, Akutagawa had to reevaluate his opinion, which took time. Akutagawa was far too stubborn for his own good, so stubborn that he was willing to stick to the same stupid morning routine that made him stub his toe every morning on a desk that stood near his desk. Tsukachi, Fukuzawa greeted respectfully, although he often found himself with an air of superiority, perhaps something that came with age. How are you? Tsukachi glowed with excitement, the blessings of being only in his mid-30s. Fukuzawa couldn't help but feel old. He felt old all the time, as if time was slowly biting at his side. Sometimes he would wake up with his arms heavier than normal, sometimes he would wake up with his legs slightly more tired than before. Age came at an agonizing pace, slow. Good, come on, you must be tired. Tsukachi wasn't ambitious, he wasn't with the zealous heroes that run around in excitement, trying to find villains. Cases too strange for the heroes fall at his feet all the time, That and his worry on All Might and his sister often cause his bright eyes, but also his sagging face. His excited look yet calm look often confuses people, but he is not excited. Too many long nights spent on solving the most bizarre cases only shortened his sleep. Too many runs around Japan brought weakness to his legs. This here is a fine example of someone who has had their youth taken from them. It is slightly overwhelming. Fukuzawa allowed the younger one to drag him around the busiest streets in Mizudafu to find a small crowded stand with some chairs out. Tsukachi took a seat and immediately ordered some takoyaki. The area was littered with stands for not only food, but bubble tea, trinkets, music, movies, and obviously hero merchandise. Tsukachi's orders soon came and he offered some to the elder, who accepted them. Tsukachi bit through 2 pieces of takoyaki before starting. There's been something interesting going on in Mizudafu. Tsukachi chewed on his food. Some people have been going around saying that some demon is in the heart of Japan. And those people are visitors from Yokohama, moving here. Fukuzawa frowned. He hadn't heard of any demon. There were no cases and nothing that was really worth investigating. The port mafia was peaceful, the Ada was peaceful, and the government was still its own mess, but peaceful. Tsukachi seemed devoid of knowing any of the nonsense the agency, seeing he was always smiling. There hasn't been anything happening in Yokohama, Fukuzawa replied. We haven't heard about any demon. Tsukachi frowned and sighed. That's what I'm worried about. Tsukachi bit through another piece of takoyaki. There's nothing wrong and for some reason, citizens of Yokohama are running like flies over and they are often the less reputable ones. Fukuzawa believed Tsukachi. He was an honest man and there was nothing more important than being honest. At least, there is no rifling for intention, lies, and hidden goals. This man was not Mori, though Mori was a level that was otherworldly. Then what do you want us to do? Fukuzawa asked. How can the agency help you? Tsukachi frowned and looked around. He didn't feel like he was being watched, but he also felt something was around him, like what he was saying was taboo. He breathed out a small breath he was holding. I need some help with the investigation, Tsukachi admitted, not because there is something happening, but of what is going to happen. Fukuzawa nodded in understanding. Sometimes people just had feelings and those feelings are best dealt with before something does happen. Because it is always too late to deal with them later. I can send Akutagawa and Oda, Fukuzawa said. They've been rather idle lately and if anything happens in Yokohama, I will immediately tell you. Tsukachi nodded and handed Fukuzawa another takoyaki stick once he was done. Akutagawa as in? Tsukachi made a sort of violent swishing motion and Fukuzawa nodded. Oh. He is a valuable member of the agency that I have full trust in, Fukuzawa assured Tsukachi. There were 2 instances where Akutagawa made news. The first was when he and Atsushi fought in a Mizudafu park because there was some rival company that had meetings somewhere in the park. The second time was when he violently dealt with a villain who tried to kidnap him. The villain died and the reporters had a field day on who this young man was. Akutagawa was pretty, not handsome hilariously, enough that he managed to have his face cropped into the front page. I know but, Fukuzawa cut Tsukachi off. I assure you Tsukachi, Akutagawa won't harm anyone. Fukuzawa looked so sure of himself that Tsukachi was inclined to believe him. He will not misbehave. Well, since the great Fukuzawa has assured me, Tsukachi took out a small notebook, Ekutajuari no Suku and Oda SS no Suku. It was nice meeting you President Fukuzawa. Yes it was. Fukuzawa finished his takoyaki and Tsukachi offered him another, one he politely refused. The takoyaki was too much for him. Tsukachi smiled and took another bite out of another takoyaki stick. You know, this takoyaki isn't half bad. Tsukachi happily chewed his takoyaki as he ate one after the other. I could eat these for the rest of my life. Fukuzawa nodded politely. Let the police detective believe what he wants. After all, his permit depended heavily on many people's claim of his good nature. Being an ex-assassin was not a good reputation when it came to getting an ability permit, much more annoying than a hero's license. Then I suppose this concludes our meeting? Fukuzawa asked. The area was practically drenched in oil. I will send Oda and Akutagawa to your office in a day or so. Tsukachi looked up and smiled, bright. He held out a hand and Fukuzawa shook it. I guess. Tsukachi shrugged. I have to be heading down the station later. I hadn't eaten, you see. Tsukachi's smile turned awkward and Fukuzawa chuckled, suddenly understanding the other's sudden gorging habits. He had eaten over 10 takoyaki ball. They were small, but still they had sauce and all, and takoyaki sauce was very filling. Almost inordinate amounts of soy sauce went into them, and they had different flavors that each added more salt, sugar, or even herbs. I understand. Fukuzawa nodded, and Tsukachi led the man through the crowds and helped him to the train that took him back to Yokohama. They both said their goodbyes and went their separate ways. Akutagawa and Oda came a day later, only a couple miles from UA. Today, we're going to work on figuring out a style, Aizawa began. Since we have 2 new students, there will be an adjustment to your original partnering from last time. We'll be pairing you based on your quirks and abilities and how much potential it has. Do not be discouraged if you're put with someone you don't think you're well suited for, and don't whine. Everyone looked around nervously. They weren't sure how they were supposed to react to this. If they were put into a lower group, they wouldn't know. They were sure they probably would know, but it wouldn't be confirmed, and if they were put into a higher group, they also wouldn't know. Aizawa wrote everyone's names on the board, some in trios, most in pairs, and one with 4 people in it. Group 1, Midoriya Izuku, Todoroki Shuto, Yayoro Zumomo. Group 2, Uraraka Achiko, Bakugu Katsuki, Ida Tenya, Kirishima Ijiro. Group 3, Azui Tiu, Ashido Mina. Group 4, Hanta Siro, Kaminari Denki, Dazai Osamu. Group 5, Aoyama Yuga, Jiro Kyoka. Group 6, Mineta Minoru, Tokoyami Fumikage, Mizo Shoji. Group 7, Sato Rikadu, Ojiro Mashireo. Group 8, Hagakure Toru, Koda Koji. Group 9, Yukio Mishima, Chuya Nakahara. Aizawa-sensei, Ida stuck his hand up in the air, unsure of exactly what response he would get from the teacher. Why are we splitting into groups based on potential strength? Isn't that slightly discriminating? Aizawa shook his head. Nizu offered the challenge to help the 2 mafiosos isolate the people who could not be their target, something that he expressed to the 2, saying that it would be training and useful. Dazai didn't mention the fact that their suspect may try to hide their strength, nor did he mention how it was impossible to tell from physical ability alone, since there could be someone just as powerful, but not be their target. It would take an extremely thin comb to straighten all the incorrect evidence that might come up. Not only that, but their target knew exactly how to form evidence. This was someone who Fyodor had full trust in, and Dazai was sure that the person would have to be someone incredibly intelligent if Fyodor truly believed that he would be able to fool Dazai. Someone smarter than Fyodor in basic terms. Principal Nizu offered the strategy, and he said that it would help us figure out how to make you all more prominent. Aizawa said, the sports festival isn't just something for seeing who is stronger than who, it is for heroes to pick up internships. You all need to show off what you can do, get offers. Frankly, I would be surprised if any of you are able to get any offers. Aizawa grumbled at his class. He liked them, he cared for them, but at the same time if they were not enough, he would cut them off. I understand, sensei. Ida stood up and bowed. Thank you. Chuya snorted in the back. Ida had a stick up his butt, a very long and very rigid stick that forced his back up straight and his eyes forward. Aizawa shot him a glance, but paid no mind to him. He didn't have time to correct whatever it was that made his new students laugh. They were under his suspicion, and he didn't feel it necessary to outright question them. Dazai seemed far too sharp and Chuya far too calm and violent at the same time. So, you'll all separate and then work together to find some style. Aizawa glanced over everyone. Finding a certain style is not perfect. You must be able to fight in many different ways in case a villain is intelligent. But a style will help with leading you to narrowing your strengths into a better method of fighting. Make your style creatively. Do not limit to what you think is correct. Experiment. Yes. An unanimous sort of cheer filled the room as everyone stood up, shuffling, before heading towards the change room. Chuya and Dazai headed with them, following them closely as they collected their hero suits. Dazai and Chuya finding bags with their names on them. Yurata decided to use their suits as hero suits. All the boys and girls separated into their respective rooms, and Dazai and Chuya followed suit. Yukio went to his normal corner and everyone spread out, chatting as they changed into bright colors. No spandex, much to Dazai's disappointment. Dazai looked over at Yukio. He was thin, not too thin to be worrying, not too thin to draw the attention, but still oddly thin. Dazai took off his uniform and gasp rang across the room as his bandages showed. He had previously taken some of them off in favor of making sure that no one drew too much attention to them at first. Dazai, why do you have so many bandages? Zero asked. Dazai put on a white dress shirt and yellow tie. Seemed like you didn't approve of his original dress of a black shirt, red scarf, and gray breeds and coat. Dazai sighed dramatically. You see, every day Chia hits me, he's so abusive, and I have to cover the brew dash. Chia threw Dazai's hero suit breathes at him. They were on the ground haphazardly. Everyone laughed at the two's antics. They were all worried about the new students, how they were proud, shy, difficult. But that was all gone once they met him. They fit as well as any of them. Dazai, really though, why do you wear bandages? Midoriya pressed. They don't seem very comfortable, wrapped like that. Do they hurt? If the purpose is some sort of protection, then why do they have to go around everywhere and not just vital spots? Unless there's something under there that you don't like people seeing, I don't dash. Shut the F up, Deku. Bakugo stopped Midoriya before he went on a tangent. Bakugo, for however rude he was the perfect person when dealing with Midoriya's babblings, since Midoriya was often unknowingly doing the near-irritating action. Sorry. Midoriya fumbled with his clothes, quickly getting into his hero suit, which looked more like a green bunny if anything. I don't think any of you would want to know. Dazai smiled. Everyone could see that it was fake, but they all though him poor. Besides, we should all be asking how all of you are all muscle ly. Everyone turned red at the comment. It was true, Dazai was like Yukio, lean as a matchstick, no muscle whatsoever, but everyone else had almost overwhelming thu. Training, Todoroki answered plainly, lots of training. Dazai nodded in agreement. Yeah. We all do some extreme training, Denki boasted, like push-ups and planks and stuff. Yukio laughed in the corner and all the attention went to him. In the end though, the quirk or ability and head matters most, Yukio grinned proudly, because clearly, you all with all your yucky muscles SEK. Yells and protests followed as Bakugo barked out for Yukio to shut up. Yukio smiled quickly wore his hero suit, which was a white suit, simple suit with a shirt, breathes and jacket, nothing notable except for what seemed like a lot of pockets. He took out some small sharp knives from his box and placed each, carefully up his sleeves, breathes, and even one up his thigh. Chia noticed it as well, looking concerned as Yukio messed with one which dropped a millimeter from Rikado's foot. Rikadu didn't even notice as the small knife landed with a soft clang. Yukio muttered a small, oops, and picked it up, fitting it into his tie. Chia blinked. There seemed to be an extreme amount of knives all over Yukio, but there weren't any knife wounds on the men that were attacked, just simple hand-to-hand combat. At the table, Midoriya blurted out that Yukio could manipulate time and space, something that made Chia's heart clench for a moment because it was possible that Yukio was similar to him. There were powerful abilities, but Chia was on an entire different level. If that was so and Yukio wasn't a part of the terrorist organization they were after, he would make probably one of the best additions the Port Mafia could have. The students filed out, all lined up outside in the cool wind. It wasn't summer, it was fall and it was somewhat chilly, though not enough to have an extent that was worrying. Aizawa shouted at everyone to get into their groups and to try their quirks or abilities out. Slow shuffling movements in attempt to preserve the heat already around them continued. Chia stood next to a tree. He was facing Yukio, who was biting his pinky finger in nervousness, eyes wandering around his surroundings. Chia kicked a stone stub and muttered something out. None of them wanted to fight. There wasn't any reason for them to do it or any reason not to. Chia frowned at he thought of beating up any student, even if they were potentially their target. They weren't some random idiot and heroes frankly helped the Port Mafia more than they thought. These potential heroes would do the same. So, do we fight? Yukio asked, looking over to Todoroki, who was already midway of beating of Midoriya, Momo long forgotten as she only tried to stop them. Mina and Tsuyu were both trying out cool things with their quirks, sliding it appeared. Dazai had already began messing with Zero's tape, seeing if it would disappear. It didn't but rather lost its function. Kirishima, Ida, Uraraka, and Bakugu were in what seemed like matches between Kirishima and Bakugu, while Ida tried to get Uraraka, but to no avail. Sure, Chuya stretched out his arms and back before narrowing his eyes at Yukio, who seemed to be checking all his knives, weird and concerning, but Chuya was sure he remembered where all his knives were. Besides, he didn't have to attack with his fists, just some loose rocks or the ground itself. He was planning to use that as a last resort. Yukio squatted on the ground and held up a hand before he began to write out some numbers on the ground. Chuya sighed and flung a small rock at Dazai's back, for fun because the BSRD was annoying even when he was only living. He was annoying because he was living. Yukio interrupted Chuya's slight concentration of rocks. We can start? Do you want to go first? Chuya nearly snorted and shot a dozen small, bullet-like rocks at Yukio. Yukio's eyes went wide before he teleported 10 feet up into the air and nearly dropped into a tree. Chuya gave a small sigh as he continued to fling rocks, over and over again, Yukio only teleporting more and more times. It was getting annoying, so Chuya flung a huge rock and stepped up into the air, willing himself to float. They didn't notice everyone's stares at them. Yukio idly flung a knife at Chuya, and Chuya tried to grab it, only for it to teleport out of his hand, and before he knew it, he was teleported near the clouds, knife close by. He pulled himself to the ground and threw more and more rocks at Yukio, enough to be called a miniature blizzard of rocks. Yukio actually moved all the rocks from his face in one movement of his hand before he took his knife back. It swished from Chuya and landed back into the inside of his sleeve. Chuya finally understood why there were so many knives on his person. He could easily manipulate them in and out of small pockets, not worrying about accuracy since he could always just change it. Chuya narrowly avoided another knife. They didn't pose any concern if he could overpower Yukio's control over them, but if he couldn't, then he would have a problem. He knew that they were being teleported inside and out of Yukio's clothes, but he couldn't see exactly where they were going or what purpose they had. Chuya threw another rock at Yukio and it hit its target. Yukio blinked and touched his bleeding forehead before he dodged another incoming rock. The tips of his mouth turned downwards as he frowned. That was the first time Chuya managed to hit, in all the flurries of rocks, twigs, and dirt that was sent his way. He wasn't floating, he could, but he didn't. His control over space was much more expansive than anyone would have thought. It was more like a control over the physics of something he touched or previously touched. He could easily reverse everything in the area, forcing the land to become Wonderland-like and nonsensical, but that would have also exposed his actual strength, so he limited himself to making small vacuums and teleportation, which really did include time as well as space. He could turn back time as far as he wanted, but he also knew that in doing so he was literally cutting open many different parallel universes that could possibly crash on themselves if something did happen, and he didn't want that unless Fyodor asked it. It wasn't difficult to control, but it was difficult to manage once he did get up there. Chuya's rock made blood run down his cheek as he teleported more and more, seemingly glitching in and out of space. A Yukio here, a Yukio there. His hero suit was made so that it was easy to move in, and he didn't look like a fool wearing some brightly colored clothing, but the downside was that his coat had to be forced to his back often. He was old, he was tired, and he didn't want to expose himself, so he allowed himself to be hit multiple times, all over, before he teleported one last time, to hit the ground softly enough that he was severely hurt, but enough that he would be forced to go to the nurse's office. His fading hearing could only hear some calls of his name, probably from Midoriya, since the boy could never seem to separate himself from Yukio. Nobody could, he was special to them. He felt a crack and he sighed himself into oblivion again. Dazai, it's impossible, Chuya said. It's not possible for Yukio to be the person we're looking for. Dazai nodded and sighed. He wanted to recruit him, but because of some lame deal with Nizu he couldn't. Well, as long as he didn't know, it would be fine, but the second rat thing was oddly sharp. Chuya frowned as Dazai became oddly quiet. And I was so sure. Dazai shrugged and spun around to meet Chuya's face, far too close for anyone to be comfortable. Chuya took a step back. Dazai gave a long exaggerated sigh. You know, if it isn't Yukio, then we have to try Midoriya, if not we have to try someone else, and then again and again until we find the person. Mackerel, don't be ending ridiculous. Chuya glared at Dazai. That'd take years. Dazai laughed and gave Chuya a pat on the head, taking his hat in the meanwhile as he played around with it. Chuya growled something incomprehensible and tried to grab it back, at some point even kicking Dazai in the shin, probably bruising the other. "Give me my effing hat back." "Fine," Dazai handed Chuya his hat back. "It's impossible for the guy to be in any other class." Dazai smiled cruelly, eyes narrowing. After all, that rat cares about him far too much for his own good anyways. How could he possibly let him go for such a long time? Chuya huffed and looked out the window. There, beside some commercial buildings, was Yue. There was a still silence that accompanied everyone who saw Akutagawa and Oda. One looked so stray that he seemed like he would walk into anywhere at any time just to see where he was going. The other was the complete opposite, stubborn and headstrong. He seemed to be leading the two, although he was much shorter than the other by a good 10 centimeters and his eyes were fixed into a glare, mouth in an infinite frown. Oda walked around, looking at the small shops, buildings, or anything really. Everything was so vibrant, so exciting, so lively in Mizudafu, nothing like the dull landscape of Yokohama. He had gotten used to it. Yokohama was a really nice place. His eyes focused on his surroundings, noting every person who wore something strange. Akutagawa was more or less in a sort of haze, a haze brought on by a lack of excitement in his life. There were no more attacks, no more gangly gangs that enjoyed watching people from behind, trying to assault some poor person. There were no more lesser criminals, and frankly there was less crime than ever. Sometimes there would be an interesting case once in a while, but overall, nothing. All the interesting cases went straight to vitalizing the nearly bored to death Ranpo, who had committed himself to nothing but chewing on sweets and reading the same newspapers over and over again. Some detective. Fukuzawa had told them that there was work to be done, nothing too big, but probably important. That one news made his bones creak back to life, joints cracking and ability coming back again. His coat had become more of something warm rather than any protection since there was just nothing to do. Akutagawa had gratefully accepted the task with Oda, someone he came to respect. After all, the man was strong, stronger than anything he's seen, including that godforsaken tiger, though he must admit that he was strong as well. There was a sort of petulant manner to his lack of words. He was quiet, but he was never so quiet that he wouldn't even utter a word or even grunt. Oda was mentioning some strange phenomena his adopted children told him about. His eyes shined whenever talking about Sakura or Katsumi. They were young, younger than Akutagawa and impressionable, something Akutagawa scoffed at, although deep down he was just as impressionable as the rest of the miserable public. The introduction of quirks brought nothing but fatigue to the already failing government. The police had been squeezed out and there was nothing but investigators and detectives like Tsukachi, whom was still dealing with some drag circle. He never did the prosecutions. No, that was for heroes. He dealt with the information. Huh. Oda looked up. It's only 3 p.m. and the sky is already turning pink. Akutagawa gave a quick nod and his steps quickened. Oda's followed suit and he found himself wandering after Akutagawa, who thought it imperative to run through the streets. The sky was turning pink, the winter was coming, much unlike what many thought with people running around in t-shirts and shorts. It was freezing. It was always freezing during the winter, but it just seemed like it was going to be an extra cold winter. There was some endless supply of unease as people ran from one end of the street to another. The city slept, unlike Yokohama, the sleepless city. Where are we supposed to head? Akutagawa asked as he met another intersection he was sure he saw before. Everything looks the same. Oda shook his head and pointed to a small sign that was supposed to be pink if the roads were the same. Those were the small differences that made the streets different, the small differences for people like Oda and Akutagawa to notice and make use of. The sign is green, the road we just passed had a pink sign. Oda sighed and looked around, heading to the left as he saw the large school. He was sure he would be able to ask some teacher, or at least someone would help. The people of Mizudafu seemed more or less unknowing on the whereabouts of the police station, unlike many people in Yokohama. Police in Yokohama were less popular, but they were still the first people called in case of an emergency. The agency had no real phone number, just an address on some few loose papers sewn across the city. Oda took a deep breath in as he took Akutagawa, who would have been forced to attend high school if not for his violent and dejected nature, to the school. Class was still on. but only a few more minutes and the gates would have opened, letting students out. From there, he could ask some authority. "Where are we going?" Akutagawa asked curtly, his voice clipped and trimmed to sound as annoyed as possible, though he wasn't annoyed. He was rarely annoyed, just dejected, angry, and on occasions happy. People couldn't annoy him easily because he simply dismissed those without a thought. Even Dazai, in all his pestering might, didn't annoy him, he just hated him with every fiber of his body. "To a school," Oda answered. "No one seems to know where the police station is." Akutagawa scoffed, which sounded more like a covered laugh, before he coughed a bit. His coughing was awful, it was so bad at times he had to stop and cough his lungs out, droplets of blood landing on his coat and the ground at times. It was always an area of concern, but then again, what could anyone do? His bad lungs were caused by none other than the horrible streets that killed everyone and everything that breathed. "We're going to see kids then, weak, intolerable kids." Akutagawa bit out. He didn't like children, he liked sensible children, but children are rarely sensible, so it was hard to find anyone that matched his description. Children are naturally odd-minded and wondrous in their own confusing ways that baffled everyone who wasn't ever a child. Those people spend much of their childhoods as nothing more than a blurt on the pavement. "No, high schoolers," Oda pointed out Akutagawa's age. "People older than you, they aren't kids then." Akutagawa huffed in response and wiped his mouth with some tissue he kept in spare. He had a lot of pockets, they all contained essentials, so he never had to really pack anything, just in case something happens and he needed to stay somewhere overnight. If he couldn't preserve his lungs, at least let him keep some hygiene. The bell rang and immediately, Akutagawa could hear the thunder of hormones, bags, and excitement, for it was time to go home and there was nothing more interesting at that point. The school doors opened and some young people ran out, a kid with tentacles for arms, another that looked completely normal if not for her purple eyes that shone with such a brilliance. Akutagawa winced. He looked over and saw some green-headed kid, his plain features obstructed as Akutagawa felt something that rang wrong about him. There was another, shorter boy with black hair. His cheek had a bandage on it. He had black eyes once Akutagawa looked closer and didn't appear as pathetic. Eyes bright and dull at the same time, smile true and false somehow. "Excuse me," Oda started for Midoriya. "Do you know where the police station is?" Midoriya blinked and nodded slowly, eyes averting immediately, his awkwardness showing at once. The taller man, Oda, had no intimidating stance, but imagine some stranger asking you for the police station on the bat. "It's not for anything weird, we just have an appointment the dash." "Where is the police station? Just tell us." Akutagawa huffed out in irritation. "We're in a rush." Oda silently thanked the other for his lack of patience for such things because Oda would never be able to get around such things. He wasn't awkward, he was more just Oda. Seskunasuke is anything, normal, blunt, and odd. Oda or Odacha as a joke by Ranpo. Oda was polite, kind, gentle, but also rough whenever he wanted, which is why Akutagawa followed him. He was simply all rough, no fluff. Akutagawa needed more fluff in his life. Oh, the other boy stuttered and Akutagawa sighed a huff like one. The other boy laughed beside him, eyes twinkling as he watched Midoriya struggle. Yukio laughed as Midoriya made some vague pointing motions and interrupted the confusing mix of and "We can take you there if you want," Yukio grinned. "There's some bubble tea on the way we can get." Yukio leaned into the two, "And it's really good bubble tea if you know what I mean." Oda blinked and nodded. Akutagawa made a soft sound of protest that was immediately turned down by a small look of "please" from Oda. Yukio grinned and took the two by the arms and dragged Midoriya with a small shout of his semi-loud voice. It was the type that could penetrate any situation, beautifully loud and engaging. "What? Why Yukio?" Midoriya ran up to reach his laughing fellow. "The police station can be reached by a faster way though." Yukio shook his head impertinently. No, Yukio smiled. "I'm Yukio Mishima by the way. The stuttering guy is Midoriya Izuku, he's just like that, don't mind him." Yukio let go of Oda's and Akutagawa's arms and swung around to walk backwards. "Who are you two?" "Oda Seskunasuke and he's Akutagawa Ryunosuke." Oda filled Yukio in, who nodded slowly and gave them a bright smile. He continued to chatter on useless things as they four walked through the town before landing on a specific bubble tea shop, police station within eyesight. That is the police station, but you all promised me a cup of bubble tea. Yukio dragged Midoriya, Oda, and Akutagawa up the steps to see the man who made the bubble teas. Can we have 1 iced taro bubble tea, 1 vanilla bubble tea, and 2 raspberry bubble teas? All small, no extra sugar or anything please. The man gave a nod and went back to make whatever it was that Yukio ordered because no one had ever heard of raspberry bubble tea. Your students? Oda asked, curious. It was in his character to be curious, some small perk in a way. In U.A? That is an achievement. Yukio gave small, proud nod and Midoriya bowed a full 90 degrees somehow. Yukio laughed at that too. He seemed to laugh at everything lately. It was perhaps some hidden friend that he found, but his smiles became more and more frequent as time passed. Eyes turning into a squint as his cheeks were raised and face burst into a dazzling grin. Yukio was by no means pretty or handsome, he just forced everyone to smile with his own smile. Yep. Yukio pulled Midoriya in. Me and Midoriya are both students in U.A's hero program, though Midoriya here is more jitters. So you're in that school? Akutagawa snapped out with some irritation. That school was probably the only thing in the world that truly annoyed him. It was the epitome of stupidity and gullibleness, for useful people who didn't know what was real and what was not. When things happen, when people die, it isn't some hero that's going to save them, they're dead, they're gone. When people are being attacked, it isn't some hero helping them, it isn't some illogical idea that a hero will come and help them, it isn't some new person that will miraculously save them from whatever terror they invoke, it is death. When people are attacked, it's fight or flight, it's definite death that will come. There is nothing more ridiculous than removing a person's sense of flight on the belief that someone will come and help them. People need to fight for themselves as well. Yes, what about it? Yukio asked, happiness never fading. It's a stupid school. Midoriya gave a choked sound and Yukio took their orders, handing the vanilla one to Oda, raspberry to Akutagawa before taking one for himself. The taro was given to Midoriya to soothe his shock. There are too many heroes that don't do anything. Akutagawa drank some of the raspberry tea. It was nice actually. Sweet enough that it left the taste, but not enough to be disgusting. It tasted like raspberries. They should just uproot the entire system and fix what is causing villains to become villains. Oda blinked and didn't comment as he watched the conversation flow. Yukio didn't seem much older than Akutagawa. He could even argue that he was younger. Well yeah they should. Yukio stuck his tongue out. But what are you going to do about all the corrupt officials and stuff? Kill them, Akutagawa answered plainly, making both Oda and Midoriya turn in slight apprehension, but for different reasons. Well, that's progressive. Yukio shrugged and drank some more of his bubble tea. He didn't say anything after that, favoring his time alone, favoring his time by himself with his bubble tea, even though there were 3 people trailing after him. Akutagawa frowned into his drink, but continued to drink the cool drink. It was nearly winter and they were drinking cool summer drinks. How strange. Yukio laughed to himself before they reached the station. Bye Oda. Yukio called out to Oda. Bye Akutagawa. I promise Midoriya is just shy. Midoriya sputtered and gave Yukio a small embarrassed look that sent Yukio in a cackling laughter. Their backs were the last thing Oda and Akutagawa saw before they went into the piling amount of work because there was a new case of drag dealerships and the port mafia seemed to be holding on to this one. Something to finally get some international help with the mafia. Yukio sighed in the hallways, he sighed in the change room, he sighed everywhere without anyone stopping him. It was the day of the sports festival and he felt older than he ever felt before. His eyes were tired. The news on the A-Day members brought a strange interest with Fyodor. Fyodor had taken it up with him to make him sleep less even with the tournament the next day. His eyes were drowsy by the end of the long video call. Fyodor drawled his way through as well, and his drawl was the most sleepiest thing in the world. Yukio could fall asleep anywhere listening to the slow pronunciation of whatever language they were speaking in because Japanese was difficult sometimes when it came to describing some things. English suited well, but there was simply nothing much like Russian. It sounded chunky. A comment that caused Fyodor to, on multiple occasions, lightly tap him on the cheek as a warning. For terrorist, Fyodor really did like his country, cold and all. There were gamblers, drunkards, arpists, brawlers, and whatever disgusting things that came crawling out of a tavern, but for some insane reason, Fyodor seemed to adore it. Yukio at some point teased him saying that he just liked the cold and should have terrorist his way over to Aomori instead of Yokohama. Yokohama was sunshine and rain, lots of rain. The amount of precipitation they got was inane, and sometimes the rain would drench people in minutes before clearing to a appealing, mocking sun. The most important thing wasn't that Fyodor held him up and around for hours at a time, but the fact that he gave him another assignment. The new assignment was simply an information one, some things on some pro-heroes that would be easily manipulated if there was just the correct information. But it was on Hawks, and Yukio actually liked Hawks because for a hero he seemed pretty cool. He sighed and looked into space, his eyes blurring into blue as some chalk disappeared and landed in his hand again. His ability was strong, insanely strong, but there were huge catches. Large changes to time and space would decimate the world that they lived in, so he couldn't make huge changes like the one he did on the first day of school. Those changes were dangerous if not universal throughout everything, and changing everything was difficult and tiring. Yukio couldn't just disappear everything to his room, it would ruin the world if he did that. Even small changes had their effect. When he was little he once caused such a large time change for someone that they went mad when they came back to normal time. That was the incident that made him meet Fyodor, so he didn't regret it as much as he should have, not that he was happy about it. Yukio sighed again when the Class 1B came to intimidate them. "Hey, I'm disappointed." Shinso smiled a dangly kind of smile. "I thought the class would be amazing, but seems like not." Bakugo glared at him, everyone stared. "If this continues, I'm afraid some of us are going to bump you off." "What?" Yukio peeped out of his own world for a moment. Shinso ignored the face that was already blanking out of whatever it was he was saying. The majority of the class was listening, and that was what was important. The attention and the warning. Shinso didn't care much for everyone's attention, just majority. As long as the message got across it was fine. "What the F, do you mean?" Bakugo glared at Shinso, his eyes narrowing in irritation, face squeezed into a harmless scowl because Bakugo was harmless in UA. The other classes had squished the entrance, preventing anyone from Class 1A permission to go out. They wanted their speech heard, they wanted to go to the main hero program. "Do you know what U.A does with the sports festival?" No one answered, so Shinso continued. "They select the better students to get into the hero program, but that's not just it. You hero students can get suched out too." Everyone made a small noise, murmurs being heard from every direction, soft stutters of protest giving way to disbelief. "That's not possible, right?" Midoriya asked quietly to himself. "UA would force us out?" Ida and Uraraka were beside him, faces knitted with worry as they pondered the same thing, but at the same time they couldn't help but marvel at the blunt nature of Tensa. "So I suggest you be more careful since we'll be pulling you off your high horses if these profs think you're not worth the effort." Shinso looked down at Bakugo since he was actually taller. His eyes were a dark purple that had white pupils. Bakugo stared straight at them, eyes unwavering as his crimson glare seemed to have an effect on Shinso. "Hey you Class 1A punks. I heard you kicked some random villains, so I came here to say, don't embarrass me in front of those pros." Tetsu yelled out, his eyes going manic as he growled and grumbled something else out. Class 1B was comprised of people who either passed the practical, but failed the written, and teachers often referred them upwards as their grades improved. There really wasn't much difference except their other classes, like science and math, were easier and taught more clearly compared to Class 1A. Unlike what many people thought, to get into Class 1A students also needed some level of academic achievement. What the F dash? Chia walked into the hallways where there was a massive crowd building. Several of the students turned to look at Dazai and Chuya. "Why are you all blocking the hallway?" "Oh, you too." Shinso blinked and turned to the two mafiosos. "Don't think that just because you got in later means that we will go any easier on you. Treat this as a declaration of war." Chia looked at Dazai for a moment, confused. "What the hell do you mean?" Chia nearly barked out in irritation. "What did we do? And who are you?" "It doesn't matter," Shinso shrugged and moved out of the way, letting more students yell. Chuya looked around irritated. Dazai was chuckling or straight out laughing, his eyes crinkling around the edge as he watched Chuya's rather stupid interaction with people who were younger than him. You know, Yukio had stood up and walked over to the barrage of students. There isn't really any point for you to come warn us. We'll try our best, you'll try your best. Whoever does better wins more. Besides, it doesn't matter who wins, what matters is in the end who is saved. We're all trying to be heroes, not competitors. Everyone murmured something akin to agreement with Yukio. He was right after all. They were here to help people, not here to beat each other up for the joy of it. There was no such thing as joy from violence, at least to some of them. Shut the F up, Yukio, Bakugo snarled out. What matters is who comes out first afterwards, it doesn't matter. Yukio frowned and shrugged, heading back to his seat defeated. He didn't really care for the hero nonsense that plagued everyone, it was all a show. A painful, never-ending show that even went on during his sleeps, dreams filled with his lies, every lie painting itself another person. He was in reality 10 million personas stuck, squished, squeezed, smashed into one tiny body that could barely hold them all, barely hold on to what made them themselves because they were already so lost within themselves. So manly to make things so simple. Kirishima beamed as he listened to the simplicity of Bakugo's ideas. A little bit before the festival, everyone went to the change rooms to get into their PE uniforms. They looked rather stupid, but most high school gym uniforms did. The good thing, however, was that they were fully equipped with comfortableness and convenience. The clothing was easy to move in. No one was speaking, there was a competition to win after all, but the ones who felt more lax made some jokes to cheer everyone up. The girls were rather excited. Their chatter could be heard all over the school. Yukio had started to change, clothes off and on within seconds. He was quick, and although he could put them on without a single movement, he didn't feel like taking some routine away. His hair was once again ruffled around in what Fyodor would call bisporiadokny, and he could feel that his shirt was not properly tucked in, so he fixed it. He was next to Midoriya, who was mumbling away his worries like one would do with drink, like Chuya would do with drink actually. Todoroki was walking towards them, one hand tucked into his pocket, another hanging lazily by his side. Midoriya looked up. Todoroki addressed them. Midoriya, based on physical strength, I am stronger than you. Todoroki looked down at Midoriya. It is a fact. Midoriya blinked once, then twice. Yukio stifled a laugh as Kirishima tried to stop Todoroki's claim. Hey, we're all trying our best here. Kirishima made a useless smile. We're all going to be manly. Todoroki paid no mind to him, gaze fixed on Midoriya. I know that you're better than me, Todoroki. Midoriya looked down for a moment before looking up, but I'll still try my best, like everyone will. Todoroki nodded, a little bit taken back, and turned to Yukio, who froze with a smile on his face, eyes wandering everywhere except Todoroki. And I know I can't beat you, Todoroki admitted to Yukio, but I'll try my best. Yukio nodded as everyone around them paled at the second war threat in a day. Yukio could beat Todoroki, but he didn't want to. He didn't want to stand out in a crowd filled with screaming visitors, but it couldn't be helped since Fyodor needed him to get in Endeavor's agency. All right, media and visitors, are you ready for the U.A Sports Festival? Hisashi yelled out. Waves of cheers came from the occupied seat. Aizawa was next to him, grumbling as Hisashi dragged him to the stadium. His arms hung from their sockets as he tried to refuse. He sat in his chair, legs crossed over and arms crossed over each other as well. Now I know who all of you came here to see. Class 1A. Class 1A waked out the large double doors as everyone screamed out in excitement. These were, after all, people who were better than the majority of all students in Japan. Wow, Midoriya looked up. There are a lot of people excited to see us. Yukio nodded and looked over to Dazai, who was wriggling around in delight and smugness, eyes twinkling as he made joke after joke after joke at Chuya. Chuya huffed and grumbled at the attention, unused to loud cheers. He had only ever dealt with bows and respect after all. Yukio looked up and grinned at the crowd, just more people to be scornful of my awful performance. Midoriya stared at Yukio for a minute and laughed. It wasn't possible for anyone to be scornful of Yukio's performance. Although he wasn't flashy like Bakugo or famous as Todoroki, he was still amazing in terms of tactics and his ability, which shunned anyone from winning, except Chuya. Say, Yukio, did you find a way to beat Chuya? Chuya perked his ears at Midoriya. He was nearby and next to Denki, talking about the random emotions flowing through them. He managed to get you last time. Maybe? I didn't think about it much. Yukio gave a laid-back shrug. Maybe I'll think of a strategy later. Midoriya balked at Yukio before smiling and laughing at him. Sure, we'll all be trying our best though. Midoriya beamed, excited. Everyone walked into the general area as crowds cheered, deafeningly loud. Bakugo stared up at them. He wasn't pleased, he wasn't feeling proud, but he was worried, not because he wouldn't win, he knew he wouldn't with people like Yukio and Chuya around, but because of Chuya and Dazai. They were strange, weird people who didn't make much sense at all. Sometimes they would laugh, giggle, or say things that Bakugo was sure students did not say. Some of their jokes were sadistic for high schoolers, and even though he was pretty violent, he knew this. He never reached the level that they did. People would get hurt and they would continue their jokes, and it wasn't like they said it to everyone. They said amongst themselves, trading jokes that made no sense to Bakugo. Bakugo glared at Dazai one last time before he looked straight. Midnight was introducing the extras and he didn't really have time to care about them at all. His eyes were forward, his mind was forward. Bakugo glared at the podium as Yukio went up. And now, for our representative, the student who scored the highest on the entrance exam. Yukio Mishima. Yukio walked up onto the platform with a small hop, his matted messy hair drawing the critical eyes of everyone. He didn't mean it to be messy, it just turned out that way that morning. Yukio took a deep breath and spoke into the microphone. Don't fail, don't be stupid and fall on the ground like I did during the entrance exam, and I will win probably. I mean, you don't look like much? Midoriya blanched and Kirishima sighed into himself. They both expected this. Yukio wanted to make a joke, and the only joke that would make sense to Yukio's horrid joke sense would be to irritate everyone at the ceremony. No, seriously, I fell like 5 seconds into the entrance exam on this tiny rock and it was so tiny I didn't notice, but my goddamn foot managed to hit it right on the spot. Someone coughed and Yukio smiled sheepishly. I will win though. Class 1B cried out in annoyance, their faces molded into a couple displeased faces that came with being belittled. Yukio shrugged and hopped off the podium. Did you really have to say that? Midoriya asked. Yukio gave Midoriya a long stare before nodding vigorously, hair becoming even more messy. It wasn't curly, it was straight and folded over each, strands crossing and mixing and fraying with each shake. Of course I had to, Yukio exclaimed. Why wouldn't I? Kirishima gave him a pat on the back with a soft, very manly, before looking up to Midnight. She was the 18+ hero, the R-rated hero, but now the Yukio took a good look at her. She seemed okay. Her hero suit looked a bit weird, but it wasn't raunchy as people said. It would be horrifying to a prissy, but Yukio wasn't. Now the first part to our lovely festival is. Midnight looked over to a large screen and it blinkered before a word came onto it, the obstacle course. In this event students will run a 4-kilometer obstacle course. The first 42 to pass gets to continue. Everyone was then forced back to the entrance as they were introduced to the path. It was the long stretch of land around the stadium and an enormous amount of cameras followed them. Yukio will have an advantage to this, Midoriya said to no one in particular as he looked over to Yukio, who was sort of hanging around. Yukio didn't seem worried, but he also didn't seem happy about the competition. And because it would be unfair to other contestants, Midnight started, drawing the attention to everyone. Yukio Mishima from Class 1A will not be permitted to use his quirk for the purposes of teleporting unless it is for a distance of less than 1 meter. Yukio scowled as the cameras went to look at him and Midoriya gave a sigh of relief. Unless Yukio came up with some ingenious way out of it, he wouldn't be able to teleport. 3, 2, 1 start. Midnight shouted as everyone bolted forward. Yukio stayed behind, kicking the dirt. Todoroki ran up and quickly froze the field, forcing everyone to become entrapped in it. Present Mix's voice was but a mere distraction as Chuya flew through the air, using gravity to pull himself through the course. Dazai disabled quirks as he skipped past the confused participants who recovered after some time. Yukio felt his eyes flash blue as everything suddenly slowed down. Even the presenter voice became a call. Yukio ran through, easily surpassing everyone. He walked past an angry Bakugo and Todoroki, both able to see him quite clearly as a sort of blur. The ropes were simple, just walk on them with some difficulty, but he was balanced and didn't feel worry as he fell because he easily just flung himself up on the rope with his quirk. He was very used to being teleported. Yukio walked over the mines. They were unable to detonate due to his ability, which stretched over the entirety of the course. There would be some problems, a glitch here and there, but it wouldn't be big if he was quick. He stuck his tongue out at a camera as the people watched one person run 4 kilometers. He quickly reached the end and reversed his ability to allow everyone to continue the race. No one fell, but there was a slight confusion as they saw the timer setting. Yukio sped himself up without teleporting. Yukio Mishima from Class 1A placed first in record time. Yamada called out as he came out the other end to hear a whoosh as Chuya landed beside him with a glare. "What the hell?" Chuya eyes him. "I thought you weren't allowed to teleport." "I wasn't, but teleporting by their definition, because it's written, is bending space and walking through it. What I did was slow down time to make you all nearly stop. You were still moving, but I was just moving faster." Chuya gave a quick nod. As much as he hated smart, snarky people, he had to admit it when he lost. There was a large screen on top and Yukio sat on the ground watching everyone who was running, sweating, and bleeding somehow. Midoriya heard the speakers talk of Yukio and he could see the people in front of him. He was still a little bit in the front, but he wasn't as far as he wanted to be. Dazai in the corner of his eye, ready to touch him, to see what quirk he had. Midoriya didn't know what he was planning to do to him, so he ran faster until he reached the rope. He grabbed it and began climb and crawl across. He felt the rope sag a little as Dazai walked across, balancing himself like a cat. He walked over to Midoriya before giving him a little tap. Nothing happened and his face froze a little before he walked across, leaving Midoriya to himself. Midoriya felt himself slowly flip as he hung about before he quickly rejuvenated and started to continue. He didn't have time to care for why Dazai suddenly targeted him, but he knew that he didn't have time if he wanted to reach the end. His hands felt calloused against the rope, his entire body was pouring sweat like a bucket and the robot part was heavy. It was a good shield, but it wouldn't be good for this kind of activity. Midoriya looked around, his hands slipping for just a moment before he blinked and held onto the rope harder. It wasn't a long drop, but if someone did drop, they wouldn't be able to get up again. He looked at his shield, it looked sturdy and an idea popped into his head. Most of the pillars had ropes that started off higher than the end. He could choose the ones that had that kind of slope to slide across using the shield. Midoriya quickly made it to the other side to double-check and noted that he was right. He grabbed his shield and dropped himself. He knew that there was no time to check, nor any room for mistake. He grabbed onto both sides of the shield and fell. His shield held on and slid down to the other side, not as fast as he imagined, but faster than when he climbed it. He repeated that until he met the end, grinning before looking forward to the final obstacle. He jumped up and started to run, but it was the minefield. Midoriya stopped us. He watched everyone slowly hop past him, some able to use their quirks for the course. He looked around and noted that the detonators would give a huge blast, sending students flying into the air at high speeds. Midoriya looked around and saw Jiro looking at him, curious as to what he would do. He couldn't risk his quirk, he couldn't risk getting injured in the first part of the festival, so he turned to his handy robot part again. It was large enough for him to lie down on. His eyes brightened as he stared at the robot part. He quickly dropped down onto the mine and waited for the blast. He blasted forward and went ahead of everyone. He let go of the robot board and tumbled onto the field before he ran, running as hard as possible until he saw the finish line where Yukio and Chuya were sitting. He beamed and ran over to the two. "What the hell are those two doing there?" Akutagawa stared at a smug Dazai, who managed to slip into 10th place just by being a tad bit agile and annoying. Oda stared at the two people. They were Dazai Osamu, the boss of the Port Mafia, and Chuya Nakahara, an executive. It was undoubtable, their faces looked too similar, not to mention their quirks. Tsukachi offered them some time to watch the sports festival since everyone watched it and they were at a dead end anyways. The case was difficult, some sort of murder involving far-off people who didn't like tech. They lived on some cattle farm, but that would be a case that sped too far back. I don't know, Oda frowned and Tsukachi caught on. What's going on? Tsukachi looked into the screen. Nothing looked wrong to him. There was the competition and the students. There seems to be 2 people from the Port Mafia in the school. Oda lightened his frown. They probably are there for information, but it's strange that it's those 2. I thought he would have some more work. Tsukachi looked at the television again before Oda stood up with a stretch to point to 2 people in the background. A grumpy Chuya and smug Dazai. Those 2 are Dazai Osamu and Chuya of the Port Mafia. One's the boss and one's an executive. Tsukachi looked up concerned. What? Oda nodded. Tsukachi couldn't note any lie. It was the full truth with some uncertainty. Are you sure? It's definitely them. Akutagawa glared into the screen. They're infamous in the agency. The new boss, the guy with brown hair, eliminated the biggest threat to Yokohama within minutes, some gang of sorts. But the previous boss died in that incident and he became the boss of the Port Mafia. They made peace with everyone and continued on their business with less raids, less assassinations, and less violence in general. Though he's disgusting, the new boss. Tsukachi looked confused and Oda continued. Dazai, the new person in charge of the Port Mafia, killed the previous boss during a mission and took over. Tsukachi's eyes widened. There's no proof, but no one fights with him. He was nicknamed the Demon Prodigy and then became the Demon, or the second demon in Yokohama. There's another one? Tsukachi looked worried. He's the rat you were mentioning, Akutagawa grumbled, some Russian according to what the Port Mafia claims. He's some 14 to 15-year-old that everyone is worried about. Tsukachi nodded slowly. I believe Dazai once told us his name was Do something? Ah yes, Fyodor Dostoevsky. Oda frowned deeply. Dazai met him once and he said he looked young, younger than he was. How old is this Dazai? Tsukachi looked alarmed. 16, he told us willingly. Oda stopped frowning again and took a sip of some nearby tea. The bubble tea was nice, but nothing beat tea. His book was coming along nicely, but there were some interruptions that prevented him from doing much. He sighed and remembered the day that he met Dazai. Dazai was sitting in a bar he liked, a bar he never went to after again. He had glared at him, worried that the boss was in a bar. His hands were closing onto a gun that only had RBB bullets in. He didn't want to kill people. Something distant fell onto him when he did once. He only killed once. Dazai looked hopeful for a moment, eyes glowing bright before they dulled again into what appeared to be disappointment, sadness, and even maybe regret. He looked like he was on the verge of crying, but nothing fell down his face as he left. Oda hated that memory and he rarely hated things. I need to make a call to Nizu to confirm if he knows this. Tsukachi ran out the room to grab a phone. Akutagawa watched the other run out and huffed. He was displeased and annoyed. If Dazai was in the school, then that meant that Koyo and Jin were working on more work. Jin, his sister, was working in the Port Mafia and he longed to see her, or even help her. She grew up without him, and he didn't even know what she looked like anymore. Akutagawa, Oda looked into the television. If Dazai and Chuya are here, that means that something is going to happen, isn't it? Akutagawa gave a brisk nod and he leaned forward in his chair, his eyes narrowing further as he stared into the T.V screen. It means that someone in the school is doing something. Akutagawa looked at the smiling faces of students, meaning a student is working for whatever his name was. If someone in Udade worked for Fyodor, it would mean that he was either planning to attack Mizudafu or all of Japan. Nizu just told me that they knew and everything was alright. Tsukachi sat down, frowning. They're there to find someone dangerous. An undercover mission. Akutagawa looked at Oda, who shrugged. This Dazai apparently believes that there's someone in UA who works for this Dostoevsky. The BSD usually is right. Akutagawa glared at the screen. What do we do, Oda? Oda was the boss of Akutagawa, the caretaker really, since he always took care of Akutagawa. He was giving a faint smile again, unworried. Let them do their job. I doubt that Dazai would ruin the peace he spent so long building so far. Oda sighed. The Port Mafia would be the only way to find who is inside of you. Akutagawa huffed and looked down at the ground hard, digging holes into it as he thought furiously about the irritating boss. Oda was right, they were there for a reason and the Port Mafia never had any interest in expanding anyways. Someone in Udare was a spy for Dostoevsky. Yukio sneezed and looked around. Yukio waited in the arena as Midoriya walked out, still huffing and puffing as everyone else followed, including Bakugo who was livid at getting third. Todoroki was quiet, he was always quiet but this time it was a more angry quiet, like he had failed, or he had failed someone. Yukio was sure he knew somewhat what was going on with Todoroki, but he also didn't care as much, his goal was to get information on Endeavor, not Todoroki. As much as Fyodor liked to tease him for his kind nature, he was working a job that required him to be able to leave the school without any ties whatsoever. No matter if he would be missed, he didn't have the time nor the effort to care. It felt alienating but also fine enough. Endeavor needed someone to not only beat his son, but someone who could also help him, so someone with mental resilience to anything that meant for him to force Yamada to draw out something private of him, like the fact that other than U.A and personal training, no one helped him become as strong as he was. It was easy to force Yamada to say something, but it was also difficult to force him to say something without showing off too much. He wanted to get first. He needed to get first to get anywhere, but it mattered how he got first. Endeavor would definitely choose Todoroki, but he would probably not choose anyone else since he was a biased BSDRD. Midoriya, Yukio addressed. For the second thing, no matter what it is, I'm going to work with Dazai. Is that okay? Midoriya looked slightly confused but nodded. He knew that he had to work by himself, show people his own abilities to get in. Yukio had some degree of trust in Midoriya. He was the one person who Yukio knew would understand if he told him that he worked for a terrorist group. Midoriya was sweet that way. All right, Yukio. Do your best, good luck. Midoriya was slightly taller than Yukio, a couple useless inches that was funny to see sometimes. He was shorter than Chuya by a bit too, something that irritated him because Chuya was already a shrimp, a very small and angry shrimp. Shrimps made people grow tall, he once heard someone say, but dismissed it because they were literally called shrimp. Yukio nodded and headed towards Dazai. Dazai, the next test is for collaboration, Yukio said. Chuya had gone somewhere else to avoid him. Dazai looked at Yukio and smiled a wide smile that screamed, I know. Yukio winced a bit as he saw through the boy's poor acting. He knew Dazai was smart, but he also knew that he could definitely see through him. Dazai wasn't as smart as everyone took him for, he was still a child after all. Yukio was too, but Yukio thought much too old for his own good. It was why Fyodor had complete faith in him even as Dazai came in. Oh, how do you know? Dazai asked, eyes narrowing just a bit. He was calculating something, probably Yukio's worth. Yukio gave a weary sigh. Unit A always has a round for collaboration, Yukio pointed out. So, I mean, since the last is definitely 1 versus 1, it means that this one is the group work. Dazai was a little nod and agreement and shoved his hands into his pockets. He didn't like the feeling of not having his heavy coat on him. The first time he did it, he knew what to do, but he also didn't. What was right? What should be done to seem right? In his heavy coat, suddenly it didn't matter, just what he was supposed to do every day plan. Mori was right, bosses were slaves to their own corporations. They couldn't betray what they built because it would be betraying oneself, but at the same time, they were needed to. Running a mafia was difficult. Ah, I see, Dazai looked around. Well, Chuya isn't planning to work with me by the looks of it, so we'll go together and that's it? Or should someone else join? Yukio looked to the side, eyes skating around for a single moment before he shook his head. If there are more people it would become difficult to secure anything. Yukio waved at Midoriya, though we could have Midoriya join? Yukio looked at Dazai, whose eyes went slightly wider in accord. Yukio couldn't help but smile, it was these small things that made all the difference. Anyone normal idiot would never be able to notice such minuscule differentiations, but Yukio wasn't a normal idiot. Fyodor didn't even seem to be able to catch it, but then again, Fyodor was sometimes up in his head too much for his own good. Yukio and Fyodor have alienated themselves from everyone, one in terms of planning and the other in terms of manipulation. Sadly, Dazai was facing manipulation this time, And he was happily being led. Sure, Dazai made a face, as long as it isn't the spiky porcupine of the class. Dazai stuck a tongue in Bakugu's general direction. Yukio laughed and looked over to Todoroki, who was looking over at Midoriya. He was really sweet in reality, kind and helpful when he wanted to be. But he was also cold beyond measure, but more so in a way that whispered, "Do not touch me please," rather than a full-blown shriek of independence that some people had. Todoroki was like a little cat that secretly enjoyed company but was unwilling to show it. Of course not, Yukio shivered. He's probably aiming to kill me, him and… What's his name again? Yukio pointed to Chiya's small figure in the distance. I keep on forgetting since he's always correcting us. Chiya Nakahara? Dazai laughed out loud. He's too small to remember. Yukio didn't bother to mention that he was shorter to Dazai. Dazai wasn't tall in any sense, he wasn't like Shoji or Koji, but he was still tall for someone who was only 15 or… Alright, time for the second round. The cavalry race. Midnight yelled out. Contestants will join together in groups of up to 5 and fight each other for headbands. Headbands have points on them. The team with the most points wins. First place, 1,000,000 points. Second place, 1,000 points. Midnight continued to read the points as Dazai gave Yukio the most dead face he's ever seen from anyone. Yukio, you have 1,000,000 points. Dazai covered his mouth to block a laugh. Everyone's going to go after you. Dazai burst out laughing, tears nearly falling as Yukio looked miserable. Dazai put his hand on Yukio's shoulders and patted him comfortably. Yukio faced Dazai and looked at him for a moment. He had brown hair, brown eyes, and palish skin. His eyes had a sort of sharpness to them. A glaring issue with it came to anything undercover. I know. Yukio sighed, eyes downcast. This is unfair, I protest. Yukio yelled at Midnight, who shrugged and waited for everyone to get into groups. Eventually Chiya joined Midoriya, who asked him rather desperately to join, in fear that Yukio would take everything into his own hands and ruin everything. No one really knew the real value of Chiya in a competition for group work since he always seemed somewhat angry, less than Bakugu, but more than everyone else. Chiya glared again in Dazai's general direction, but stopped once he saw him with Yukio. They were chatting away nicely. Chiya couldn't help but note that Dazai looked a lot more free, like some burden had been taken off of him. Chiya growled something incoherent and left it at that. Hey, so are you top or bottom? Dazai asked. Come on, pick. Yukio had told Dazai to wait and he complied, but not for long. You take too long. Since you're smaller than me, you'll go on top and I'll go bottom. K. Yukio looked up, eyes wide and thankful, as if some impossible question was answered. Yukio awkwardly lifted a leg to Dazai's shoulders and somehow managed to sit on his neck. His legs were dangling weirdly and his arms either went on top of Dazai's head or at his sides, something he didn't exactly want to choose from. Dazai gave a little oof, and couldn't help but laugh a little at the other's embarrassment. It was the one thing that made a huge difference between Chiya and anyone else. With Chiya, it didn't matter, they didn't care at all, but with others it became uncomfortable, especially when some complicated twisting was involved. It was the difficulty of working with teenagers. Even Chiya got graceless when they had to hide. Are you sure? Yukio asked, eyes eyeing Dazai worried. I'm not that heavy. Dazai gave a weak nod that made Yukio drop down to the ground. A loud exhale of relief came from the latter as he sat on the ground tired. Yukio grinned and held a hand out. You're top then. Dazai gave a weak nod and clambered on top of Yukio, who gave a small grunt and nothing else. Dazai's long legs hung down and Yukio held onto them. His hands ruffled Yukio's hair a bit before he placed them by his side. Yukio grumbled a bit at his hair, but let the others stare down at him. What W? Dazai shuffled a bit, forcing Yukio shift his weight again. This view is pretty amazing. Oh my, the way how you're holding onto my calves is rather scandalous if you ask me. Yukio laughed and turned slightly red underneath him. He couldn't help but see that Dazai's legs were long, spidery long, and compared to Yukio, he was a giant. Midnight took the microphone up again and allowed everyone a moment to quiet down. Her hair, which was really a midnight blue, swished around as she made an exaggerated movement, bringing the microphone up to her mouth. "Are you all ready?" Midnight asked. "Doesn't really matter if you are or not, so let's start." 3, 2, 1, go. Everyone in the ring immediately headed for Yukio, who looked up at Dazai before realizing that they spent over 15 minutes chatting. Yukio could feel the thunder of steps race for him before he moved Dazai and him all the way up into the air. Teleportation. Dazai refrained from using his ability and made sure to not touch his using his skin. Dazai's ability only worked if his skin was touching the person. It didn't matter if the other person was clothed or not, but as long as it was his skin, the ability or quirk would deactivate. Yukio held onto Dazai's calves as hard as possible, not extremely hard, he noted, meaning Yukio was not physically strong, just in terms of his ability. The groups were on the ground lost for a minute before Chuya glared at the two, who were falling quickly. The sky was blue and the students underneath made it point to grab at Yukio's head. He and Dazai had already begun to switch bands, Dazai furthering suching the 1 million band to his thigh as they fell. The band on Yukio's head was worth a measly 200 points, not that anyone could see. Yukio looked at everyone around him. Some were fighting each other, some were looking at Dazai and him wearily. He looked at Dazai as if to ask if they should take some bands. Dazai couldn't help but widen his eyes as he completely comprehended what Yukio was trying to convey. It was a perfect match to what Chuya might look, a code developed over time. Dazai shook his head and Yukio gave a quick nod before he continued to teleport from one end to the other, never appearing in the same place once. Bakugu stared at the two from afar. He glared at the two and watched as Yukio moved from left to right to further right to all the way left. His group was protesting his orders, but he knew that eventually Yukio would land right where Bakugu was. He was too focused on whatever it was that was attacking him. Todoroki made it apparent that throwing huge icicles at the other was necessary. Bakugu also noted that Yukio had tied the 1 million points band around Dazai's leg. A wonderful idea came to him. "Hey, shitty hair." Kirishima looked up. "What's up, Bakubro? Are we going to get going?" Kirishima's eyes were determined, but he also knew that Bakugu had some plan. "You see the band on the bandage fucker's leg?" Kirishima nodded. "That's the 1 million point band. If you get close enough, snag it like your FANG life depends on it." Bakugu glared at Yukio, who continued to teleport around and around and around. His head barely being registered before he buzzed out with what looked like a slightly sick Dazai, hair wildly flipping in the air. His eyes were a bright, appealing blue that shined whenever he used his ability a lot. It was a really fantastical color, between sky blue and navy blue, if that was even possible. His ability helped him stay on his feet. Bakuga didn't know how long Yukio could keep it up, probably forever, but he knew that the guy on top of him could disable Yukio's quirk. Bakugu smirked and ran towards an empty spot. Yukio teleported in and out, in and out, in and out, his head spinning with every single direction he turned. He felt revitalized. He never used his ability to this extent, or at least the spatial part of it. Its limitations were stifling with time, but space was easier as long as he didn't take up too much space. That would make a hole, and he did not want a hole. Dazai was a little sick, but that was fine. He looked over to the side and saw Bakugu. At first glance he knew that Bakugu knew where the band was. Kirishima was oddly positioned. How could he not? He smiled and teleported again, narrowly missing a small poke at his head, one that Dazai touched, forcing it to dissipate into thin air. Dazai was actually extremely helpful. His ability, as long as his hands didn't touch Yukio, would disable anyone who got too close. Most were long-ranged quirks. Most of Todoroki's icicles disappeared that way, something that proved to be surprising as most quirk removers were unable to actually remove the products created by the quirks. Dazai's eyes were sharp to notice everything that would possibly hit the two, and he was quick to deal with it, easily disabling dozens of quirks at a time. After some time, most people gave up, throwing a hit once in a blue moon. They preferred to target the weaker ones to get some myriad of bands and points. Todoroki, Dazai saw, stole a chunk from a smaller group that had just started to collect some. Yukio's eyes only grew sharper, his trails leaving only a thin straight blue line that flickered on and off. His ability was burning him up, body on fire as he started to actually glow blue, something Dazai noted was similar to Chuya when using corruption. They both glowed in eerie blue and red, Halloween colors someone who actually saw them would think. Chuya's naturally destructive and Yukio's elusive ability would work well together. They would become stronger than Dazai, as it was proven on multiple occasions for Yukio to be smart enough. Dazai was extremely tempted to force him over to the Port Mafia, but he wished to do that after he confirmed who exactly worked for Fyodor, and for that he needed to deactivate Midoriya's quirk or ability. Dazai wasn't sure. Midoriya's quirk/ability seemed to flickered in between both. Chuya believed that Yukio wasn't the person they were looking for, but something just rang no in Dazai, and he had come to learn that bells in his head were usually a warning sign for something bad happening, but then again, some were years in the making. The bells that rang when he was only 8 was only applicable after he was 10. The bells that rang when he was 14 had still yet to come. Nothing bad happened to him yet. Unless Mori's death counted, but Mori's death was more beneficial if anything. He gained a much more powerful asset that would help him prevent that incident from happening again. Dazai focused again, his eyes glaring down and hands easily stopping another projectile that headed towards Yukio. He looked over and saw a loud Bakugo screaming at them, his quirk flying around in bursts that raised the hair on Yukio's arms. Dazai looked over at the entire team and saw that Kirishima was headed for his leg. Yukio did too. The two maneuvered with no difficulty as Kirishima's hand grabbed emptiness. Bakugo growled in irritation as he made a swipe for the one at Yukio's head. Yukio ducked and took a step back. "Time's up!" Midnight yelled, "Please do not take any more bans or else you will be eliminated." Everyone took a step back as they allowed the person on top down. Dazai slid down easily and took Yukio's hands before he shook them in a mock businesslike handshake. "It was a please, sure to work with you." Dazai grinned jokingly. "You too," Yukio nodded back. "Ma dash." "Dazai!" "You be yesterday." Chuya called out from Midoriya's side. "How the f are you in first place?" Dazai gave a pitiful sigh. "If you weren't such an idiot, I would have invited you after all." Dazai gave a perverse grin. "With your height, how could you possibly get any headbands?" Chuya gave a loud sort of scream at Dazai as he shot a large piece of stone at Dazai. One which he dodged easily. "No gives if about who's in your team." Chuya yelled out in front of millions of visitors. He quickly realized where he was and quested down as some people looked at him. The stadium was filled with people and Dazai told Chuya to try his best to get a ticket to Midoriya's trainer, but at the same time, Dazai thought that to be slim. Dazai eyed Yukio. He was going to keep an eye on Yukio. Why Yukio? Dazai looked up at the scoreboard where they placed first with 1,200,000 points. "Which agency are you aiming to go to?" Yukio looked at Dazai and blinked, as if he was thinking it over. His eyes wandered around listlessly, not really looking at anything, just moving. Maybe Endeavors? Dazai froze for a moment. There was little to no way that he would be able to get into Endeavor's agency. Endeavor was looking for hand-to-hand combat and his son, Dazai, was good enough at hand-to-hand combat, but his ability wasn't flashy enough for Endeavor. Yukio, on the other hand, wasn't fit either. His ability didn't have the flashiness that Endeavor loved. There was no physical attribute to his ability, just teleporting and fighting at an insane speed sometimes. During the cavalry battle, Dazai couldn't help but wonder if Yukio held back when he was with Chuya. He knew for a fact that at speeds Yukio was going, Chuya would never beat him, not without Dazai. But even with Dazai, how likely would it be that Chuya be able to get Yukio under the force of gravity? Dazai didn't like the idea that Yukio wasn't the spy, but he also knew that Yukio had little to no combat experience compared to the assailant that fought against Atsushi. Midoriya, on the other hand, gave off a weird feline that made Dazai want to turn off his quirk at once. Quirks, under his ability, are unable to be used for some time after, but abilities don't. Abilities can jump right back into game after Dazai lets go, though many ability users stop after Dazai touches them since it usually means that they lost. Dazai gave a long sad sigh. "Yukio," Midoriya looked up worried, "what do you think is going to be the next activity?" Dazai looked down at Midoriya. He seemed to visibly tense around either him or Chuya, which was strange. They'd been here for more than a week. one might expect everyone to get used to them. I told you a bunch of times. Yukio sighed in a mock-irritable way. 1 versus 1, there isn't enough time to have another things going on and they want some people around at least. Though I think the people who lost will have some sort of game for a moment. You did get into the last round, right? Midoriya nodded and Yukio gave a smug smile as he and Midoriya chatted something on about All Might. Dazai floated away from the conversation and headed to the change room once more to get a drink of water and to find Chuya. Chuya, Dazai called out as he saw the resting room was empty. Chuya, he said, dragging the other's name longer. Chuya was leaning against a wall with what appeared to be the book on a lesson that he might have not understood. For Dazai, such things came easily. Studying was simple and straightforward, never requiring much thought, but for Chuya, who was smart for his age, it came with some challenges seeing that he never actually went to school. He had also noticed that while most of the class had some degree of attention, Yukio seemed to sleep through every class. If it weren't for the small twitch of his face when something happened, Dazai would have actually thought he was sleeping. He was listening just in a different way. Dazai couldn't help but feel slightly off about everything, as if he was in someone's plan, not the other was around. He rarely ever felt like this. The only other time was during the incident of André Gide. That incident was long past him and he didn't really care anymore, but it was still such an odd feeling to have. What BSD? Chuya put away the book, mathematics. Chuya always did seem to have a problem with it. Math was simple, one problem, one solution, one thing to solve. It was straightforward if you stayed on the easier side of it, though Dazai didn't find it as fun as he thought he might. Mori liked it to some degree, he said it was useful on many occasions. But he was a man riddled with logicalness and probability, Dazai was not. Dazai ruled by response, reaction, what people think, and how to behave in a manner that entices them. Why? Is that how you talk to your boss? Dazai pouted and sat down in front of Chuya, brown eyes boring into blue. Chuya glared back, but shrank down internally, something he knew that Dazai could tell. After Mori's death, Dazai had changed, he became much more serious and much more dangerous all of a sudden. He would shoot with much less hesitation and much less of the insane release that he had before. He was less human than ever at this point, something that he cared less and less about as if he had some alternate goal to chase after now. Not that Chuya knew he didn't. You're not my boss, Chuya bit out. He was, but he also wasn't because Chuya could just as easily tear his throat out as take an order. He didn't need to listen to him, especially when he was older than him. I'm hurt. Dazai's eyes lowered into a sort of half-sleep position, but then again, you know that I killed Mori, don't you? If you then that means you're an accomplice and I'm sure no one would mind locking you up. After all, I don't mind dying but you do. Chuya nearly shivered. He knew that Dazai shot Mori, although no one else did. The bullet seemed like the enemy's, but it wasn't. He knew the marks along the bottom to the bullet that proved that it was Dazai's. Only Dazai did something like that. A method to confirm who killed who in case Dazai did something strange and didn't admit it. A little trick that Mori and Chuya knew about, Chuya only knew because he caught him doing it once. Sitting in his room, a knife in one hand, drawing some picture on the small bullet. A precision art. Shut up you be, Chuya sighed and sat down on the same bench that Dazai was on. The students were outside or around the halls, talking, chatting, babbling. They had gone away to rest for the third event. Anyways, what do you think of Midoriya? Chuya huffed at the question. It was the natural question to ask after he worked with him. Cheery guy, Chuya answered. He really didn't find anything suspicious about him other than the extremely skittish behavior he had around Dazai and Chuya. He's pretty scared of us or something like that. Chuya turned his head to face Dazai and jumped a little bit as he came extremely close to him, eyes staring straight at him. What the hell, Dazai? You scared me. I did. Dazai grinned. Chuya is a scared-eye cat. Chuya gave Dazai a light punch on the shoulder. He didn't really feel like punching the sheet out him at the moment, not that he could. He looked forward at the wall. It was white, like all the other walls around. He looked at Dazai to prevent his eyes from seeing too much white in a white change room. I'm not scared, Chuya glared at Dazai. Definitely not of you. What? Dazai cried out. I'm offended. Stop coming near. Me, Chuya nudged Dazai, who didn't move. Chuya, you were the one to sit next to me. Chuya frowned and sat farther away from a frankly cackling Dazai. His eyes were lit from amusement and mouth curved into a smile. Chuya is so mean to me. I am and will be. Chuya stared warily at Dazai, who moved closer, inch by inch until he was shoulder to shoulder with Chuya again. Stop coming near me. Chuya, no one wants to come near you. I was merely trying to get something from my bag. Dazai pointed upwards at said bag and pulled it down to find some more bandages. He shuffled around and waited for Chuya to have some kind of response. Chuya glared at him. Chuya, what did you think of Midoriya? You asked that twice. Boo-T, you didn't give me the answer I wanted. Who FNG cares? I do. You're effing invalid. That's Aryuda. He was normal. Chuya gave up arguing with Dazai. It was difficult to do so. Dazai pursed his mouth and gave a small nod, as if normal answered many questions that Chuya didn't know. Dazai shut his eyes for a moment before opening them to look at Chuya. Chuya? Chuya looked up and glared at Dazai. What? Can you win the sports festival? Chuya gave Dazai an irritated glare. Of course I effing can. Chuya looked at Dazai, slightly uncertain. Dazai caught the look and frowned. Are you sure? Yes, for F's sake. Dazai, what is it? Nothing. Chuya clawed at Dazai's face before Dazai grabbed his shoulders. Chuya, be careful around Yukio. If you can't beat him without corruption, give up. His eyes were serious, small bits of worry flowing in as Dazai gripped Chuya's shoulders tighter and tighter until they started to hurt. Not that Chuya cared. Dazai rarely ever showed any worry or concern, but when he did, it meant that something serious would happen. Understood. Dazai tilted his head at the response and leaned his head against Chuya. What the hell is wrong with you? His arms were draped loosely on Chuya's shoulders and head nestled into his neck. He was still taller, so his back was arched as Chuya patted his head. I'm worried. Dazai frowned into Chuya's neck. This has never happened before. What do you mean? Chuya felt slightly uncomfortable with the weight on his shoulder and neck. Dazai's head was heavy and he was unwilling to move. Nothing, just don't do anything too stupid, Chuya. Dazai got up and smiled cheerfully to annoy the other. But of course I completely expect you to do something stupidly, so don't worry about cleaning anything up. F you. That'd be RAB, Chuya. I thought that was below you. Dazai bolted back and fell down on his back onto the floor. He gave a small oof as Chuya stood up furious and tried to kick Dazai. Him quickly moved out of range. Don't be a effing pervert. Whatty? You were the one who suggested effing me. Dazai's eyes were wide to mock someone who was scandalized. You're the pervert. You know what I mean, you bisuri. I really do ain't. But if you real ly want to sleep with me, I guess I can make an exception. But for you. What the hell, Dazai? No one in the whole wide world would ever want to F you for any reason at any time. Chuya screamed, bringing the attention of some boys who were out in the hall. They came in and saw Dazai on the floor, face molded into someone who was just harassed, clothes disheveled, eyes pleading. Chuya, on the other hand, was red, huffing, and looked like he would explode. This altogether looked like Chuya had attempted to have AC with Dazai, but Dazai refused, so Chuya forced himself onto the other, and this was how anyone would have seen it. What are you two doing? Uraraka asked. She had come to tell them that they were required back in the stadium. I'll go if needed. She squeaked and ran off, leaving a bewildered and flushing Chuya with a smug Dazai behind. What the F dash? Yukio, where are we going? Midoriya asked, eyes wandering around the halls as Yukio dragged him somewhere. He crouched down and pointed to the hall. Midoriya looked and saw Endeavor and Todoroki conversing. His eyes went wide as he tried to leave, but Yukio dragged him back and forced him to eavesdrop on the conversation. Midoriya was originally looking for Todoroki and Yukio had offered to help, but upon realizing where Todoroki was and who he was with, Yukio was determined to make Midoriya hear. They couldn't actually hear most of the conversation, something slightly frustrating, but by the look on Todoroki's normally placid face, they could tell, what you are doing, MF. Yukio slapped a hand over Midoriya's mouth, leaning forward, and strained his ears, forcing himself to listen to small, but furious whispers. The two in the hall, the ones unknowingly being listened upon, were both trying not to drag attention, but they were also extremely irritated by some fact that was unclear to Midoriya, but slowly becoming clear to Yukio. Iwa. Duty dash dot. Yukio heard with extremely strained ears and focus. His eyes were bright but black. His ability long becoming useless for this kind of thing. His eyes turned a glimmering blue when he used his ability. His eyes were so lit with excitement that they practically glowed even in the bright lights that went through the school. Midoriya couldn't do anything but sigh as Yukio took away his hand from his mouth. Yukio's hand was cold, freezing cold, and Midoriya froze himself a bit at the cold. His hands were concerningly freezing, as if every last kinetic movement within the atoms of his hands had stopped. Midoriya widened his eyes. I won't use your quirk. I'll never use your quirk. Todoroki's first clear sentence came out. A shout, much louder than a whisper. A protest. Don't be foolish, you'll never get anywhere using your mother's quirk. Endeavor replied, eyes much more farther than just stern. Your quirk is on par with some ability users. Don't be imbecilic and ignore it. Midoriya wanted to stop listening, but couldn't help himself, as if the conversation was some sort of drag. It was a drag. Rumors attracted everyone and everything. Only a fool would be unaware of such goings when they showed themselves. Yukio's firm hand preventing him from going forward to give Endeavor a mouthful. His eyes were straight and narrow, ready for anything physical that might happen. It wouldn't be surprising if Endeavor backhanded his own child, or at least to Yukio, and he wouldn't take it. Todoroki seemed more and more uncomfortable around Endeavor and began to shift, hands starting to glisten with perspiration. Yukio's eyes never missed a single detail, every twitch, frown, and even blink being digested, calculated, and remembered. He stood and dragged a stuttering Midoriya alongside him to face the number 2 hero, unable to take the feeling of being unaware of the situation. Endeavor, Yukio's eyes were rather peaceful to Midoriya, not that he was able to read him at all. Sometimes the other did things so unpredictable, so strange that it was completely accepted as normal weird by his classmates. He once actually managed to predict an entire fight just based on something he heard through a radio, just a small it. It had surprised everyone when he said it, but when he explained it they all understood well enough that they didn't question it. Everyone had forgotten the incident, including Aizawa, but Midoriya adamantly refused to. That moment was slightly horrifyingly revealing because it meant that Yukio knew exactly what everyone was going to do. What everyone would do, and how everyone would react without even trying. Something that no one really realized since none of them saw the true potential that analyzing heroes brought Midoriya. At times he was able to predict how a hero would fight, what was the best and most efficient way, and Midoriya knew that if Yukio was better than him in that aspect, then he doubted that even the number 1 villain group would even fare well with him. He didn't tell anyone. He knew that if he did, Yukio would know, and he wasn't sure how the other would react. What are you and Todoroki talking about? What do you want? Endeavor replied gruffly, not appreciating that he was interrupted by a student. Todoroki was shocked at Yukio and Midoriya's entrance. I'm here to talk with my son. Who are you? I'm his classmate. Yukio let go of Midoriya, who froze up a little bit. I just heard ability user and I thought that I am an ability user. It wouldn't be fair if you two talked about ability users without me. Endeavor's eyes went slightly wide with apprehension. If U.A accepted an ability user, they must be someone extremely strong since by his experience, all ability users were either very useless or strong enough to topple All Might without any trouble. He had a meeting once with one. A red-haired woman that dressed oddly for someone who was discussing the most modern of things, a red and pink kimono. The women scared him out of his wits, a lioness perhaps. So, I am assuming that you are aware of the risk of denying this opportunity? Koyo didn't say much or care much about the other's opinion was, but Mori told her to strike fear in the second-place hero's heart. She was good at that, or at least she thought so. Dazai claimed that her intimidation techniques were short of the little insaneness that Dazai had. An insane, unpredictable, and powerful person would always strike some fear into someone. Because insane people were unpredictable if they were already unpredictable, not that she understood the little lesson by Dazai. No one did except sometimes, and by sometimes it is rarely Chuya, who could get something out of bizarre hand movements and strange manners of speaking. Everyone would actually to some extent think that Dazai was insane, but then again, who's going to fight against someone who can predict nearly every move by anyone? Yes, Endeavor attempted to keep calm. He knew he should have reported this, but there was a larger risk for everyone if he did tell someone. The Port Mafia at least wouldn't do anything if he didn't do anything, but if he did, he didn't know what they would do. The Port Mafia had never shown any interest in heroes before. It was strange altogether that they should send an executive when a mere commander could wipe out the entirety of Japan. Endeavor didn't understand why they wouldn't do so. They were villains after all. Villains were supposed to wipe out areas, praise their goals, their aspirations, but these people, these humans, he had to remind himself at times, were killing people because it benefited them. In other words, killing, terrorizing, and traumatizing people was profitable. Endeavor hated villains, but this wasn't a villain. Villains were to some extent innocent enough to believe that people will willingly give up hope, but they never thought that people wouldn't, not even if all the heroes are extinguished, because someone, anyone, would always come. The Port Mafia, however, didn't particularly care if they killed 1 or 2 people, as long as it benefited them. Well, since you're so adamant about it can't be helped. Koyo stood up neatly and elegantly enough. Her kimono were past her hands so he couldn't see the delicately done nails. She gave a small sigh. But I do suggest that you don't go telling anyone about this meeting. Of course, unless you really want to, there's no stopping it. But it will turn out worse for you than us. Endeavor suppressed a small nervous shiver. Koyo was appealing for a supposed mafioso. Endeavor had expected some rugged ruffian with a gun outstretched in their hand, not a woman in a lovely kimono and tied-up hair. She didn't seem to have much makeup on even, something that struck Endeavor as confusing, but logical. Her every movement screamed something between dangerous or royal. He didn't know if he should have kneeled or locked her up. He knew, but not internally. If for the sake of the public I dash, Koyo slammed something on a table, a stray camera from somewhere. It wasn't recording, but the mere implications seemed to fill her calm and collected eyes. She was brimming with mirth as she saw the worried look flash across Endeavor's face. A sadistic preference of scaring people came with the job, Koyo supposed. She took the camera because it was a potential risk, not that Endeavor would do something like record her, but some of the more impressionable ones would if she wasn't careful. Endeavor, I do not care if you have cameras in your room because you will not record this. Koyo's smile was unwavering and proud, but I do suggest that you put a leash on your subordinates before they meet some sort of accident from being foolish. Endeavor gave a grave nod. This will be the final time I'm offering this. I will not help the Mafia, Endeavor promised. He wasn't stupid. It was a pleasure to have you here, Koyo. Koyo gave a small disbelieving smile as she headed out, but stopped as she looked up at the ceiling, the small security camera glaring a red light at her. She gave a small careless toss of her head to stare at Endeavor. He didn't know why, but he knew that he had forgotten about it and his entire body felt like it was about to fall apart. Koyo's calculating gaze then ignored him in favor of smiling a cooler smile, however that was possible. Endeavor watched, eyes blown out as Koyo tore the camera to pieces without lifting a finger. He could barely see the small silver lines that broke the camera and even a small part of his wall. Her red eyes flashed and soon she was gone, out of his world. Endeavor took in a long deep breath before he let it out. He sat down and buried his head in his hands, unsure as to what he should do. Yo, Endeavor? Yukio asked. Endeavor had spaced out with ridiculous ease. He came back in immediately as Yukio attempted to poke him and swatted his hand away. So what were you and Todoroki talking about? Endeavor eyed the other. He surely did seem useless. Small and carefree, his hands messed with the hem of the uniform and eyes wide in delight and curiosity. He smiled a little bit, but clearly pulled Todoroki behind him and Midoriya in the time that Endeavor was reminiscing. Sneaky little kid. Nothing that is of your business. Endeavor attempted to leave, but Yukio grabbed his wrist and tried to pull the infinitely stronger hero back. What do you think you're doing? Yukio gave a small weak smile. Sorry, but we were eavesdropping. Yukio forcibly smiled. Todoroki doesn't have to be first, you know? First is hard. Yukio tightened his grip on the already slipping hold. Endeavor was weak for someone who looked like an oversized bear on fire half the time. Yukio knew this for a fact. Endeavor was an extremely weak person who was extremely susceptible to emotions, much unlike what the public saw. He was a good hero though. Although cruel and emotional, he was righteous, but similar to Hawks, he didn't always believe in what people say should be done. What do you mean? Endeavor asked, miffed that a high schooler came to interrupt him during such an important event. He needed to tell Todoroki exactly how to win, because he knew he could win. Todoroki's quirk was something that could evade the negative effects of both coolness and heat, something very rare amongst quirk users. The only thing in the way was his stamina, but that could be improved, and once it was Todoroki would be able to stream out endless piles of ice and fire. Something that would be able to topple even the strongest of heroes, as although ice was physical, fire was not, and it would be impossible to stop. Heroes are supposed to help people, not gain rankings. Yukio pointed a finger at Endeavor and placed his other hand on his hips to mock the hero. Todoroki is strong already. He doesn't need your comments. Why yeah? Midoriya woke up and continued. Todoroki is one of the strongest quirk users in our C class. It doesn't matter if Yukio or Chuya is stronger than him anyways. Todoroki is already strong, and your inability to see that is your fault and not his. Endeavor scoffed and glared at the two who were protecting his own son. They were small, impressionable, and blind. Besides, are you really strong? Yukio's eyes scrutinized Endeavor, and suddenly, he couldn't help but feel what he felt during that meeting. A dark gaze that was trying to figure everything out about him, drain him of any life or secret that he may hide, and here, it was much more stronger than with the executive, and he was with the executive for a good hour. Endeavor looked away from Yukio, who gave a chilling smile, and stared at Midoriya's stubborn face. A hero means that you're willing to sacrifice anything to become stronger to protect the public. If you're unable to that, Endeavor looked at Todoroki directly, then why are you trying to become a hero? Todoroki clenched his hands and refused to look at his father, who was glaring at him, but Yukio gave him a shove. Weren't you just trying to go? Just leave then. Yukio gave Endeavor another push and shoved him out of the way amazingly. Besides, we don't need your crappy advice, you second-rate hero. Yukio stuck a tongue at Endeavor and pulled Todoroki and Midoriya out of the halls and into a resting room. Todoroki wasn't speaking, but he wasn't frowning as much, just determined. Midoriya was stuttering out replies to Yukio's last statement at Endeavor. Yukio, the two stopped at Todoroki's mention. Did you really just call my dad a second-rate hero? Yukio nodded furiously, and Midoriya stuttered out a small, "That's not a good thing, Yukio." Todoroki, for once, in the entire school year so far, smiled a bit, but it quickly disappeared into his normal blank, but serious face. Midoriya, the challenge is still on. I know for a fact that you're probably All Might's secret love child, as your quirks are similar, but that won't stop me. Secret love child? Midoriya called out, face reddening in embarrassment. That's not really what's G going on. Yukio laughed out loud and patted Midoriya on the cheek. Midoriya, just admit it, your quirks are RLY similar. Todoroki nodded with Yukio, who was smiling so smug that it made Midoriya blush even more. Besides, what's up with your datums, Todoroki? Todoroki eyed Yukio for a minute. He was sharp enough to notice how Endeavor was referring him as nothing more than an asset to become a hero. Endeavor didn't really feel that way, Todoroki was sure, but he sure did act like it. Enough so to bring some concern from anyone who met their little to no relationship status. Nothing, Todoroki refused to tell Yukio. Midoriya was okay. Midoriya was glaringly innocent in such a way that made Todoroki regret being so cold to everyone. But Yukio was more like Bakugu, but funny. He didn't like Yukio as much as he did with anyone. Not because he was creepy, or because he sometimes did weird things, but because he was like Midoriya in the sense of being observant, something that Todoroki didn't like too much about anyone, even Midoriya. He respected it, but he didn't like the sort of transparent feeling he got around Midoriya or Yukio, especially Yukio. Not that he'd ever admit it though, that would be a sign of weakness, and no one needed to know how weak he was on the inside at times. Todoroki, Yukio pushed him lightly and sighed. If I leave, will you tell? Midoriya should know and he can tell me. Todoroki's eyes flickered back and forth between Yukio and Midoriya before he nodded in agreement. He didn't particularly care if Yukio heard, but he didn't want Yukio to watch him do it. It was like being watched by someone picking him apart, piece by piece. He did like Yukio to some extent, but not enough to be considered friends, and definitely not as much as he did with Midoriya at times. What? Yukio! Midoriya called out as Yukio whistled out the door. Todoroki watched as he turned a corner to head to another room where presumably someone else was there to discuss something. He didn't see the small form around the back. Midoriya? Todoroki, what did you want to say? Midoriya asked. You're strong by yourself, you know. You don't need Endeavor's quirk. Todoroki nodded in agreement but stopped as Midoriya continued. But remember, Todoroki, it's your quirk, not his. You should use your ability to the best your ability. I'm the result of a quirk marriage, you know? Todoroki cut Midoriya off. I'm supposed to be strong. I'm supposed to be wedded to someone strong as well, to make sure that there is a pure hero bloodline. Father thinks because of that it's my duty to beat you. Midoriya went silent for a while, but then again, I always did want to be a hero, even if my father thinks it's a good idea. And for that, I will beat you and I will become the #1 hero. I won't be some second-class hero to brood over, and I know I won't win, not against Yukio and Chuya, but I will try. You aren't the only one who wants to become the top hero. I know it's my power, but I refuse to use it. Todoroki, you're one of the strongest people I know personally. Midoriya exclaimed. Besides, it's your power, Todoroki. You don't have to beat Yukio. You don't have to beat Chuya. You're amazing on your own, you know. I was pretty pathetic before. I really didn't know what I was going to do or how my future was going to look, but you knew from the start. I mean, I didn't even know if I could be a hero, but now I'm in class 1A. Todoroki looked at him, scrutinizing. Are you sure you aren't All Might's secret love child? What? Midoriya's face turned red, redder than anything anyone could ever see anywhere. His cheeks, ears, and even neck was a flaming red that spread almost comically fast. Eyes widening in shock, eyebrows furrowed, and arms up in denial, Midoriya made large exaggerated movements that had little to no effect on Todoroki's unmoving stare. His hair became more and more fussed up over time, eyes running wilder and wilder. No. Todoroki mentioned it before, but the quickly moving conversation distracted him from understanding the actual implications the suggestion brought, something he didn't want to think about at the time. Oh. Todoroki frowned. Your quirks seem similar though, just the kind of attack method and all. Midoriya shook his head furiously, hair being flung around too easily for comfort. Midoriya was internally glad though, glad that Todoroki didn't actually hit the nail on its center, for if he did, he wasn't sure how he was going to deflect it completely. Was such a weird situation to be in. And not All Might's love child, Midoriya stuttered out. That's impossible. Todoroki nodded. I was so sure though? Todoroki looked at Midoriya with even more scrutiny than before, much more closer than anyone other than his mother had ever gone. Midoriya's face, which had just calmed down to a light pinkish tinge, immediately fired up again. His eyes going cross-eyed, trying to simply stare at Todoroki's nose, unable to look him directly in the eye. I guess not. Todoroki retreated, glum, and stared at Midoriya, who somewhat recovered from the attack. Todoroki couldn't help but notice how large his eyes were, wide as saucers most of the time, like 2 teacups had carved open a space on where his eyes were. He couldn't help but notice that Midoriya's had tiny specks of lighter green that ran around his normally forest green eyes. They looked like forests in all honesty. The Scara had some sort of bluish tint due to the green as well, making it look like some overly pale winter snow day. They were bright and smiley like the person behind them. Todoroki! Yo Denki! What are you doing? Yukio plopped himself down in a seat next to the bright-haired student, his eyes looking around at the games before him. The people who didn't make it to the final round were playing some games, simple and easy games to just hold the attention of the audience before the main event. Most of Class 1B was there, but some from Class 1A were among them, including Rikadu, whose cheerfulness was undaunted in the face of losing. The girls were nowhere to be seen, but Yukio didn't care as much since the girls were girls. Girls had girls' things to attend to, not that he knew what. He barely knew how the male system worked sometimes, everything baffling. He played around with his fingers, small short fingers that barely reached anything. They did little to help his height, something that irked him whenever someone mentioned it. Fyodor was taller than him at least, and his fingers were spidery, long and thin. They could pick locks with ease, not that Yukio couldn't, but whenever Fyodor did it, it just seemed appealing compared to his stuffy movements. Denki had a look of pure mischief on his face, or at least to Yukio. Denki started to laugh, told the girls that they needed to wear cheerleader uniforms, but really they didn't and they are. Right now. Yukio eyed Denki suspiciously, eyes narrowing and mouth curving up. He broke into a smile and slapped Denki on the back, shaking the other a bit. His laugh filled a small area as Denki smiled proudly at his accomplishments. He had called Momo over to tell her that the teachers wanted them to do a last-minute cheer for the crowd. Momo had been suspicious, but if it really was the case, she didn't want to bring any shame to the school. If the teacher really didn't want such things from happening, at least it would be entertaining for the crowd. Momo had rushed off to find the other girls. Denki smiled away as he watched her run off to her own humiliation. Why you're so mean? Yukio laughed out, not exactly stuttering out the answers, but not exactly saying them clearly. Why did you do it? Denki gave a perverse grin that reminded Yukio of exactly how old they all were, barely even 16 yet. It made him slightly sad to know that he was barely 16, barely old enough to drive or even get a license. Here they were, small children laughing, giggling, teasing without a care in the world, all except Yukio. One small movement, one little error, one mishap and he would get caught. Not that he was worried. He was a child at heart, so blending in was simply a matter of being his normal self plus some secrets that he could forget momentarily. It was a skill. Fyodor said he was unable to do it as well. There was always some sort of old and sad air about him that didn't show as much with Yukio. An old musty grandpa, as Yukio called him, teasingly. Fyodor wasn't much older than him. Obviously to see their melons better, Denki grinned. Also, cheerleader uniforms make them look sexier. Denki leaned forward in his seat, excited. Yukio grinned as he saw Mineta come closer. He was a pervert, but he was smart, creative at least, something Yukio could somewhat respect considering most of the class wasn't creative. Most of the class were brainless to an extent that he would sometimes feel a need to crash his head against the table in frustration at how difficult it was for the class to form plans. They had hopes, dreams, and whatnot, but they never knew how to implement that. Perhaps that came with experience, but if that was the case then Yukio must be as innocent as a lamb since he rarely ever had to see any of the more concerning things that came with Fyodor's job, like that one time he walked in completely covered in blood. Fyodor for some inexplicable reason hated having Yukio near him whenever he did anything in regards to what he called soiling his own hands for the sake of everything else. Not that Yukio cared much. So unmanly, Kirishima muttered from behind them, can't believe you're really doing it. Mineta gave a long slow blink and shrugged before he slid into the seat next to Yukio to enjoy the show. Kirishima sighed and sulked into his seat as he watched the girls walk out wearing extremely revealing uniforms. Their faces red from embarrassment and eyes shifty under the curious looks as they shouted out a cheer, smiling. Everyone was happy in this event. They didn't have to worry over small insignificant details that might ruin their lives. Their paths were made. The girls were embarrassed, yes, but in the heat of the moment, it was forgiven with the funniness of the situation and the cheers of the crowd. All the girls in Class 1A were participating and they soon realized their mistake as Present Mike addressed them. What a wonderful surprise by the girls of Class 1A, but could you? Aizawa could be heard scoffing from the microphone. Please tell us what you're doing? Peals of laughter spilled from the audience as Mineta literally drooled at the sight. His previous molestation of Momo hadn't stopped him from playing his normal pranks. Mineta had come up with the idea, suggesting it to Denki, who still have a sliver of trust in these kinds of situations. See, Denki said laughing, they did it. Yukio laughed alongside him as the girls stuttered and fell apart, cheeks as red as a red delicious. They didn't look ugly by any standards, just the clothes were revealing. Yukio started to giggle, sounding minorly manic as the girls yelled at them. His laughs always sounded manic, not because they were, but because he just laughed that way. Todoroki never laughed, so it wasn't that weird that they had someone who laughed too much. And besides, Yukio's laugh was contagious. It was like a disease that spread through the air, infecting everyone with pure delight, something that has repeatedly helped him out of tight situations. "You tricked us," Momo called from the ground. "You tricked us, Denki." Denki nodded furiously and continued to stare before the girls headed back, upset. Yukio gradually stopped laughing, head starting to spin a bit from his laughter. Kirishima was laughing as well, unable to control the hilarity of the situation from not getting him. Bakugo had just come round and missed the event, but he understood all the same. He was smart like that. Yukio didn't mind Bakugo as a person, righteous to some extent, a little mad, a little too serious. Sometimes, a normal angry chihuahua. "You messed up motherfuckers." Bakugo sat next to Kirishima. They all ignored him in favor of keeping the joyous atmosphere in such tense conditions. It was a joyous occasion indeed. All right. This is the U.A Sports Festival and the final round the tournament. Are you all ready? Contestants will fight in the ring, and if A, they are unable to fight, or B, they are out of bounds, they will lose. Simple as that. Midnight yelled from her podium, "We have Chiya Nakahara and Mina Ashido up first." Mina looked over at Chiya, who seemed to ooze awkwardness as to what he should do. Dazai told him to win, that was it, just win. He wasn't sure exactly why he had to win, but he knew that he was able to, or he thought so. Worst comes to worst, and he used corruption to finish the task, and Dazai stops him from going too far. Chiya didn't want to win, he didn't feel a need to establish his strength amongst a bunch of kids, and he knew that he would win anyways. Or at least he hoped so, he wasn't even sure of that now, somehow. The school made him more jittery than normal, he wasn't a fan of spy missions or any of the sort. He stepped up onto the podium. Dazai said that he'd let Chiya win, but he didn't say that he wouldn't let him win without a fight. Chiya knew for a fact that if anything, Dazai could beat him with enough time and resources. He was just that smart. Dazai would let him win in other terms, and he hated knowing that. He hated knowing that if it came to a real fight, Chiya would find it near impossible to beat him, especially if he used corruption, something he didn't plan to at all. Even after that there was Yukio, who he was sure he could beat without corruption, but very slimly. Yukio posed a risk because he would maybe cause irreparable damage, and Chiya could not risk getting too much damage. 3, 2, 1, start. Mina got up onto the podium, eyes forward, hands outstretched and arm back arched in a manner that would be like a cat. The acid was irritating, it was something that although Chiya was very much able to stop from really hurting him, he knew that it would burn him to some extent before he could stop it. It was similar to bullets, but the blowback power was easily defended against simply by moving the acceleration away from him before the blowback force came at him. Mina focused and shot acid down at her feet and began to slide across the stadium quickly, heading towards the figure. Her hands were wet with acid, and she easily shot some tentative ones at Chiya's uniform, not willing to hurt him. She was at this point skating as gracefully as possible across the stadium without much thought as to where she was going, just staying within the barrier. Her feet went up and about, keeping balance on the slippery substance as she slid across, trying to avoid an invisible attacker, for Chiya hadn't attacked yet. His hands were still by his sides and arms crossed as he dodged every single drop of acid flung at him. They weren't slow by any means, he was just faster. Chiya knew that he was faster, and he also knew that Mina would probably melt any rocks flung at her, so he continued to dodge. Mina's worry only increased as Chiya did less and less. Small shifts of his foot prevented and of the acid to hit him. She knew that she was now aiming for almost every part of his body, skin or not, because he easily avoided them all. She couldn't help but smile, her focused eyes staring at Chiya warily. She knew she couldn't beat him, but she damn well should try. Her feet skidded a bit to the edge, too close. She quickly halted and stood, staring at Chiya as he stood still. She had a limited amount of acid she could emit before she would go dry. It was a weakness. Overusage of her quirk led her to become dry. Her skin was already getting prickly and the usually smooth skin was becoming brittle. The dryness never lasted since she was always able to replenish her acid, but if she continued to haphazardly throw acid she would face dehydration. Acid was like water, the water she drank really only being transferred to acid, and she knew that since she couldn't hit Chuya, she had to get him to touch her. She walked forward, bold and confident that she'd probably lose. It's always better to admit to lose than to die trying. Broken sacrifices were useless unless you take the other down with you. She wasn't required to, so she decided not to since she was always able to improve and beat the hell out of Chuya later. Not that she thought like this. Her steps were wary and careful, testing borders before it hit. The blinding speed that Chuya dragged himself with was one that Dazai was used to seeing, a little trick that Dazai thought Chuya would find useful. Pinpointing gravity right on his target and multiplying that gravity with ease, it would easily turn into the strongest force when applied like that, and it was something that Chuya had waited to use. As much as he could simply drag himself like before, he wanted to give the other a chance, a little test to see exactly how strong everyone was. Mina was a midpoint from what he could get, somewhat fast and somewhat smart, at least smart enough to get into Class 1A without actually being in the top. He had seen the list, the long list of who was first and who was second, and he noticed that most of the kids chosen for Class 1A had a special skill, as in their quirks were more special or had some specific uses that Chuya could immediately sense. The test wasn't based on ability, rather potential, and he knew that Mina was one of those students that got in due to her potential, not her actual score. Acid was not just something that had to deal with burning through villains, but it had many practical purposes on missions as well. Chuya sped forward until he tapped Mina on the back. Mina felt her legs tremble, they were melting under the pressure, the pull of gravity, and she could feel her kneecaps pop. Chuya had tapped her on the back where she still wore clothes. The acid that came out was too slow and only burned off her uniform. Her pink back showing as her knees fell to the ground, arms suddenly growing heavy, as if there was thousands of years of tire in her bones. Her eyelids grew heavy, not from tire, but from the force, and her back slumped forward into the ground, chin digging into the ground. Chuya's eyes looking into hers as he squatted in front of her, blue eyes piercing. He smiled and waited for the distant noise in the background to say he's won, before holding out his hand with a grin. Mina took it and hoisted herself up before she gave Chuya a large grin that covered the expanse of her small face. "Your ability is so cool," Mina commented. "You'll be an amazing hero." "I know it." Chuya turned a little pink at the compliment. Most of his compliments came through fear or mockery. Fear was to make people grovel at times. But those people were people Chuya rarely paid attention to. He always aimed to get whatever good job from either Koyo or Dazai, since he only really respected those two people. Mori too originally, but he was stone cold dead. 6 feet underground and in a coffin. The man was a creep, so he didn't mind. "You did well too." Chuya shook hands with Mina, who was somewhat unhurt with just some small scratches all over. Her cheeks were rosy and eyes bright as usual, no even brighter. He had encouraged her. This was the pure innocence that Dazai so hated at times, their unwavering faith in themselves that made anything close to the complex logical thinking that Dazai had impossible. Chuya was, as Dazai said, just stupid, not that he appreciated it, but he accepted it in terms of Dazai. Dazai cared for him, very much so, but he was blunt and rude to him. He didn't care for Chuya's petty feelings, just his health and some loose emotion that he regarded as important, but that was just how he cared. Chuya's own fault for liking him anyways. And the winner of the first round is our literally attractive Chuya Nakahara. Present Mike shouted out. Up next we'll be having Todoroki Shuto, our local Iceman, and Shiro Hanta, Tape Boy. Izawa, who was sitting beside him, scoffed and sunk into his seat further. He was originally not supposed to come and join Present Mike, seeing that he was a part of the monitoring division, but he lost a bet with Midnight the night before the competition. There wasn't such a huge need for him anyways, and his interactions with Yamada were amusing anyways. In other words, he was comedic support when Yamada was too boring for the audience, which was more often than not. Chiya Nakahara has a gravitational ability, so it wouldn't be surprising that he beat Ishido-kun, Aizawa commented, his head still weary from the slight shock that was brought on by Chiya. He's one of the transfer students from Yokohama. Yamada took the bait and started to talk about the two transfer students and abilities. He was easy to bait like that, simplistic at times when it came to being around Aizawa. Sometimes Aizawa thought he was faking it, just to keep on smiling because there really was need for his smiles most of the time. He smiled for himself though, he always smiled for himself. Smiling came as naturally as breathing for Yamada. Chiya Nakahara and Dazai Osamu, They're transfer students from Yokohama and have abilities. Aizawa, don't you already have a student with an ability in your class? Yamada asked, Green's eyes heading over to Aizawa's pointed glare. Yes, Aizawa said into the mic. Mishima-kun is the other ability user in Class 1A. Whoa, hold up. You mean to tell the listeners that there are 3 ability users in Class 1A? Yamada asked, eyes actually bulging because he really didn't know. Yukio being an ability user wasn't new news, but it wasn't really as well known outside of Class 1A sometimes. He never flaunted it without reason and never showed off unless there was some use for showing off, and in most cases there wasn't, so he didn't. One of the reasons why Aizawa had a small part of him that admired Yukio. For all his strange habits, he was smart and extremely resourceful, something common in ability users. Aizawa had taken a course on ability users before. They were much more advanced than normal students if their ability was one they used well and understood well. Although ability users in Tokyo were mostly less experienced due to the environment, ability users from Yokohama were different. Yokohama was nicknamed the mother of all ability users once because nearly all of world's strong ability users were stranded there in the ADA or Port Mafia. The only other notable groups were the Order of the Clock Tower and the Guild. Yes, Aizawa answered in the same way again. There is Dazai Osamu with his ability of no longer human, Chiya Nakahara with For the Tainted Sorrow, and Yukio Mishima with the Decay of the Angel. Yamada blinked before hopping right back in with his speech. Interesting. Yamada nodded as the contestants went onto the stage. Well, the tournament for our cold Todoroki King, Son of Endeavor, and Siro King, our personal office supply. Dazai-san. Atsushi dropped a cup of tea while watching the television. Dazai had told him to watch the Udata sports competition while he was gone, and Atsushi was never really one to disobey whatever request Dazai threw at him. He was never really ordered, only requested because Dazai knew Atsushi would never refuse a request, not matter how bizarre. Which was why he was sitting in front of a television, watching poor television ads while waiting for something Dazai wanted him to see. It was the first event of the Udata Sports Festival, the race, and Atsushi already knew exactly what Dazai wanted. If Dazai wanted, he could make it so that Atsushi didn't notice he was there because he knew what Atsushi was looking for or what Atsushi could find. He knew how Atsushi thought and how his head would look when picked apart because Atsushi was simplistic. Atsushi knew that Dazai must be there for a reason, but he also knew that Dazai also wanted to go there because he wanted to experience a normal life for once, because as easy as it would be to pluck a spy from a school while being a spy, it was easier to do it remotely and with external help. Atsushi sat down and continued to watch as Dazai made himself a general nuisance, easily tapping his way through opponents that were potential threats if they weren't so bad at realizing that their quirks were gone. Atsushi watched as Dazai easily skipped across the rope with the cat-like balance he always had, his head swaying around before he looked into the video camera and looked directly into Atsushi's eyes. He wavered back and forth with a small green-headed kid who was hanging with what looked like a part of the robot that was used in the tournament. His eyes met Atsushi's a couple more times before he finally placed 10th, an unusually high number for someone who didn't really have a physical ability. But Dazai did play dirty then again, messing with others to boost himself, his hand flinging around nearly everywhere, touching everyone who might beat him until he reached his goal. Akutagawa had gone to Tokyo, Atsushi knew, but he didn't know when or how Dazai did, seeing that Ango was always watching him, documenting his every move, not that it stopped him from doing his work. Atsushi stood up as the program announced a break and he headed over to Kyoka's room. The other was easily reading or typing a report whenever there was little assignments to be given. Their task was to watch over the hotel that Dazai claimed housed Fyodor Dostoevsky, but Atsushi found little evidence to support such a claim, as no one remotely suspicious came in or out or even matched the description Dazai gave. Nearly the entire population of Yokohama had blackish hair, but Dazai claimed it glowed purple sometimes. No one had purple eyes that had a red rim along its edge. Purple eyes were signs of an ability, strange colors anywhere were signs of an ability. Dark colors were usually symbiotic of abilities. Bright flashing colors were usually quirks, since they were always covered in bright flashy colors. Dazai claimed Fyodor's eyes looked like a dark royal purple that was red around the edge. The closest person to even remotely look like that was a small shriveling man that wore a business suit and had messy hair, not the neat, straight hair that Dazai claimed. That man's eyes were borderline purple, but it could have been the purple sign next to him that day. "Kyuka-chan?" Atsushi called out. "Are you there?" The room was dimly lit and the door was open, but the small girl wasn't there. Atsushi liked Kyuka. She was nice, small and sweet enough to render anyone who actually met her to mistake her for some lost child. Her eyes were comically wide and her hair always in a braid. She worked under Koyo, but mostly spent her time with Atsushi and Dazai, since Atsushi was her partner assigned by Dazai. The room was small, not crowded. But small considering what Dazai offered to give originally, saying that the Port Mafia has too many empty rooms, none being used. "Atsushi-san," Kyuka addressed as she peeked outside of her small bedroom, cell phone hanging out. "I'm changing." Atsushi's quickly turned red and headed out, steps furiously stomping around in a more shy manner than anything. It had happened before. Things like this were doomed to happen, as they basically were dorm mates with 2 different rooms to share. Dazai gave little care to the personal itty-bitty things of being right next to a girl because he was a pervert and didn't care about it as much. Atsushi minded, and Kyuka wasn't just some stranger either. Kyuka reminded him of little sister that he had to take care of and make sure she was safe, but on many occasions he felt more like an embarrassed dad, watching their little girl grow up and unable to adapt to the idea that they grew up. It was unfathomable how fast everyone grew. Sometimes they would look around and realize how fast time in the Mafia went. Atsushi still remembered, clear as glass, when he found Kyuka. He found Kyuka near a small cold house on the edge of Yokohama, near some woods. She had a small shivering figure that was huddled against the outside wall of a house. Her eyes were wide open, large plates that were trembling themselves in fear or possible tears, and her right hand was over her mouth. She had somewhat long indigo hair that was fussed around in such a wild way it wouldn't surprise Atsushi if she was simply someone homeless, but her clothes said something else. Other than being crumpled, Atsushi could see the soft, expensive fabric kill his original thoughts of homelessness. Her other left hand was on the wall, as if she needed something to hold herself up. She looked cold if anything, even though it was a cool summer night, and Atsushi walked over and offered his hand. "Are you okay?" Atsushi asked. He wasn't supposed to be nice. Dazai said for him to be a little less loving to small kids, but he knew that Atsushi couldn't help it. His hand was outstretched as the lithe girl slumped down on the grass, her hand giving sway as she threw up and wiped her mouth, eyes still as wide as plates. Atsushi felt his arms flutter around before he patted the girl's back, giving her some time to recover. She wasn't thin like he was before, she didn't seem poor, just frazzled, very, very frazzled. Her eyes were bulging and tears were forming near the edges before she started to cry. "Hey, don't cry." Atsushi took off his coat and wrapped it around Kyuka in a similar manner to how Dazai did so with him. Her small frame easily being covered by the heavy coat, and Atsushi bent down and lifted her by the bends in her knees and her back, like a princess hold if the circumstances weren't so awful. Her eyes weren't as wide as she sniffled into the jacket that would need to be cleaned later on. Her small phone hanging from her neck, its little bunny staring blankly forward. Her small tears staining the inside of his jacket, but he didn't care. How could he? He carried her over to a small bench and sat her down before running off to get her a small drink with the small amount of bills he brought on his person at all times. He ran to a nearby stand and ordered a small bowl of chizuki because he didn't know what the girl liked to eat. He didn't even know her name, but he knew that no one could possibly hate chizuki. He looked around. It was a dark evening where little rain fell compared to the week before. The moon was out and bright, shining as if a mockery of the poor girl's predicament, One Atsushi was not even sure himself. He took the chizuki and a small plastic spoon, thanked the man who gave it to him before he ran off, back to the girl who still held onto his jacket, but now had one hand on the small phone on her neck, gripping it like she would grip something that would be taken. Hey, I got some chizuki. Atsushi sat down next to her and took the small plastic cup of chizuki near her before taking the small plastic spoon he got and scooped some before bringing it near the small girl's mouth. Her eyes blinkered more tears down her small face before she took the spoon from Atsushi and took a small bite of the food, chewing slowly before swallowing. Atsushi patiently held the bowl in front of her as she continued to eat slowly, picking up pace slowly before she was crying and eating. Tears ran down her face freely as she cried, sometimes pauses to wipe her face with some tissues Atsushi had on his person. Atsushi sat and watched her slowly cry out, finally having someone to rely on, to cry on. Eventually her tears stopped and she finished the bowl. "Who are you?" the small girl asked, not in any manner that seemed to be out admiration, but genuine curiosity and wariness. Atsushi blinked and stammered out an answer. I'm Atsushi Nakajima." He took the small bowl and watched as the small girl blinked her owlish eyes, tear-stained. "Oh," the girl looked down at her hands, Atsushi only starting to realize there was some blood on them. "Izumi dash. Kyuka-chan." Atsushi asked from the other room, "Are you done?" It had been a good 15 minutes and Atsushi was sure the small girl didn't need so long to change into the usual kimono she wore. Her hair was already done when he went in. Kyuka was reserved in a way that Atsushi would never be able to follow. He was all jitters around anything social. "Yes." Kyuka peeked out, eyes narrowing in faux suspicion. "Why did you come in?" Atsushi turned red again and apologized before coming in and taking a seat on a small snuggly chair. His feet tapping the floor quickly over and over again. He did that when he was nervous, but excited. "Atsushi-san." Atsushi looked up. "I saw Dazai-san on TV." Kyuka gave him a look to question why he was even watching TV since the other was always reading the mass amounts of books that Dazai gave him as a sort of coping mechanism when there was nothing to do because Dazai organized the port Mafia well enough that many had extra time. Kyuka took up drawing. "He told me to watch it." Atsushi protested the look Kyuka gave him before her frown turned into a straight line. "What was he doing?" Kyuka asked. "Do you want some tea?" Atsushi shook his head and gave a small thanks before he paused to think a bit. Dazai was on the Udata Sports Festival, performing in the actual sports festival, meaning he was student. How he managed to pull Chuya and himself in, Atsushi didn't know, but he did know that it probably had to do with some spy that he recently found out about. The boy who beat the CRP out of Atsushi. He's posing as a student in Uda to find a spy he was looking for? Atsushi looked up. He brought Chuya-san along with him. Kyuka set the tea on the table with a small clang. There was one small blue cup with a small white bunny in the corner. Her eyes were slightly wide and she froze for a bit before she sat down in a chair similar to the one Atsushi was in. Her hands still hidden under the sleeves of her kimono, as well as two small thin sharp knives, just snugly hanging where she could reach and pull. "Then what are we supposed to do?" Kyuka asked. She was young and supposed to have worked under Dazai for the week as Dazai had requested it, but if he wasn't here, she wasn't sure what she was supposed to do other than surveillance. Atsushi lifted his shoulders in a small, "I don't know," before he leaned over to pick up the remote control to the small TV. In Kyuka's room. He flicked it on and turned it to the sports festival, curious to see exactly what Dazai was doing. He was on top of another student sitting on their shoulders as they seemed to teleport around and Atsushi couldn't help but freeze at the sight of the person Dazai was on top of. He had black hair and black eyes, but somehow they left a long blue streak wherever he went, teleportation. He was familiar, in a sort of strange comforting way. Atsushi perused his mind for a moment before he realized who he was. "Kyuka-chan, do you recognize the boy who Dazai-san's sitting on top of?" Atsushi asked, his eyes widening. "I think he looks a lot like one of the people who went into the hotel. Remember we called him Dash." "Kuro-chan," Kyuka finished, because he always wore a small black jacket. Atsushi nodded and looked at the screen. It was odd someone a part of Uda would go to Ibuningo Hotel in Yokohama. He knew he couldn't call Dazai because the show was live, but he knew he should let Dazai aware of it sometime soon. As long as nothing came up. Yukio sat back on his seat as he watched Todoroki. He knew exactly how he planned to win the competition. Midoriya fired him up probably, he was like that, angry and irritable easily. Todoroki was like a wounded cat, irritated, angry, and all cranky. He looked down at the crowd. Shiro was in front of him, back to him as he looked at Todoroki, eager to prove his worth. The Udata sports competition came with a catch. It was really just for pros to snatch everyone powerful before anyone else could, and it was a successful method as students were told they all had equal opportunity. Yukio couldn't help but scoff at the words of equal opportunity if they tried hard enough. How could anyone compare the likes of Todoroki to Mineta even? There was a definite difference in skill, and there would continue to be a definite difference in skill as Todoroki grew stronger, more strategic, less emotional. Yukio sat aback and watched Todoroki glare at Shiro, who shot tape once midnight let them start. The tape reached its target spot, catching onto Todoroki's arms. Shiro pulled. His pull never met its target before Todoroki, in all his animosity, shot an avalanche of ice straight at Shiro. Moving so fast, it was unclear as to when it started, the deep rumbling noise of sudden frozen water in the air or the small piece on the ground that seemed to grow and grow and grow. It hit the further than the ring, completely covering Shiro within it. The crowd barely missed it before Yukio removed it from the space, easily teleporting it elsewhere. Aizawa's pointed glare went at him. He wasn't supposed to interfere. Todoroki stared wide-eyed as the ice didn't reach the crowd but ended up being cut right by the first person's nose. It became a large glistening wall that people couldn't help but feel awe at the size. It could have been a good 30 meters up in the air. Some people in the front row gave some distress to the coldness leaking from it, but no one paid them much mind as Todoroki pulled the tape from his arm and waited for Midnight to finish the competition. "Can you move, Shiro-kun?" Midnight called out to a near-frozen Shiro, mouth still thankfully uncovered. His eyes were closed and body unclear. "WW what do YYUTT think?" Shiro answered, teeth chattering, "AICC can't move." Shiro's mouth was slowly turning blue. "Then the match goes to Todoroki Shuto." Midnight called out a little too quickly before she ushered someone to help Shiro out. Todoroki melted the ice carefully, making sure to not make the water simply just drop in a huge splash before he apologized to Shiro for going overboard. The other young man shook it off, saying it was a good match, was fired up to improve. Most of the students from UA were like that. Aizawa took over the microphone. "Yukio Mishima, if you interfere with the competition again, you'll be eliminated. There are protection measures for the visitors and so no need for you to stop any projectiles." Aizawa stuttered bit, still shocked on the entire affair of the exact potential Todoroki had. It was uncalculatable with the exact nature of his quirk being able to dissolve any drawbacks without much difficulty. Even if Todoroki refused to use his left side, he didn't need it to be strong. "Sorry," Yukio muttered out before he headed down, his head hanging low as he was forced to go up next. Ibra was in front of him, eyes turned up to the sky, muttering something before she looked at Yukio and narrowed her eyes in a wily way, if that was possible for someone as pious as her. Yukio did the same, looking at Ibra with canny eyes that went over every detail of the ring. The ring itself was a large red line that surrounded the both students. There was about a good 15 meters between Ibra and Yukio. He didn't hear Midnight yell start before the vines started to head for him, lightning fast. His eyes widened and he quickly eliminated the vines that would provide difficulty for his escape before he teleported into the sky and narrowly avoided another vine. His foot the ground before the ground underneath Ibra disappeared and she fell with a small squeak. Her eyes narrowed before she shot more and more vines at Yukio as she stood up, Yukio easily avoiding all of them. He glared at her as one came close to his eye. He forced some more holes around her, each larger than the last one, but she had already gotten tricked and wasn't willing to fall for it again, her steps easily navigating the possibility of a new hole in the ground. All the while shooting dozens and dozens of long tendrils of plant at Yukio, who only had to wave his hand once they managed to slightly touch him to suddenly be either teleported away from him. His eyes were glowing again, A stark blue compared to the dull colors of the background before teleported behind Ibra and tapped her back before teleporting elsewhere, farther from her to make sure she didn't catch him with her vines. His touch so light she didn't notice it until everything was gone. He landed back on his feet on the ground before he gave a low bow to Ibra and teleported her out of the ring. Ibra felt a cold darkness take over her before it receded to leave her stumbling on the ground before she fell, gracelessly. Her hands tried to find some comfort on the ground, but she couldn't feel anything for a single moment. Numb. She had heard from people in Class 1A that if Yukio teleports her it feels like darkness swallowing her if the teleportation is forced. She didn't believe it as much. She didn't really want to believe that teleportation was like being surrounded by darkness. She thought it'd be like being in place then another. It felt like eternity in the darkness, until she was dragged out. Others also said that it would make her weaker if the teleportation was forced on her. It was an understatement. Suddenly, gravity didn't seem so weak anymore, its strong hold on her dragging her lower and lower until she sank to her knees in tiredness. Her hair falling limp as she felt all the energy in her drop before it sparked back up, adrenaline. Her eyes shot up and she looked at the ground to see her standing only to see the disappointing red circle, laughing at her. Yukio Mishima wins. Midnight yelled out, Ibra's eyes shocked as she looked at the ground. The redness of the circle seemed to make her more upset, so she looked away and stood up, sudden bursts of energy causing every synapses in her body to spark up from the amount of information running through her. Her ears ringing from the attack, shock running through her as she imagined the dark expanse of the space that was space squished into a small area. Yukio walked over to her and bowed. Thank you for the fight. He was polite, and as he looked up, Ibra bowed back before she looked at him. He didn't seem much for someone who racked points up by hacking the U.A website. His eyes still had a little blue residue, but it didn't seem to really last long before it disappeared, once more blending into a soft-looking blackish brown. Ibra headed off the stage without another word because there really wasn't another word to be said. All right, up next is Midoriya Izuku and Hitoshi Shinsu. Midnight yelled, her eyes eyeing the small fidgety boy as Yukio tapped Midoriya on the head. He had gotten some advice, but he really didn't know what to do, if he should fight first and talk later, or wait to see. Regardless, he knew that he must not talk. Ojiro-san? Midoriya called out as Ojiro came near him, face completely still and serious. The small smile that was always present was gone. What's wrong? They had all seen the brackets and they had all seen who was fighting who first. None of them were really prepared or had any strategy, but they were ready to fight. Midoriya-kun, Ojiro began, fingers twiddling around. Shinso-kun's quirk is called brainwashing and everyone he talks to will be under his control. Midoriya's eyes were blown wide. The small room they were in before heading out had some water, a small table and chair. Ojiro sat down. I know, I was under it during the cavalry battle. It's really uncomfortable and I just wanted to warn you that Shinso-kun will try to use it against you, so don't answer his question or else you'll be controlled to walk out of the circle. That's a pretty cool, but scary quirk, Midoriya stuttered out. Is there any way to escape it? Ojiro shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. He didn't know. Midoriya looked serious for a minute before his face broke into a smile and he patted Ojiro on the back. Thank you for telling me. I'll do my best. It's no problem, Midoriya-kun. Ojiro gave a little laugh before he turned serious again. Be careful out there, Midoriya-kun. Midoriya looked at Shinso. His eyes were straight on the target, unwavering and unbending to everything. Shinso looked at Midoriya with a light-hearted smirk, as if he knew something that would possibly force Midoriya to speak out, even if he didn't want to. Midoriya didn't glare at him. Midoriya doesn't glare. He simply looked at Shinso, wary, but unsure whether or not to attack, even as the start was yelled. Shinso started with a question, something small, something expected to catch Midoriya off guard. How are you today? Shinso asked, pleasant smile on his face. Midoriya didn't like how Shinso smiled sometimes. It was fake, faker than when his mum sometimes tell him nothing was wrong when the bills came by. But at the same time he admired Shinso, he was someone willing to work harder, try harder, and beat himself up harder to get into a hero program that had an irrational testing capability, as Aizawa put it, and it was true. The entrance exam benefited physical quirks and people like Yukio, who just randomly hack into the system to steal points by deactivating robots. Everyone applied for general studies as a safeguard, but it was still a class that not many people got accepted into. Shinso had to make sure all his grades were up, his test scores high, before he could even make it into UA because if anything, EA didn't accept people whose academics were in the low 70s. Midoriya didn't answer as he continued to stare at Shinso, ready. His arms were out, feet separated, and back hunched as he tried to formulate a plan. He didn't know if he could keep his mouth shut while pushing Shinso out if something did arise. Ojiro told him anything deemed as a response to Shinso would be considered as a chance, and Midoriya knew that Shinso would allow almost anything as a response. Come on, that's rude. Okay then. What's your favorite color? Midoriya squeezed his mouth tight, forcing the small voice in his head from responding green. Why, are you All Might's hidden child? Midoriya nearly wheezed out a no before he stopped himself. Todoroki's outburst on it helped. You know, if you aren't talking, I'll start. You know that you won't be able to not answer my questions soon. I can simply insult every single one of your friends. You seem protective? Or at least emotional. Anyways, I overheard your conversation with Todoroki-san and I couldn't help but notice that while he was talking your voice pitched a little bit higher than normal. Ave to know this kind of stuff, you know? Anyways, I couldn't help but think, does Midoriya Izuku-san like Todoroki-san? Midoriya's eyes went wide as his face turned red and he felt the scandalized, "What?" come out of his mouth. What? Darkness immediately swept over Midoriya's eyes as he nearly choked at the intrusion. The intrusion that was a sudden darkening of his vision. A sudden just booming voice telling him to leave the ring rang through his head nearly breaking from the pressure of it. Live. The voices telling to obey, that he was simply worthless, that he should just listen to others, only coming out later in a flurry of negativity. Midoriya felt his feet move to turn around. He tried to grit his teeth in frustration, eyes somewhat closing in difficulty. He couldn't see the crowd, he couldn't see his friends, his support, he was alone. That was it, he was alone in the frightening expanse of his head. Midoriya internally shook his head. He couldn't stop in the first round, he couldn't stop when he just started. The day was just starting and he needed to hurry up. If he couldn't beat a simple mind trick, then he would never be able to become a hero because any villain could have a mind quirk that would affect them. He looked around in the dark expanse of his head. It felt like years already. Did he lose? He saw a small pale white figure in distance, its face clouded by some white smoke. He tried to call out, but nothing came out. It turned to Midoriya and gave a sort of sad smile before it dissolved. Midoriya felt his finger crack free, easily bruising. Relief came instantly, like hot water poured on his icy body as he immediately looked down to see the red line just a step ahead. He turned his head to look at Shinso, eyes wide and with what seemed like a semblance of calculation. Shinso's eyes were wide and he immediately fell into a fighting position, knowing that Midoriya wouldn't fall for his quirk again for some time. Midoriya ran towards him. Shinso felt the other's strong arms pushing him towards the edge. He threw a punch to the other's nose, it started to bleed, but Midoriya didn't seem fazed, as if getting injured was commonplace for him. Midoriya kept on pushing Shinso, arms unwavering before Shinso stared at Midoriya's fingers. One was bruised and bloody. He grabbed it and pushed it, using the small moment of shock to turn the tables. He was now pushing Midoriya towards the end, hands forcing the other towards the edge. He wasn't as hurt as Midoriya, whose face was covered in tiny droplets of the blood from his nose. Shinso winced a bit as he saw the sight. He kept on pushing, and he could see it. Midoriya's foot was reaching the red line. Midoriya could tell as well. They were looking straight at each other with such ferocity, and suddenly Midoriya let go. Shinso immediately tried to force Midoriya out but found himself flying through the air. He was flipped over Midoriya's shoulder. He felt the telltale bang of his body landing on the other side, his loss. Midoriya Izuku wins. Midnight yelled out as the crowd cheered. Next up is Dazai Osamu, our personal mini Aizawa, and Aoyama Wai, sparkly boy. Shinso took the outstretched hand that was given to him by Midoriya, He felt himself get pulled up. His eyes were wide open in slight disappointment. His face was fallen and hanging low as he faced Midoriya. They both stood up and thanked each other for the game before heading off. Midoriya following Shinso, pausing him to ask him a question. Shinso-san, why do you want to be a hero? Midoriya asked. He knew that someone like Shinso would have difficulty getting anywhere because of his quirk's nature. Midoriya admired the other's quirk for its simplicity and also usefulness. He just knew that Shinso would be a good hero, but he wondered why. His quirk would have definitely drawn negative feedback because of how villainous it seemed at times. Midoriya couldn't help but shiver at the memory of being unable to make anything work. It also wasn't a flashy quirk that would be useful in a fast, quick battle sometimes, but a quirk that required time to look for response. But why I want to be a hero? There's no reason other than it's what I want to be when I grow up, no matter what, Shinso answered. It's sorta of a hopeless yearning I have because even if I'm unable, I will try over and over again. Heroes should want to be heroes because it's what they want to do after all. Oh, Midoriya quieted and couldn't answer for a moment. Shinso-san, I'm sure you dash. Midoriya-san. Uraraka called out, could you please help me? Midoriya stammered something out, calling the fading Shinso. Oh, I'm sorry, but it's really serious. Midoriya nodded as Uraraka dragged him to a small room, Yukio, Ida, and Tsuyu inside. Yukio was laughing at Uraraka's predicament as he made some useless comment on how Bakugo would ruin her anyways. You know, he won't hold back no matter what, Yukio laughed. Why should he? He wants to win. Yukio-san. We cannot discourage Uraraka-kun. She can still win if she thinks of something. Ida threw his hands up, robotically. We shall all help her. I already know how she can beat Bakugo, but I don't think she can pull it off. Yukio's eyes crinkled as Ida continued to berate him. Then tell her. Yukio-san, as her classmate you should help her. Ida yelled at Yukio, who only laughed harder. Yukio-san. Midoriya came in. Why don't you tell Uraraka? Yukio shook his head and held up a hand to make the others wait. Yukio-san said that Uraraka won't be able to pull it off because of how difficult it is, but if she can then she'll win for sure. Tsuyu made a small ribbit sound. He won't tell us the strategy though. Yukio-san. Midoriya paused. I have an idea too, but we all know that yours will be the most helpful. Please tell us. Yukio tilted his head and thought for a moment, rolling his thoughts around in his head before he grinned. He knew that if Uraraka won, she would have to fight Kirishima, and he knew that if that was the case, she would lose. Fine, Yukio shrugged. Either way, you'll be going against Kirishima next and you'll lose against him for sure. Midoriya balked and sighed as he listened on. Don't touch him, just watch him and wait for him to attack. All his attacks so far were short-ranged, so all you have to do is wait for him to come to you. The second you go to him, you risk getting injured, but if he comes to you, he also has to get close enough to reach you. He starts with a right swing and he always does 3 consecutive explosions before he uses his left arm to do 2 more. In that time, grab his hands and ignore the possible pain that comes with it. As much as I want to call him a monster, he won't blast you if you grab him. I know because I did it once during a fight. That's the only time you'll be able to catch him off guard because he expects you to touch his back or chest or something. Then you need to get him as high as possible and drop him. If you don't, he'll just use his explosions to propel himself around in the air because he knows that your quirk only can make things go up. Yukio blinked. Of course I doubt it will work because Bakugo won't attack. Smart bee. Midoriya stared at Yukio, his eyes wide. Why Yukio-san? Midoriya yelled out, scaring Yukio for a moment. That's dangerous. And how are we go dash? It's a great idea, Yukio-san, but you're right, I won't be able to pull it off, Uraraka sighed. Bakugo's reflexes are faster than mine's. Yukio blinked and shrugged. You could do it, I highly suspect you can, Yukio encouraged, but you need to time yourself well, not to mention Bakugo probably now expects a plan. Yukio stared at the door. He saw us go into a room. And Uraraka, any rocks you blow at him, he'll explode them away. He'll risk almost anything to win. Uraraka blinked and stared at Yukio. How did you know that? Uraraka asked. I didn't tell anyone about it. Yukio shrugged and looked at Ida. His eyes lidded as he swayed around waiting for some response. Yukio-san. It's a good idea, but isn't it too dangerous? Ida commented. Bakugo-san can easily blow away Uraraka-kuin's wrists. Yukio looked at Ida. Weren't you the one who said he would hold back? Yukio-san. That doesn't remove the implication of severe danger. Ida-kun, Uraraka-kun can't win any other way. I've thought of it. Anytime she tries to attack, he'll just defend and immediately start thinking of what Uraraka-kun is doing. It can't be a long battle. Yukio whined to Ida. I don't think you should do it, Uraraka-kun. It's too dangerous. Ida frowned at Yukio. If I were in your position, I would be just as nervous. Don't worry too much. There aren't many people who can stop Bakugo-san anyways. AC2OI, Ida-kun has a low T of ways to get Bakugo-san down on his knees from exhaustion. Yukio laughed. Ida's quirk is great for running around and confusing Bakugo-kun, but I'm afraid that Bakugo-san would probably find a way around it. Thank you, Ida-san and Yukio-san, but I think I'll use my own strategy. I've relied on you all a lot throughout our time together. Uraraka said her thanks, and I all heard someone yell the end of a match, and Uraraka headed out. 3, 2, 1, start. Nizu watched as Dazai ran swiftly, dodging every beam sent for him. Tashinori was beside him, fingers tapping uncontrollably as he watched the match. He didn't know what to do, how he was supposed to prevent the two intruders from doing anything to his students he cared greatly about. He had seen what Chiya did to Mina, and he worried for Aoyama, who he knew was extremely sensitive for someone in the hero course. Tashinori-san, Nizu called out to him, what do you think of the two new students? Tashinori froze and twiddled his thumbs even further. He could see Dazai hands brushing the laser heading for him before it disappeared, leaving the crowd gasping as Aoyama tried to use his quirk again, only for some spurts of blue to come out. Dazai waited as his quirk recovered, but this time he ran towards Aoyama, startling the other. They're doing well in class. Tashinori saw Dazai slowly edge a confused Aoyama to the edge each step he took, forcing Aoyama back one. Nakahara-kun is attentive and a generally good student. Dazai-kun enjoys teasing everyone and ignoring Aizawa-sensei, but his grades aren't slipping. They fight a lot in class though. Nizu nodded and went back to watching the fight. Dazai had swept Aoyama under his feet, causing the other to tumble and fall out of bounds. Dazai-kun, Tashinori called out, please stop fighting Nakahara-kun. Midoriya turned to Tashinori, eyes questioning the stutter. He looked over to Yukio, who was staring at Tashinori as well. They were observant, too observant for their own good, and although Tashinori knew that Yukio might be fine on his own, Midoriya wasn't. The other was a poor liar, and if he did find out, there was no doubt that Dazai would simply read it off his face, easily seeing through his simple reactions. Yukio was someone Tashinori admired. Someone able under the toughest of situations was able to easily come up with plan after plan to keep the game he played running. Always prepared for everything. And it wasn't as if he had a plan A, B, C, D, but rather he was able to mold plan A into something else to prevent any other issues. He was versatile in a way that Tashinori hasn't seen in years. The last person like him was someone who sat in an office. Understood, All Might Sensei. It felt sickening to hear his name come from someone like Dazai. He didn't enjoy it one bit. It was a mockery of his job, but at the same time he couldn't help but feel it is right. His job to make Dazai change for the better, if he could. It was hopeless to some degree, but he still attempted it because everyone needed a hero, even him. No one could rely on themselves every time. No one was perfectly flawless to the point where they were the symbol of perfection. All Might was the image of heroes. A man who barely knew how to make a cup of noodles without difficulty. Good, Tashinori-san, Nizu patted his arm. I know you don't like it, but I thank you for trying. Uraraka walked into the ring, eyes unwavering as she stared straight at Bakugo's bored face. She wanted to win and she knew that Yukio was right, but she also knew that Yukio wouldn't be around her forever and that she had to come up with her own ideas or else she'll lag behind, and she didn't want to lag behind. Bakugo was glaring at her, watching her as Midnight started the fight, and she ran at Bakugo, following Yukio's comment that Bakugo would start off with a right swing. She saw through it, but still got hurt, some scratches being made on her left cheek. The blast didn't seem to affect Bakugo as he shot 3 explosions before taking a left swing and did 2. The explosions rang out in a consecutive beat, and if not for the moment, it would have sounded more like some rock band using fireworks for the sake of their own performance. Her cheeks stung and she missed her target, but she could feel the gravel under her feet. She ran at Bakugo again, arms flailing about as she tried to make a grab at Bakugo, who read her like an open book. "Hey, isn't that too harsh? She's only trying her best." Uraraka and Bakugo looked up at the voice. Just because you're stronger doesn't mean you get to push someone around like that. It was a man in a tacky hero suit and goggles that was whining, voice coming out in a large boom. Bakugo swore and ignored him, watching Uraraka's moves before he lashed out. Uraraka dodged and went at him again, but this time she shot her jacket at his face, pretending it was herself. He aimed for her jacket, forcing it to become tatters as the crowd gasped. The nature of Bakugo's ability forced the gravel to go up in the air, breaking the ring down into dust that flew around, easily confusing anyone who was in them, and Bakugo was in them. Uraraka quickly went behind Bakugo and tried to touch Bakugo, but her steps were too loud, and in the midst of the explosions, Bakugo could hear her steps. He quickly turned and shot an explosion at Uraraka, which landed straight on her arm, causing her to wince in pain as she retracted it to run farther away to avoid the other attacks. One hit her in the face again. "You shouldn't go so harsh on a girl, you butt." Bakugo glared at the sound and barked out aloud as he continued to watch Uraraka, whose attacks seemed more and more random as anything. "You shouldn't go around beating the hell out of people because you can. That's what villains do." "And what was you dash?" Bakugo interrupted him by throwing an even larger explosion that didn't reach Uraraka. "Shy, I'm telling you to cool down, man." Some people in the crowd agreed and berated Bakugo's fighting style, small voices that they too easily ignored in favor of their tournament. Uraraka headed towards Bakugo once more, her hands reaching out haphazardly as she felt the ground increase in dust, some going into her shoes. "Are you a pro hero?" Aizawa asked the man, who nodded. "Then quit your job, because you're implying that we should go easy on villains when they're weaker than us. When you're fighting someone, the goal is to render them unable to fight. Your inability to see that is a part of your own negligence to what your job is." Bakugo-kun is trying his best. He's acknowledging the possible risk that Uraraka-kun might bring to him. He's being careful. He's trying to become first, so he's trying to be careful. The crowd quieted and continued to watch Uraraka, who was huffing and puffing near the ground, the fight draining her. She looked up at Bakugo and smiled as she lifted every single dust particle and rock off the ground, forming a cloud of debris. Bakugo looked up and his eyes widened as the entire thing came clashing down, similar to if rain was rocks instead. They came down at an alarming rate before Bakugo raised his hand and blasted the entire thing away from his, the rest scattering around the field. He quickly saw Uraraka's stray hand before he blasted her with his free hand, straight on target, not like the previous grazes that she had gotten. He jumped back and watched as she collapsed on the ground before picking herself up. He felt his hand shake a bit as he realizes that he strained his quirk for once in an attempt to make sure all the rocks didn't land on him. It also caused some to hit Uraraka with even more force, the rocks being blown in her direction. Her arms had some blood running down it and her face was slightly cut up. "Oi, you're dead now," Bakugo muttered, pleased with himself, but slightly fazed with the attack. He was sure that Yukio gave her the strategy, or else she wouldn't have been able to come so close. Uraraka tried to stand up again, making a weak attempt at running at Bakugo before she fell down again. Her entire body was hurt, limbs screaming at her to stop, and to rest. She crawled. She dragged herself forward in an attempt to reach Bakugo. The fight ended. "What the hell, Yukio?" Bakugo yelled at Yukio, who he caught behind him, eating what looked like some milk bread. His eyes were focused on the phone in his hand and there seemed to be some messages on it, the recipient being someone Bakugo couldn't care less about. Yukio's eyes were brighter than before, almost seeming like he was crying if not for the obvious very dry skin around his eyes and eyelashes. At some point, Bakugo had to admit that he would never beat Yukio, even if he became stronger. Infinitely stronger because Yukio would always be faster through his teleportation abilities alone. It wasn't like it was an achievement to be considered impossible to beat by Bakugo, but rather it was the fact that so far, no one managed such a feat. Even when Bakugo saw Chuya, he knew that his ability wouldn't be able to block the impact force of his quirk, no matter gravity or not. His ability just couldn't specify to that degree. What? Yukio asked, eyes narrowing in irritation. He was texting someone and he felt it rude to just drag someone away from it because of something. Bakugo was taller, he was larger, but he wasn't any stronger than him. Bakugo's eyes were popped wide open, mouth in a snarl as he glared at Yukio. Yukio's phone buzzed in his hand, the other participant probably asking for his status. Yukio glanced at it and turned his phone off. Whatever the other person needed could be stalled. What did you FING tell Roundface before the tournament? Did you give her that idea, you butt? Bakugo accused, his eyes glaring down at Yukio's small stature. What the F did you say to her? Yukio stared at Bakugo and blinked. His eyes were less soft and wide than before, a bit dull in a way that made Bakugo less excited and more nervous. He liked Yukio as a classmate, but only as a classmate. Whoever this Yukio was, Bakugo didn't want to know because he didn't want to ruin the perfect image of Yukio that was ingrained in his head. He didn't want to ruin the perfect image of Yukio that was so rooted in him that it took over any logical thought. I didn't tell her anything, everything she did was her own effort. Yukio tilted his head and his eyes widened a bit. Bakugo sighed in relief. Besides, if I came up with a strategy against you, it would be you losing and her winning. Rocks are useless against you anyways. Bakugo stared at Yukio for a while. Yukio stared back at him before he yelled something incoherent and ran off, heading towards Kirishima and his group of fools. They were sitting around, laughing as they talked about Bakugo. Yo Bakugo-san, Denki yelled out, why did you have to go so hard on a frail girl like Uraraka? Bakugo huffed and sat down, his eyes blazing as he glared at Denki's obnoxious smile. Uraraka wasn't weak, she was anything but weak. She couldn't be weak when she made up such a plan in a small amount of time. She couldn't be weak when she tried to stand up even though her legs had long gone weak and tired. She couldn't be weak when she nearly won. Her effortless smile and pride, grinning even when there was nothing to be grinning at, even when she struck down over and over and over and over again, even when she knew she would lose in the face of someone as strong as Bakugo. Winning was slim and she still persevered, she still tried, and how many people were like that? Bakugo knew there were some students who wouldn't even try to win against him, nervous and unwilling to seem weak by being beat, so they surrender. There weren't a lot of people now who were willing to give up everything to keep others safe. She's not weak, Uraraka-kun is anything but weak. For our second last competition, Midnight yelled, Ida Tenya, Speed Boy, and Tokoyami Fumikage, How Tobu Boy 101. Tokoyami grimaced at the name, but he didn't care. He couldn't care about tiny things when he was about to fight. Perspiration grew on his neck as he gave a long sigh and walked in, eyes forward and back straight and tall. It was broad daylight and dark shadow was useless in broad daylight. Tokoyami gave another long sad sigh, Ida in front of him. He glanced at Ida's calves. The rockets were still there, looking better, more trained than before if that was possible. Tokoyami had noticed that this year's students were less lethal, their quirks more dull. Most were quirks that needed some thought as their possibilities were broad, but their actual users lacked the creativity needed. Tokoyami heard a start, and he shot Dark Shadow forward. Ida ran, Dark Shadow, barely keeping up before Tokoyami saw Ida heading towards him. He dragged Dark Shadow back and felt Ida push him. Tokoyami shifted his feet and turned the pushing game around onto Ida. Ida's feet nearly reached the line before he jumped, his engines pushing him around, and tumbled to the ground. Tokoyami stared. Ida risked that move, he didn't know if it would work. His quirk helped propel himself forward in between steps, never a full jump and never a jump that needed his to go over things. Logically, if he was moving so fast, a single rock he threw would be enough to cause Tokoyami to get hurt, but he didn't want to get hurt. His hands clenched as he ran at Tokoyami again, slamming the poor person before he pushed. It was easy to push people out of the ring, but it was hard when they were trying to push back. Tokoyami could push back, but he didn't push back a lot. or as easily. Ida went back, but this time Dark Shadow followed him, slamming into him, forcing his engines to move erratically for a moment. He forced himself to balance before he narrowly escaped another hit from Dark Shadow. Tokoyami was difficult. He was always shooting back Ida's engines by using the strength that Dark Shadow gave him at times. Another hit, Ida avoided it narrowly, the movement making him take a step backwards. Pushing wasn't going to work with Tokoyami. He would simply turn against him and use Dark Shadow to help stop Ida. Dark Shadow was difficult to beat and he wasn't. Tokoyami pushed Ida, long-distanced and using Dark Shadow. In the time Ida was thinking, Tokoyami had managed to inch Ida to the border, near it at least, and he could see the shock in Ida's face, as he forced him engines to propel him forward. Tokoyami's Dark Shadow pushed Ida again. He pushed and pushed and pushed, but Ida didn't fall for the trick again. His feet remained planted. Tokoyami nearly glared at his classmate before he shot Dark Shadow around and behind, giving no time for Ida to react before Dark Shadow grabbed him and threw him, nearly bringing him to the end. Ida quickly stood up and avoided the next grab or kick, which it was he couldn't tell. Tokoyami used Dark Shadow to grab and kick and punch at Ida, forcing the other to dodge consistently, leaving no time for the other to avoid anything else. Tokoyami walked slowly, step by step as he got closer and close to Ida, his head hanging low as the speakers made no note of his movement. Tokoyami forced Ida near the edge. Dark Shadow had inched him one step every time before he pushed Ida forward, towards the ring, and quickly moved away before Dark Shadow nudged a shocked Ida in the direction of the line. His foot went over and Tokoyami won. Ida stared at the line in defeat before he stood up and gave a bow to Tokoyami. He had thought he had it under control, but Dark Shadow had cornered him with a barrage of attacks, slowly forcing him to lose focus on the actual target, Tokoyami. Tokoyami bowed back. It was a good fight and I'll learn from it. Ida looked straight into Tokoyami's eyes with no hesitation. Tokoyami nodded before they both went down the podium, each taking a look and giving their good lucks to Kirishima. He went on to see Tetsu looking at him, waiting. Atsushi-san, Kyuka called, I found some dash. A large crash was heard as an explosion came from above. Atsushi looked up and saw a large gaping hole in the room. Bits and pieces rained over them as Atsushi deflected some that came near him. The computers broke with a crash and all the files deleted themselves, untraceable. Any information they were looking for would have to be found later, and Atsushi realized this with a halting shock. Whoever put a bomb, put it in the middle of the room knowing that Atsushi was looking for someone, knowing who he was looking for, even someone who could easily sneak into the Mafia's headquarters without anyone noticing. Atsushi glared above and looked over to Kyuka, who was slightly battered. Kyuka-chan? Atsushi questioned. Kyuka didn't say anything but gave a reassuring smile. Are you all right? Kyuka nodded and he helped her up before they ran out of the collapsing room. Happy Halloween. Kyuka-chan. Atsushi called out as they walked to the ADA. The port mafia was attacked by some hidden attacker, and Atsushi knew it wasn't the demon that Dazai loved to whine about whenever something went wrong. Atsushi believed that 90% of everything that happened in the port mafia actually had nothing to do with the demon, but rather it was an easy output for Dazai since the demon was easily at fault for everything. The assassin who came in through the vents was not Fyodor Dostoevsky, and Atsushi knew it couldn't be him because Fyodor Dostoevsky actually allowed them to install cameras in his room just to watch him. Dazai didn't let anyone really try to attack him for some stupid reason that irked Atsushi, especially when Dazai would whine out a long string of curses at Fyodor Dostoevsky. The bomb was identified as a privately made one that used materials that could be found in any regular hardware store, making it impossible to track the actual person who made it due to the possibility of its materials coming from different hardware stores. Koyo had tried to communicate with Dazai, but Dazai told them all to block all the vents and bolt the windows. He gave some loose comfort that nothing would really happen and they should continue their research because the attack was meant for them to stop searching everything about Izuku Midoriya and Yukio Mishima. They were heading to the ADA because they were blown up as well, bits and pieces of the agency everywhere and the road blocked for the safety of the people. The ADA wasn't hurt, but they were relocated to some hidden government facility courtesy of Engo Sakaguchi. Atsushi once actually met the government officer. He was polite and calm enough for someone in the government if not for the close relationship he had with Oda Seskunasuke. Atsushi actually liked Oda, once meeting him in meeting that Dazai had organized as a get-along meeting with Cake and Oshidagun because they wanted to strengthen their relationship for the future. No one protested it knowing that the previous feud was caused by some petty argument with Mori and Fukuzawa, and although no one ever told them directly, the argument was stupid and a waste of time and effort. The part of the agency that was bombed was actually the cafe, but managed to blow the entire floor of the agency up and about. Atsushi told Dazai about that too, but he was even less worried than before, saying that no one died from an itty-bitty bomb and they were the 80, not some civilians that had no sense of self-preservation whatsoever. Atsushi phoned Dazai using a public phone. His was crushed in the bombing. 2 bombs set off in Yokohama, one for the ADA and one for the Port Mafia. The drives were being rebooted, but would need a good month to be able to retrieve and translate everything back into paper or readable code. The entire Port Mafia information system was made by Dazai, and hence Dazai was the only one who knew what every individual code meant for safety, he said, because it wouldn't make sense for Dazai Osamu to be assassinated. The 81 was much worse, seeing they didn't bring down a roof, but the floor. Old Yokohama buildings were made like that. They were single ceiling floor tiles that were horrible for protection in the case of an explosion or some accident. Dazai-san, someone bombed the Port Mafia. And Atsushi-kun, how did you not realize? Dazai picked up, barely worried about the entire situation, as if he already knew the entire incident. Atsushi knew he probably did. It was an uncanny skill for him to send people into danger knowing the dangers they would face. How did Kyuka-chan get out fine? Dazai wasn't concerned about Kyuka. Atsushi knew he was only doing it to placate Atsushi for his whatever response. Yes, she did, Dazai-san. Atsushi looked around and whispered more quietly, the Ada was attacked as well. Atsushi could hear the stiffening voice that ordered people around, the displeased voice that always managed to scare him to his wits because Dazai was scary. The only person who could even try to refute that sentence was in a hotel, sitting on the ground, and from what the unharmed security cameras suggested, was typing a manuscript for some sort of website. What? It wasn't a question, it was a statement. Atsushi-kun, move the entire Port Mafia to another location. Atsushi blinked. Moving the entire Port Mafia was difficult, especially when the information databases were crashing. They needed a good day to reboot at least. The Port Mafia's entire blackmail system would fall apart if they relocated, but Atsushi knew that Dazai knew, meaning that the losses incurred would definitely not be considered losses compared what could happen if they stayed. Dazai-san, Atsushi mumbled out. Atsushi-kun, you need to get the entire Port Mafia not out of the current office, but out of Yokohama. We need to SW bases if this is the case. Atsushi could hear the ruffle of hair as Chuya made some far-off noise telling Dazai to hurry the F up. It was his turn. Atsushi-kun, if you don't get out of that building you'll die. What? Atsushi yelled out, a couple people looking towards the phone booth before Atsushi muttered some apologies. Dazai-san, what's happening? Dazai yelled some incomprehensible at Chuya. I don't know, and that's why you have to relocate, Dazai answered. I really don't know, I didn't expect so soon. Chuya and I will finish the thing earlier then. Atsushi nearly dropped the phone. If Dazai didn't know what was happening, then something was wrong because Dazai knew everything, as in everything about the entirety of Yokohama at all times regardless of where he goes. Dazai knew everything target by heart, every customer by memory, and if he didn't know what was happening that meant that no one had a chance of knowing except. Atsushi's eyes widened. Dazai-san, the agency was attacked. Were they attacking Rampo-san? Rampo was the only other person who could possibly be compared to Dazai in terms of raw intelligence, a threat if not for the childish mannerism that he had. Rampo was resourceful in a way that was he could be resourceful, but chose not to. It was funny when he and Rampo met, the other commenting that Atsushi should choose some other method of controlling his tiger form, something Dazai deflected, and Atsushi only later knew that it was an invitation to join the agency. Yes, Dazai's voice was bitter, like bitter melon. That's the only real target that person has, but it doesn't make any sense because he shouldn't know he's the actual threat. Dazai's voice trailed off before he started again with finality. Atsushi-kun, relocate to Tokyo or something, but don't stay in Yokohama. Atsushi gave a small hiss before he heard the dial tone of Dazai hanging up. What, Atsushi-san? Kyuka asked, voice clear as they went over to the agency to see the full damage the bomb had on it. There were police, but there was always more than one way to sneak in and grab a peek at the building which had completely collapsed. Atsushi could even peek at the crowds that formed near the incident whenever they walked past it, always stopping to take a glance at the old red building. Why do you think the Port Mafia and Ede were bombed? Atsushi asked, not really caring if it sounded rude or not because by this point, Kyuka knew that he never really meant anything rude with anything he said. Sometimes he just said things like that. It was fun to poke fun at sometimes, but mostly it was just considered as normal Atsushi behavior. I can't tell much. Kyuka's kimono fluttered around in the chilly wind. It was only the beginning of autumn and the trees were already bare and the winds already bone-biting cold. There were some newspapers that littered the streets, but other than that, everything looked normal. Kyuka was the softer, quieter one that always seemed to be thinking, but was really just in her own head, daydreaming. She had a vicious focus when needed, but other than that, her eyes always seemed to phase out of focus when talking to anyone except Dazai. I don't know myself either, Dazai-san said to relocate, and we are, but why relocate when it was just a tiny bomb? It wasn't like we were never bombed before. Atsushi walked through the somewhat crowded sidewalks, eyes moving around as he tried to stop for the telltale sign of Akutagawa. If he saw Akutagawa, it meant that he had to run away because Akutagawa was always trying to attack him, regardless of the reason. There never had to be a reason for why he was the new target for everything. There was never a reason as to why he was always the focus of everything hateful and disgusting, but Atsushi didn't care much either way. Dazai-san sometimes gives us strange orders, Kyuka answered plainly, her eyes forward as she looked onto the damage. Half the building had collapsed under the bomb. The crumbling dust filtered into the air like tiny little gray dots of snow. Chairs bent out of shape laid waste to the street, no one coming near due to the bright yellow tape that told everyone to F off with such brilliance they were inclined to listen. Yokohama's citizens were much more obedient than the crazy rabid dogs that infested the rest of the world, loud and ready to protest whenever and for whatever reason. He does, but where is Fukuzawa-san? Kanikita-san? Atsushi gave a sort of call towards the end as if he was trying to find them in the middle of the rubble. It wasn't as if the ADA would tell the Port Mafia everything. Mutual exchange of information was limited to only the most essential determined by Fukuzawa because no one trusted Dazai's definition of essential. Kyuka-chan, do you think they're in dash? Another huge bomb was let off. Another bomb in the building. Another bomb that had a hit range that Atsushi and Kyuka were in. They bolted, barely missing the huge rocky projectiles of the already ruined building. Reaching the top of a commercial mall, the two stared, dumbfounded as a string of bombs rang through the small neighborhood, only hitting places close to the Ada. Atsushi grabbed his phone and called Takehara, who was watching Fyodor for the time being. Atsushi-kun? Takehara's questioning voice asked. The security cameras were underground and so no one there would be able to see the damage of the bombs. Atsushi's eyes were glowing as they did whenever he ran to fast enough to activate his ability without actually calling on it, a skill Dazai forced into him as essential. A huff bomb. Atsushi paused. A string of bombs just exploded over the entire Ada area. No one seems hurt, but it seems as if Kyuka-chan and me were the targets because we were the only ones in the range. Takehara-san, what's he doing? Any bombs, murder, or even things that just felt strange caused alarm and everyone's eyes went to the smiling man under camera. Takehara glanced at the camera. Fyodor wasn't even looking at the camera, his eyes focused on the screen in front of him as he scrolled through what seemed like a list. He hadn't left in over a month, always ordering something rather than going out. Hotel staff even ending up calling him Hikikomori guest. He's doing nothing. Atsushi-kun. Takehara glanced at the guards as they left to retrieve the rest of the files. The Black Lizard was in the end meant to clean up the files, something Atsushi tasked seeing that Dazai left him and Koyo in charge. Atsushi was nice enough. For someone who working in the Mafia, his awkward stuttering was admired as a feat of work and life separation. Like someone who managed to balance being themselves and work-life self. Creepy to watch at times, but still amazing. Are you sure? Atsushi glanced at the damage. Are you sure because the entire road was uplifted? Atsushi-kun, I am very sure that Fyodor Dostoevsky did not do anything but chat with someone for the past 3 hours. Atsushi paused for a moment, eyes rolling around in thought. He did that a lot when he was thinking. Atsushi-san, Kyuka interrupted, you should inform Dazai-san. Atsushi nodded before he sent his buys to Takehara before he called Dazai. Everything was moving so fast, they had only just been bombed. Atsushi-kun. Dazai swung around in his chair. The competition wasn't over, but he was taking a break. No one was in the same room as Dazai as they all went to watch the fight between Kirishima and Tetsu, but there wasn't much interest there for Dazai. Not when the port mafia was being attacked by bombs. He knew who did it, he knew why they did, and he knew it was 1000% Dostoevsky's fault because everything is his fault. He knew that Dostoevsky was planning to create a diversion to prevent anyone from finding out about his spy, but he also needed to find out exactly who it was that Atsushi and Kyuka was looking for. It would be impossible since from the hint they were looking into at least 5 different people, unless he underestimated or overestimated them. What's wrong? There's been another bomb, but it was in the empty ruins of the Ada. Everyone was evacuated moments before. We were heading there to check on them. Dazai frowned and swung around again. He knew everything there was to know about the guy who was responsible because there could only be one person responsible, but he didn't know why it came early. He didn't expect it on the sports festival day unless the guy was making sure that Dazai didn't go to him, that Dazai didn't come, which was strange because Dazai could find the target without Atsushi's help. Was there BGMI-san is RELY consistent? Atsushi-kun, Dazai said suddenly, you won't find Bomber-san by looking where he might go if he planted it while pretending to be a customer. That's stupid ID. Dazai-san, if you know anything about the bomber, please tell me. No, I won't. I don't want to. Dazai-san. Dazai hung up as he saw Chuya coming down the corner. The Yokohama explosion definitely went on the Yokohama News, but Dazai found that Yokohama News and Mizudafu News were 2 different things. Chuya slammed the door open and dragged Dazai out. You a-hole, Kirishima-kun and Tetsu-kun are going to have an arm wrestling contest and you're sitting here. Moping. Chuya looked as a disgruntled Dazai, whose phone was still on the table in the room. Dazai didn't believe in watching useless fights unless if he wanted the fight to happen or found amusement in watching 2 people try to beat each other. Kirishima and Tetsu's fight was one that barely got his attention even if he was in a good mood. Todoroki's was okay at least, but it wasn't as jaw-dropping as some people said. He's seen Atsushi reek people well beyond recognition to really care if one person was frozen. What? Dazai groaned out annoyed. I don't want to watch. Let me go, slug. Chuya glared at him as he dragged him back to his seat in the stadium. Oh yeah, we're fighting each other next, aren't we? Chuya looked at the hanging board of the brackets and nodded grimly. He didn't like fighting Dazai because Dazai was sadistic and he fought dirty, downright borderline, I'm nearly breaking the rules kind of dirty. Chuya fought like any other person from the streets would fight plus some things that Koyo taught him, aim a fist here, aim a fist there, but Dazai fought with reason. Yeah, mackerel, so be prepared when I break your FNG neck. Dazai sighed dramatically at Chuya's childish response if it weren't for the slight fidget that gathered in his hands, slight movements on the back of Dazai's collar. Chuya wasn't the best spy, he was simply good at being himself, and himself was a child that liked video games as much as anyone else. Slug. I'm afraid you might be too short to reach my neck with those stubby arms of yours. Chuya growled something incomprehensible as he tried to hit Dazai across the head. Dazai laughed and made a waggish grin at Chuya, eyes clear and sharp. There was nothing funny about his smiles. Shut up, Chuya grumbled as he forcibly sat down on a chair, dunking Dazai into one as well. Dazai looked around and saw Yukio stretching his limbs. He looked at the brackets and noticed that he was next against Tokoyami. Dazai starting to refer Tokoyami as a Kudogawa .2 since their abilities and quirks were somewhat similar and their gruff, shut up, aura seeped from them in galleons. Kirishima won. Now for the second level of our tournament. Yukio Mishima, our personal travel dream, and Tokoyami Fumikage, emo boy. Midnight called out as Yukio walked onto the platform. his hands in his pockets as he strolled in. He didn't seem nervous, but he was. He was tipping over an endless abyss of nervousness, and as he fell, tiny goblins of anxiety came rushing at him because there was a bombing in Yokohama and he was worried. He was unnaturally worried about everyone he knew back there. He wasn't even originally from Yokohama. He came from Aomori, not that anyone needed to know that, but sometimes it was worth mentioning how he simply didn't get cold. Perhaps it was the genes he got from his Aomori parents. Yukio felt slightly distressed. He bit his bottom lip and nipped at his fingernails next. Chewing on nails was a bad habit, but it wasn't like someone was going to reprimand him now. He didn't want to fight a long, grueling battle with Tokoyami because he suddenly felt like it. He didn't want to fight a long, slow, and sad fight with whoever else won because he was tired and beat for an entire day. The entirety of the Port Mafia wouldn't be as tiring as what he was doing now, and he didn't get enough sleep. He might sleep through the next match. Tokoyami glared across at Yukio, his eyes looking straight at him. Determined not to lose sight because when someone lost sight of Yukio, it meant that they lost. Tokoyami knew that if he made the first move, he would lose the advantage of even being able to see Yukio, so he made no move to force Yukio into anything. He was willing to wait like he did with Ida, but the issue was Yukio was not Ida, Yukio was far from him. He was sharp enough to detect any tricks Tokoyami might have, he was intelligent enough to block them. The curse of fighting Yukio, though Tokoyami had to admit that Dazai gave off a much worse feeling, as not only did he feel like he was being seen through, he felt as if everything particle of his body was being chewed up and spat out by Dazai, every fleeting thought and action calculated and measured. It was similar to being tailored clothing by a familiar tailor. Every measurement found, every garment material wish already known, strange feeling because it was like being catered with the purposes of winning. Yukio, however, only have wisps of that intelligent through his own movements. Anything beneath his normal peppy self was nothing near being manipulative, which could have fooled anyone. The smiles that graced his face when no one was looking. Midnight saluted for them to start and Tokoyami waited. It was impossible for Tokoyami to be on offensive when Yukio was so defensive-based. He would have to wait for Yukio to go on offensive, and Yukio knew it as he picked up some loose gravel on the ground. Limestone, sandstone, basalt ran through his fingers in small rice grains, their little rocky bodies making a tinkle of a sound. He picked some up and teleported them to Tokoyami's head. They dropped and landed him in a sandy mess, gravel flying into his eyes and mouth at the sudden drop. Yukio laughed a bit, barely amusing himself. If he wanted to fight, he'll fight Chuya for the fun of it, and because even if he was caught he could simply teleport away. Tokoyami glared at him and finally, made a move. Long tendrils of dark shadow reached out and merely brushed Yukio before he teleported in front of Tokoyami, who was expecting him from behind, and pushed him to the ground before he teleported again to the other side, dark shadow already leaving. A sharp black beak nearly rammed into him as he blinked and shifted his weight to go to his left feet before he teleported again and again and again, making it impossible for Tokoyami to see him. It was a popular trick he played, a nasty trick that was really truly cruel. He messed up people's vision like that before. There wasn't enough time for Yukio to continue. His eyes felt droopy, and not from his ability didn't do that, but chatting and reading and listening to music at 3 a.m. He yawned and narrowly avoided another strike. Tokoyami glared at Yukio. He was playing him, and Tokoyami knew from the start that he was being played because Yukio was more than capable to smear the entire field with Tokoyami's blood without lifting a finger. Yukio appeared behind him again and tapped him on the head as a joke because by this point he could have teleported Tokoyami out of the ring, and Tokoyami knew. Tokoyami knew what Yukio was doing. He was trying to get Tokoyami to get tired so he could do something dramatic because Yukio Mishima loved drama when it came with a ribbon and prize. Yukio-kun, Aizawa called out Yukio through the intercom, surprising everyone because he only seemed to make minimalist comments. If you don't beat Tokoyami-kun within the next 30 seconds, you'll lose. Yukio blinked and nodded. His foot tapped the ground and Tokoyami disappeared to reappear out of bounds. He didn't mind, he was always going to lose anyways. No one wins against Yukio. All right then. Our semifinalists Dazai Osamu and Chuya Nakahara are invited onto the stage for the next round. Midnight yelled as Yukio shook Tokoyami's hand, bowing and muttering a small, sorry, for his boredom that caused such tiredness on Tokoyami. Tokoyami didn't mind as much and bowed back before Yukio spread his mouth into a grin. Emo boy-kun, Yukio laughed as Tokoyami gently bumped Yukio on the shoulders. Emo boy-kun. Yukio was shorter than Tokoyami by just a bit. They were nearly the same. Height really, and much to Chiya's satisfaction, were both shorter than the titchy near neon orange-haired boy. Chiya walked past Yukio and Tokoyami, but not before messing with Yukio's hair because the other was shorter than him and it meant that he had the right to. Good luck, Chiya-san. Yukio laughed as Chiya grumbled something on not needing luck. Tokoyami nodded his respects before the both took a seat near the front to catch a glimpse at the two who fought each other every second of the day. Dazai stretched, arms cat-like as he felt some joints crack at the air movement. He hadn't fought Chiya in a long time, but had become aware of the other's habits and he was much better at disabling abilities than when he first met Chiya, though that was only 1 year ago. Ch. Dazai laughed as the other ignored him in favor of looking around. Let's have a fair game, Chiya gave Dazai a quirk, disconcerting the other. Dazai knew that Chiya would be easy to beat with a boundary locking him in place because Chiya SED with boundaries. It was something that Dazai had noted when they had the fight with Randu. Chiya hated limits and he detested when he was told he couldn't do something simply because he couldn't. Dazai preyed on information and although they both knew that in the end Dazai would let him win, it didn't help that Dazai was less than willing to freely hand over such a rich opportunity. Dazai's ability could be disabled as long as there was shock, surprise, stupefy, but at the same time there was no way in no world that Chiya was going to be able to shock Dazai. Much more so the opposite. Dazai bent down into a semi-squat on the ground and pouted as Chiya ignored him. Chu. Yeah. Dazai broke Chiya's name into syllables. What? Remember, even if you lo al always lo hu, Dazai sang out, much to Chiya's embarrassment as his face turned a bright red. Shut the F up. Chiya screamed in reply as Aizawa grimaced at the memory of their interaction. What the hell is wrong with you? Dazai laughed as the crowd watched with trepidation as midnight started and suddenly, Chiya was attacking Dazai with such ferocity that it seemed more feral than human. He had pulled himself towards Dazai and swung his right hook, but Dazai hopped to his right and narrowly avoided a practically flying fist. He watched as it crashed into the ground, denting it, but having little effect on Chiya. Chiya glared at Dazai as he stuck a tongue out to mock Chiya. Dazai, for someone whose job was so pitiless he seemed happier than anyone, always grinning and smiling and laughing. Chiya stopped going on offensive and immediately started to warily watch Dazai. If anything, Dazai would definitely try to mess with him because he was like that. Chuya, Dazai and Chiya never bothered with respect or honorifics. It didn't matter by their level of closeness, yelling, screaming, screeching, it didn't matter. Dazai stalked over to Chiya, his long legs taking him across easily as he walked extremely close to him and bent down to whisper, "Don't get carried away, Chiya." Chiya looked up and swung a hit at him, powering it with gravity. It hit its target, but the strength brought by gravity was taken away. Dazai have a low grunt from the impact and dodged another one. The crowd gasped. That's right, Dazai Osamu is able to disable any quirk or ability, mutant or not. Yamada yelled, the crowd staring wide-eyed in comprehension of exactly why he was able to get into the semifinals. How could he not when it was so easy to cause confusion using his ability? Dazai gave a mocking bow before he bent his back forward to dodge a hit that Chiya made. Chiya tried to punch Dazai with his left hand before missing and kicking up into the air. Dazai jumped back and gave a weak, taunting kick to Chiya, his long legs giving him the advantage in distance. Chiya growled something incomprehensible before he used his ability to quickly shoot multiple rocks at Dazai before jumping to kick him in the stomach, Dazai narrowly missing with a sharp grin. He was always sharper than Chiya, eyes following everything he did, making sure he made no mistakes. It was why he was such a fantastic person to be with if he wasn't so annoying. Dazai laughed as Chiya furiously threw more and more rocks at him in frustration. He knew he would never be able to do anything that would really harm Dazai. They both wouldn't because they both knew it was near impossible to do it. Chiya ran at him and easily met him in the middle of the ring before he used his left arm to hit Dazai instead of his right. Dazai laughed and pretended to misread, But Chia knew that he knew what Chia was going to do. Just like how Chia knew him, benefits of being forced into partners and then partners in crime. Chia punched Dazai in the cheek, not regretting one bit when Dazai nearly winced and he slammed him into the ground and glared at him as Dazai laughed. Fang weirdo. Chia bellowed before he held out a hand, forgetting that this wasn't practice. This was an actual fight because he and Dazai never fought in a competition. There was no need, not when they knew each other so well. The only difference in skill between Dazai and Chia was that Chia was prone to habit and Dazai was the most adaptable person anyone would ever know. Dazai could easily watch himself and make sure his part is so easily crafted that it would be like a fine suit, not a thread misplaced. Chia, however, was stubborn and stuck to himself and his own habits. Dazai grinned and pulled Chia to the ground as he hoisted himself up and gave Chia a kick that forced him to roll and jump up. Chia scowled and Dazai took some gravel and swung it at him, hitting him square in the cheek, just barely missing his eyes. Dazai had a soft spot for his eyes. Chia didn't know why, but he did, and so he missed even though he knew how to throw things not only into, but also through people's heads. Chia glanced over at Dazai and his blinked a couple times before he tilted his head. He wanted to lose now. It had to be done now because it was the most logical time to lose apparently. Chia grumbled something incoherent before he swung a hit on Dazai, whose face was slightly flushed from the excitement. It seemed tired, but Chia knew better than that and watched as he slowly managed to inch Dazai backwards, step by step. With his every dodge, he took a step back, and with every step back, the more closer he became to losing. Chia tried to kick him one last time before Dazai pretended to trip and fall out of the ring. Chia nearly felt bad as he fell, arms scraping roughly against the gravel, tiny little rocks cutting his arms making tiny little red marks as droplets of blood dripped down onto the rocks. Chia paused and heard the cheers of him winning before he held out a hand and crouched, pulling Dazai up. Chia, you won something for once. Chia glared at him as Dazai slowly sat up before letting go and dropping him. Ah. Chia, that's mean. Author's note. Ikikomori actually means antisocial. It's not really lazy literally, social withdrawal. Something else worth noting, this entire thing, the entire sports festival is one day. It seems like there are two, but the incidents between the two bombings are really just at most an hour apart. These battles last close of a good 20 minutes at longest. Like Ida and Tokoyami's took that long. It takes seconds for bombs to explode and the port mafia is just efficient when it comes to things like this. Atsushi and Kyuka went to the agency for other reasons too that will come up as important later. This is probably be one of 3 times that entire day will be written so thoroughly. I hate time skips because they don't describe things well enough and this entire series is going to be extremely detailed orientated. It's not needed to actually notice them. Actually, I'm hoping no one does cost that ruins the twist thing. When I say detailed orientated, even if there's a plant that has the words cake on it and I write it, it might be important or might not, even to the point where how people fight, which arms I choose to use, and how people will be killed will be important later on. Not that you all have to know them cause you already know Yukio's thing. Also, at some point, I will stop writing from Yukio's perspective because there's someone else that will be really important and I don't want to spoil it. His emotions are still written, but what he's planning remains confidential soon. It's because I think it might be more exciting if I do it like that and because I'm frankly too lazy to write stuff like that. I like making everything clear near the end of the first part. Finally, there are 2 things that I think should be made clear because it's mentioned anyways. The entire sports festival was used as a diversion to make sure that Dazai and Chuya are unable to leave without drawing suspicion since they need to find the actual person. Dazai doesn't feel worried because he knows who's done it and he knows why they're doing it. Ranpo isn't as important in this particular story, he's basically background and he won't be important until the second part. Same with basically the entire ADA. The reason is because they don't deal with Yukio. Only Oda and Akutagawa have some relation to him and that's kinda really important. If I note that something is important, it's probably because if it's not known it's kinda really impossible to follow along sometimes as it'll be like wait, how did Dazai know and when did he know? I will give heads up to some stuff that is key to understanding because it'd be mean if I left hints that are too difficult to notice sometimes. The chronological order of things is difficult to follow so if it confuses you please tell me and I can write some timeline for it. It's gonna be like that Chinese TV show where they spent 30 episodes describing the events of 3 days and I didn't even notice it was 3 days until I paid attention to the dates and hours for somethings. Finally, I'm so unreliable Chukyu, I'm killing off a bunch of characters as in, a lot of BGMI characters and the first part won't go past the BGMI part where they meet Chisaki. Chisaki is sorta relevant. My friend teased me because I call Overhaul Chisaki though it's his name. So if you haven't watched the part where Midoriya beats Chisaki, please don't read this. Also don't read this or at least the second part of this if you haven't read BSD up to when Ranpo dresses up like Kamui and scares Po. If you haven't heard of it, don't read it. I don't want to be at fault if this ruins your BGMI experience or something. I might make references, but they aren't important, ever. I never make references important in fanfiction because it's unfair to people who haven't read it and are stuck missing out on things. And finally, I just realized that when my friend read this she didn't realize it, but it's impossible for Yukio to be Kuro-chan. He just looks like him, it's a coincidence. He's at school 24/7, he's always with people 24/7, even if he teleports his time spent in contact with annoying Bakugo is too high to possibly make trips. I thought it would be obvious. Also, Yukio doesn't own a small black jacket. All hail Suihiro Techo and his amazing sword skills, I very much like Techo. P.S. Just saying it's kinda weird, but I have 0 ships as in I don't ship Sukoku, Shin Sukoku or any of it. I only write romance because I haven't written it and I'm just curious if I can do it well. I've never been in a relationship and I don't want to because I'm tiny, immature and also EU boys and girls together I admit some look nice and pretty, but I do not wish to marry them EU. Sorry this is such a long author's note, I just thought it was necessary. Thank you for reading this and I hope you enjoy it. I feel too lazy and tired to go and find kanjis online, had to post here cost too long for endnotes. Akutagawa sat down on the roof, his mouth pulled into a frown, it was always in a frown. The edges of his lips always low and vertices pointed towards the ground, no matter the situation. He rarely smiled, not when he brooded so consistently that it was suffocating to most people around him, others being forced to accept his wave of misery. He was brooding again, over something that had happened, an apparent explosion that caused the president to call Oda, telling him to stay away from Yokohama for now. There was no use for them if they were hurt while trying to get back to the agency in a hurry. Akutagawa had heard of the news and Oda had told him, but he had gotten mad at the other and ran off to some remote building he didn't know and climbed onto the roof, just waiting. If Oda wanted, he could find him easily. It wasn't that far and it wouldn't be too difficult for someone like Oda. Sir, may you please come off the roof? Akutagawa turned and saw a young man. He was wearing a waiter's suit and a small hat that barely covered the long thin black bangs that reached sharp dark brown eyes. A quirkless or ability user. His eyes were cool and steely, but under his arms was a small menu for the cafe. His soft frown was gently pushing Akutagawa to frown even more, thin eyebrows squished together in slight frustration, as if there was a door blocking Akutagawa from coming to the roof and there was. His shoes had a squeaky clean shine that had slight smudges near the edges, smudges from wear and overuse. Why? Akutagawa looked down and saw the small crowd growing underneath, blocking the entrance to the store underneath. They were taking pictures of the man that was swinging down from the roof, feet hanging over the building, and that was not normal in Mizudafu, Japan. Akutagawa was sure that Oda mentioned it somewhere that the customs that he knew and the customs that the other people knew were odd and strange. His appearance was an odd sight because of his clothes and strange mannerisms. Everyone wore modern-styled clothing, very modern-styled clothing that usually made them look like they were in their pajamas, not their normal, day-to-day clothing. Akutagawa wore a gray jacket on top of a small plain button-up black shirt and loose overall briefs. His white tie contrasting greatly with everything else. It was strange, stranger than what Oda wore because apparently Oda's coat was one that was sold a couple years ago and didn't scream issues regarding how far back the clothes were probably made. Oh. Yeah, now, could you please leave the rooftop, sir? You're blocking potential customers. Akutagawa blinked and nodded before he stood up to head out the back door that was broken by him, not on purpose, or at least not without his complete conscious acknowledgement. His brooding was something short of a miracle that would sometimes cause him to space out. He never brooded in the middle of a fight because he needed to preserve his own life. Akutagawa huffed as he walked out, walking through the coffee shop and stopped short of a painting. There was something wrong with it, something that made the entire room seem to tilt in the wrong direction. A small inch of the frame hung out of the wall, but the issue was in how Akutagawa was sure, although he might have been wrong, that the painting was not there when he came in. He didn't hear the telltale signs of something being hung, and the painting was oddly familiar until he hit jackpot. It was the wrong painting, it was a painting that shouldn't have been there. He looked at the waiter who stared at him in disappointment. Akutagawa-kun, the boy looked at him, his eyes all wrong as he smiled, "Please leave the store." Akutagawa glared at him, unsure with how he knew his name, not that he would care as much because Akutagawa might have had let loose and the other learned, but that was unlikely and Akutagawa never believed in the unlikely. The waiter held onto the menu under his left arm, with his eyes in a satirizing look that didn't seem normal. The entire goddamn coffee shop didn't seem normal because how did he get here and when did he not notice where he was going in a brooding mood? "How do you know my name?" Akutagawa watched the other fixedly, taking into consideration of any reaction, any strange movement, though observation was not his strong suit. The other didn't reply, but gestured Akutagawa to leave, right hand moving forward to open the door with a small swish. There wasn't a need for the display, but people backed off once Akutagawa left. He peered through the door to see only a few lingering people staring up in confusion because no one sat on top of buildings unless they were heroes or villains. Not that it was law, rather it was just a new habitual thing, like how no one went near certain buildings because it belonged to the Yakuza. "Does it matter? I told you to leave." The boy motioned his hand towards the closed sign, bright red, and Akutagawa knows. 1. His store shouldn't be open when it says closed. 2. Akutagawa wouldn't go in a closed building, and 3. There was no one in the store when Akutagawa came in. All this forced the realization that this man, whoever he was waiting for him, and Akutagawa bolted, too late. The door shut closed and the room's lights went on as the few people left outside slowly faded away, like some fairy tale. He was trapped, locked in a small cafe as the waiter took off his jacket to leave it on a chair. "What are you doing?" Akutagawa growled. Definitely an ability user, because how else could he so easily trap Akutagawa here? The boy laughed and pushed a chair out towards him, as if telling him to sit. Akutagawa stood, unwilling, unbending, as he glared at the other, knowing that with an ability user with an unknown ability, he shouldn't try to fight his way. Rather talk his way, something Oda also taught him. "Nothing. Here for commission because I need some money." The boy looked at a wristwatch on his right hand. "And I need to keep you here for a good hour longer, so please, do you want to eat anything?" Akutagawa stayed silent before he looked around. The room was small, corner-like, and there didn't seem to be anything wrong with anything. He was watching the U.A sports competition, he got frustrated, he left for a walk, and now he was locked in a small room with nothing in particular to do. "Why am I here?" "I don't know," the waiter shrugged. "I'm just getting paid to keep you locked in here. Doesn't particularly matter to me if you have someone who's waiting to gut you or hug you. I will tell you though, I'm getting paid a lot for this, so don't fool around or I'll have dash." Akutagawa sprinted. The room had shifted under his watchful gaze. Original coffee brown chairs and tables turned metal with floral on them. Muddy turquoise changed to a soft beige, and wooden floors rooted away from metal tiles that clicked whenever he stepped. There were small pink bottles in the background. The original cafe, now that he remembered, looked a lot like the one in Yokohama, the one that had exploded, meaning it was likely that the man in front of him was working for the same person as the bomber. The one thing that stood out was the painting, as if it was grounding this strange place to some strange world that he ran in. The painting was so remarkably strange in the setting that Akutagawa tore through it, completely surprising the other, who had rambled about his pay. Everything went upside down and he blacked out. The waiter sighed as he carried Akutagawa to a storage room. He didn't mean to knock him out, but he also knew he couldn't have Akutagawa running around his warped world. "Why the F would you run, when I literally just told you not to?" And for our next semifinals, Izuku Midoriya and Todoroki Shuto. The exciting battle is already leaving everyone on their toes. Midoriya tottered over to the stage, unsure as to what Todoroki would do in the sense of whether or not he would use his fire. Midoriya had already come to terms that if Todoroki did use fire, he was screwed, no doubt due to his inability to actually stop fire. If he only used ice, the irrationality and slowness that came with its overusage would give Midoriya a huge benefit over Todoroki, who would be basically incapacitated once his mind was foggy enough. Midoriya glanced over at Todoroki, who looked too calm for it to be good, but at the same time, it could be really good. As much as Midoriya wanted to win, some insane part of him knew that he also didn't want to because it'd hurt Todoroki's pride as Endeavor's son. Don't hold back, Todoroki nearly glared at the other, frowning, an emotion that covered his face finally. His eyes were blazing with excitement that Midoriya didn't notice before, gray eyes turning slightly more shiny and clear underneath the sunlight, turquoise turning a bit more blue than before and its green coming out in sparks rather than a dull mix. Midoriya nodded in reply before a huge glacier of ice propelled itself at Midoriya, the size gawking. It was the same avalanche ice thing that had hit Zero. Now the Midoriya could actually see it, it was appealing. A staggeringly huge statue of pure ice that moved so quickly that if it weren't for Midoriya's instincts, he would have been caught in it. Midoriya flicked one finger, controlling one for all easily as it shattered the ice into particles so small that Todoroki had to create a small ice wall to block the shards as well as one to stop the wind. Sharp gusts of winds blew the hairs of the audience to unfathomable places and small gasps came as the crowd finally saw a match for the son of Endeavor. Midoriya's finger was bruised, battered, and broken, but he had 10 and that meant 10 ice glaciers he could risk. Todoroki wouldn't get past 7 he thought, at most 7. Todoroki shot another glacier at him, the ice spreading like lightning, quick and dangerous. Midoriya broke it again and watched as small flecks of frost grew on Todoroki's arms. It meant he was overusing his father's quirk, not that it seemed to matter to him as he shot off another glacier. Midoriya was on his 3rd finger and he knew that if Todoroki really did keep on making glaciers, he would lose. The icicles that had gathered from his punchback were lying on the ground, scattered, as Midoriya looked around and waiting. Todoroki could easily beat him on the offensive, it wasn't a matter of whether or not he used his ice quirk and Midoriya really did not want to go on the offensive with Todoroki. Midoriya watched as Todoroki shot another ice column at him, but this time he ran across it trying to reach Midoriya at a surprising speed. He was slow, too slow. Midoriya easily punched him in the stomach, wincing as he did, and Todoroki flew back, landing directly on an ice piece he conjured before the line. Any further and he would have lost. His eyes narrowed at Midoriya. Todoroki's mind was fuzzy, numb, and his arms stiff from the ice that was growing on them. There was little he could do in this state and he knew that he had to use his fire quirk, but he also refused to. Todoroki-san, use your other quirk. Midoriya called out, eyes determined and mouth set into a firm line. Todoroki's eyes widened because was Midoriya insane? He would lose if Todoroki really did use his fire quirk. A quick loss, especially since it was fire they were dealing with, not physical ice. Fire would not be hindered in the face of strength, it may increase in power from the oxygen pushed by the wind, it might easily spread on the gravel that may or may not have tiny chips of wood on it. While Todoroki's skin was practically immune to any of his fires, his ice side taking of that nicely, he wasn't so sure about Midoriya. Todoroki-san. Your quirk. It's your own power. Midoriya yelled out in frustration as he tried to punch Todoroki, only to be met with more ice that Todoroki slid on before they switched positions. Midoriya was standing where Todoroki was, eyes virtually glowing, his arms outstretched in a sort of loose fighting form and his knees were drooping near the ground. He was prepared to run if needed. Todoroki's back was straight, his hands loose by his side as he flexed his left hand in irritation as some frost actually managed to get on that side. He could feel the crawling ice shifting around on his right side, eyes already half-lidded from the freeze. Don't regret it, Todoroki said quietly as thin strands of flames started to cross around, growing in size as they fluttered around Todoroki, barely affecting him. His eyes were wide open again, ears alert to the cheers of the crowd as the bright crimson fire came to life again, easily melting the ice that was so numbing. He felt animated, buoyant, vivacious as a small stream of fire shot itself at Midoriya. Midoriya ducked and Todoroki stared at him, mouthing a small, sorry, before he raised the temperature of his fire and lowered the one on his ice, the two clashing elements easily avoiding each other with fervor. The two components shot their way towards Midoriya as he jumped, legs easily pushing dents into the ground as he raised his right arm to aim for the ice and fire, uncaring towards the results. There was a far-off sheet from the teachers on the stands as Cementos raised huge concrete walls, trying to prevent the huge impact from affecting the crowd. Aizawa nearly muttering a stop before it was too late. Midoriya's fist crushed through the layers and layers of concrete before the wind of it blew some of the flames away, only for them to grow back with a fury. The scorched whatever they touched, easily charring the remainder of the ground, tiny flecks of ash landing all over as they fought to have more space, more freedom from Todoroki's firm grasp. They ice shattered immediately, but in an amusing turn of events, they continued to head towards Midoriya. Their biting chill easily piercing through the skin of Midoriya, biting and clawing at his slight numb skin, the irreversible heat then cold forcing his to flick another couple of fingers, preventing too much harm coming to him. The wind shot across the entire stadium, crowd shutting up as they felt either the scalding air or glacial ice, some small bits even falling on them. Midoriya could feel the tiny pieces of broken concrete dropping before one large piece slammed him into the wall, his uniform already ripped as he felt some loose ice shards attempt to plunge themselves into him. The fire burned as some flames flickered close before they stopped and retracted, courtesy of Todoroki, who stood, huffing, half his uniform burned away as some licks of fire still hung on. His hair was mussed up, white mixing into red as they blurred together. Midoriya dropped to the ground, cold and hot at the same time. Todoroki huffed, half his breath coming out cold, half hot to his lips, and he stared at the fallen Midoriya, shoulders finally slumping in slight horror and relief. The suppression of his quirk was suffocating, and only now did he realize how difficult it was to breathe when it wasn't used, like skiing in water instead of air, choking over and over again just because of some useless stubbornness that served no one but his own selfish behavior. He could hear the loud pride of his father, the cheers of the crowd, but he blinked and slowly stopped the flames and ice from expanding any further. Suppression again. The cheers slowly faded as Midoriya was brought out on a stretcher. Todoroki could see the black and blue of his fingers and arms and legs and everywhere. He frowned and watched as Midnight continued on some ramble about him, his eyes following the small body on the stretcher. He hadn't meant to cause that much damage, but there wasn't much choice left for him and frankly the entirety of the situation exhilarated him beyond measure. He stopped and looked around before he left the stadium. Kirishima rubbed his hands, their coarseness always serving as a reminder to his quirk's effect on him. He could use it freely and without trouble as long as it didn't exhaust him, but the issue was it did. He eyed Bakugo, who was making some small explosions. He knew there was a limit, but he also knew that Bakugo's limit was much less limiting than his own. The fight had to end quickly, meaning Kirishima needed to go on the offensive immediately, or else he would lose. Bakugo knew this, he would obviously know this, unless Kirishima gave him more credit than he thought. Bakugo's attacks were mid-range, meaning they would hit him before he hit Bakugo. Bakugo glared at him from across the area, his red eyes making a point of staring for far too long for it to be either romantic or insulting. He was sizing Kirishima up. As much as everyone wanted to say that Bakugo was a prideful shithead, and he was one, he was a calculative person when it came to any kind of fighting, always making sure he would win, no matter the cost. And it was manly enough that it got Kirishima's immediate respect. 3, 2, 1, start. Bakugo assumed correctly, Kirishima would head for the offensive, thinking it was his only choice when it came to winning. Not that it was untrue, but it was less imaginative than what Bakugo himself would have come up with. Kirishima's hardening was irritating to work with since Bakugo was pinning 10 to 10 it would be able to block his explosions from actually harming Kirishima. Bakugo was also sure there was limit, but he was also unsure of the actual limit. It could be anything ranging from a few minutes to hours, and Bakugo knew he couldn't fight for more than 30 minutes at most. His sweat powered his explosions, but his energy would run out easily if he was consistently fighting someone who wasn't affected by his punches. The first one came, Bakugo barely missing it as he ducked, lighting an explosion to hit Kirishima in the gut. He did not flinch. There was no effect except a slightly battered uniform. Bakugo grit his teeth and pushed. He pushed explosions to explode in a hardened face. Kirishima felt intoxicated as he saw Bakugo being pushed back. The blonde wasn't smiling anymore. He wasn't even angry, just focused. So focused on winning it made Kirishima feel a little bad for the punches that would most definitely bruise the other's arm. His punches aimed randomly, hitting anything really since the goal was to push Bakugo, to push him out of bounds, and for a moment it seemed like he was. The other was walking backwards, slowly inching away from the middle. Each step, each hit, each stumble kept Kirishima energized and ready, just ready for whenever the heel stepped over the edge. Kirishima threw a right swing, a left one, then a kick, then another right swing and repeat. The ground was kicked up and around them, small dents being left where they stamped especially hard. Each stride was an earthquake as Bakugo glared at Kirishima. He could see it too, his own loss to someone who he was sure was weaker than him. Kirishima's hardening faltered and Kirishima glanced down before up again at Bakugo's smirk. His hardening flickered on and off, but he was so close. He forced himself some grace, but it failed after a moment and everything made a U-turn, a large one. Bakugo felt himself gaining edge over Kirishima and ignited his explosions at full force, loud bangs echoing as everyone in the crowd was on the edge of their seats. Kirishima's foot slammed itself down into the earth, but it didn't help the slow progression of pure force that pushed him back to the edge of the ring. He could literally sense the line behind him, its foreboding red look ingrained in his head as he forced himself one least push, one that was easily deflected by Bakugo as he fell over the line with a smug Bakugo looking down on him. He felt with an oof as he felt his back hit the ground, not painfully, definitely not as painful as the aching aches that spread across his arms like some good exercise, but it wasn't exercise. Kirishima smiled brightly before Bakugo huffed and helped him up, uncharacteristically like and unlike him. Kirishima grabbed his hand and smiled before they both went off to stage. That was so manly, man. Kirishima patted Bakugo on the back. Next time I'll get you though, for sure. It'd be super unmanly if I didn't. Bakugo snorted and faced away from Kirishima. Like hell you'd win against me. Snarking, Bakugo watched as Recovery Girl walked over with a smile. She patted them both on the head and gave them a small kiss on the forehead before she left. The wounds on Kirishima and Bakugo both gone, but it made Bakugo feel a bit sluggish, his arms slightly more droopy. He slumped into a stadium seat. There was some intermission of some other placement for fourth. Bakugo didn't care enough to actually listen in. It was something about Midoriya's inability to fight or something. Whoa, Todoroki-san and Yukio-san are next. Who'd you think will y-dash? Yukio-san. Bakugo answered without hesitation, interrupting Kirishima who sighed and nodded. There was no doubt as to who would win when it came to Yukio. Maybe Chuya might have a shot, but Bakugo knew that Yukio was not one to linger if someone was better than him, easily thinking, pondering, brooding over strategies on how to actually beat the other. Bakugo saw Yukio's muffled mutters as he slept through class. He saw the looks he gave Chuya. It was as if he was measuring exactly how large Chuya was. Bakugo was sure Chuya knew too, but he didn't think Chuya would take it seriously. Yeah, he's so manly, the manliest man in the whole world. The only person I could see beating him is Chuya-san. Kirishima was right. Chuya had the greatest probability of beating Yukio, but he wasn't as proficient when it came to creating a blueprint for his fight. Even Bakugo had to admit to the fact that the short high schooler didn't have the creativity or tactics that made Yukio or even Midoriya a threat. He simply had skill. Honed skill that came with instinct. There was no real planning going behind whatever it was that he was planning, and although sometimes it was amazing to watch as he deflected even surprise attacks, he was defenseless in the long term. Bakugo caught something Dazai's glance as he smiled and waved at him. Dazai was his complete opposite, easily using his rather weak ability to turn and spin tables using strategy. Both were annoying to deal with, but Bakugo noticed that if they worked together, it was near perfect. Shut up and pay attention, Bakugo glared at Kirishima. Kirishima nodded and watched the arena. Todoroki and Yukio had walked on, their backs to the audience as Yukio waved to Todoroki, smiling. Todoroki looked grave, but nodded back, giving some sort of reaction at least. Bakuga's eyes trained on them as Yukio immediately disappeared from sight, a small wisp of air being left before he landed right beside Todoroki. The only sign of his movement was a small trail of blue that followed him. His eyes were a neon blue that buzzed. Kirishima muttered a small, too manly, and was on the edge of his seat, the healing of his injuries not affecting too much with the newfound adrenaline flowing through his veins. Yukio's hand was about to tap Todoroki before he stopped and teleported away again, his hands slightly frozen by the looks of it. Bakugo scrutinized Todoroki as he shot wave after wave of ice, Yukio only yelling out taunts at Todoroki's lack of usage for his other quirk. A lick of fire went its way to Yukio's gym uniform. It easily set a part of the ground on fire before Yukio spun around and sped up, becoming a ghost into the midst of melting ice and drowning fire. Todoroki lit the entire area around him up, a weak attempt to prevent Yukio from coming. Yukio came and tapped him on the shoulder, muttering small, ouch, before he immediately moved him to the wall, slamming Todoroki and easily winning the match, unwilling to waste a moment with him, as if he needed to make a point. Bakugo narrowed his eyes as he saw Yukio stared at Todoroki for a moment before he advanced to the next round. He lifted a hand to Todoroki, one that Todoroki took. Bakugo wanted to fight against Todoroki, they would be a good match, but in the end he knew it wasn't possible to change brackets. Bakugo stood up and stretched. He wasn't as hurt as Kirishima was, just a little battered, besides he was prepared to lose against Chuya. Chuya didn't glare at Bakugo, nor did he seem to even look at Bakugo, his eyes were seemingly entirely focused on something else. Bakugo growled something incomprehensible before he stood there waiting because there was no way in hell he was taking offensive when fighting Chuya. Chuya would have to work to get Bakugo out of the ring. This wasn't Kirishima with a limit, this was Chuya Nakahara without limits. Bakugo waited before he felt something ram into him, his eyes unable to catch up to rock that slammed into his face. Bakugo glared at the ground before he picked himself up and threw an explosion to his right, where he assumed the next hit was. He stopped staring and started to listen, shutting up for once. His ears tuned in to the soft whoosh that came with rocks and he could hear where they were coming from. Pouring little droplets of meteorites fell from the sky as Bakugo felt it, left, right, up and up. Chuya hadn't moved an inch, his feet planted on the ground as Bakugo had sweat pouring from him, his quirk taking a toll on his hands as they started to hurt from the sheer amount of explosions he was making, and he was careful to conserve them. Those were wearing down on him, and suddenly there was a louder whoosh that Bakugo didn't trust to be a rock. He tried to dodge, but could see the small hand coming out to grab him. He used his explosions to allow him a sharp left before he avoided it again, but to no avail. The third time he was chased, the hand grazed him and he felt himself just go down. He face hit the ground before he could even try to move, the explosion somehow being pulled down as well, only making a further crater. Bakugo wanted to scream out in frustration but found that tiring, so he sighed audibly before he felt the weight lessen. He didn't know how Mina could take the pressure, it was suffocating. Chuya grabbed his hand and pulled him up, his knees weak and wobbly. Bakugo was a good decimeter taller than the other at least, the bright orange hair underneath him. Blue eyes looked up at him in question. "Thank you for the match," Bakugo managed out. This was number one, Chuya Nakahara was number one, and there was nothing he could really do about it. Not in a million years would he be able to beat him. Was a good match too, thanks Bakugo-kun. Chuya corrected himself, something Bakugo noticed. His eyes went wide as he walked back. Did Chuya want to call him a kid? Akutagawa-kun. Akutagawa felt his eyes open and flutter about as they focused on a worried Oda. Oda's rusty brown eyes looked down at him, concern lacing them as he helped pull Akutagawa up, long strong arms hoisting him. He turned around and noticed that he was back in the small office that belonged to Tsukachi, who was nearby, just waiting for some sort of reaction to come from Akutagawa. The man in the strange cafe was gone and the comfortable temperature in the office was back, keeping no one too warm or too hot. "Are you okay?" "Es fine," Akutagawa mumbled out, voice shaking slightly, as if he had just slept for eternity. Oda nodded and left him in a chair as Tsukachi brought him a short glass of water, its contents slightly rippling. The office lights were bright and there was the soft sputter of the TV in the background, the competition still on. His limbs felt sort of heavy and his eyes were droopy. Akutagawa was sitting in a chair, near someone's empty desk, some loose pieces of paper flying around without much difficulty, and there was a mini fan on top too. "What happened, Akutagawa-kun?" Tsukachi asked, his arms folded as he watched the other. Akutagawa had been dropped by the front door, the person who did it unknown, but Oda looked genuinely surprised at the event. There weren't many people who could simply stop Akutagawa and make him drop down cold, definitely not drop down cold at least, you just kinda dropped in front of us. There was a man in a cafe who told me to get off their roof. I did, and I walked around the cafe before he locked me in, and then I ran towards a painting before getting knocked out. Akutagawa rubbed his pinky finger. There was a sort of lilt to the way of how he was speaking, although it was still just as gruff as before, leaving little to imagination of what happened. Blunt and normal Akutagawa. "Why did you run towards a painting?" Tsukachi pushed. Akutagawa frowned, unsure of how to express the situation that he was in. It was difficult to pinpoint exactly why he ran around, but at the same time it was easy to pinpoint what had caused him to run around. The room had changed as he ran, as in the entire room went from one look to another. Because, Akutagawa began, sounding exasperated although he wasn't, the painting looked weird. Tsukachi blinked and nodded before he wrote something down in his notebook, and the room changed. The entire room as I ran was sort of metamorphosing. Oda stiffened as if a bit startled as he blinked for a moment, unsure of how to respond to that. "Ability user?" Oda asked. The likelihood of there being an ability user wasn't slim in any sense, but it would be rational to make sure that all possibilities were considered. Oda never had to particularly do any of that, his ability making up for any other accident that may seem odd. But no one else had his ability, or at least the one person who did was now dead, courtesy to Dazai. Maybe? Could be quirk, but he didn't look like a quirk user, Akutagawa pointed out. I don't know. He didn't look flashy for someone who transfigured the entire room while I was running. Tsukachi nodded in understanding before he glanced at Oda. "I'll have to make this a report. Could you describe the person?" He was a waiter with brown hair and brown eyes, normal hair, normal height. Akutagawa huffed. "What is there to describe about him?" Tsukachi gave a slight increased intake of breath as he wrote it all down in a small notebook. "What was he like?" "Annoying," Akutagawa replied, fast, as if it was an unrefuted fact that was recognizable by the entirety of the world. Oda patted Akutagawa on the back and made it point for him to stop being so gruffy. He receded and went back into a normal huffy Akutagawa. He had a desperation to please Oda, to gain his approval, something that he already had, but was unwilling to admit it. "So, is there anything else that you want to mention or anything else you noticed about the other?" Tsukachi asked. "It's fine if you don't want to say, Akutagawa-kun." Tsukachi was reassuring, soft, and frank in a way that was similar to Oda, but Oda was more aloof than the police detective. The detective had little sway to the small irritating details that made some people groan, but Tsukachi was more of the person to point those small details out. "The room that I went in looked a lot like Cafe Uzumaki," Akutagawa mentioned, his eyes piercing as he stared at Tsukachi, who was furiously taking notes. Everything was the same except that painting. As in everything, from the chairs to the lighting even to the view. All except that painting. "So you ran towards the painting because it was weird? Why not the door?" Tsukachi asked. He was looking up and his eyes had a sort of excitement in them. Black dots peering into Akutagawa's own gray. "I thought the guy was an ability user, and the only way to get put of an ability user's grasp is to find the unusual." Akutagawa parroted something he heard Dazai say at a meeting once, giving some sort of indication to Tanizaki's ability and his somewhat scary method of escaping illusions. He could easily differ between an illusion and the real thing, saying that there was snow and that the illusions always weren't as detailed to be able to fool him. Actually, the way how he phrased it was, "Atsushi-kun will always look like Atsushi-kun. It is a shame you dare pretend that your Atsushi-kun is Atsushi-kun, when Atsushi-kun is really Atsushi-kun." "Dazai-kun?" Oda asked, eyes widening a little. Akutagawa hated Dazai, yet he still gobbled everything the others said like it was a drag, using it in actual combat. Oda nodded his head a little in a sort of strange pride, as it was difficult for Akutagawa to admit someone like Dazai was right, no matter if he was or not. Yes, Dazai-san, Akutagawa muttered out, slightly more irritated at the mention of the other and the other's speech on how to spot reality between ability users. Dazai gave those lessons as a joke, but in the end they were extremely useful when it came to real fights. The man was helpful in his strange ways. He also taught Tanizaki how to make his illusions more realistic, making his lessons nearly useless in the end, at least when it came to Tanizaki. Ah, I never thought. We'd have to use those pop-up lessons. Oda popped his, in a manner that was less on purpose, more by habit. Hi's eyes were still and on Akutagawa as the other gave a grunt of exasperation. There was little left to imagination as the lot took care of Akutagawa, asking him question after question until a full picture of the incident came to their heads. All three of them missed the Udata Sports Festival and all three of them never bothered to finish it, too wrapped up in their own lives to really care who came first. Midoriya walked into the room that Mina told him Uraraka was in. She said that Uraraka wanted to think for a while, unsure of something that had happened. It was one of the rest rooms that were used as a sort of space for the students to rest after the matches without the excitement that would be caused by the visitors. They were quiet and soundproof to some extent. Uraraka-kun? Midoriya asked her. She wasn't exactly in any worrying position, not extremely hurt, unlike Midoriya, whose fingers were heavily bandaged. Are you okay? Uraraka looked up, slightly shocked, but easily slipping back to normal as she smiled and gave him a small, unconcerned wave. Recovery girl fixed me up pretty good. Just some cuts here and there, nothing to be worried about. What about you? Your fingers, Midoriya-kun. Midoriya sheepishly rubbed his hand as he glanced down in slight embarrassment. There was a sort of shame that came with his almost consistent injury. Well, the fight with Todoroki-san was battery. Midoriya shrugged before he turned to look at Uraraka. Are you okay though, Uraraka-kun? What are you doing here even? Oh, I was planning on calling my parents to talk about the sports festival. Bakugu-san was sure strong. Uraraka gave a more forced laugh that had a little edge to it, something that Midoriya noted easily. It's almost inhumane. Yeah, Midoriya glanced over at Uraraka. Uraraka-kun, you were awesome out there too. I wouldn't have thought of the strategy in the first place. It was really, really good. Uraraka nodded in slight disagreement. It wasn't that amazing. I'm sure Yukio-san's strategy would have been better. Uraraka gave a longer sigh as she looked over out the window. Uraraka-kun, Midoriya called out in slight friendly exasperation. Yukio-san's strategies are always unparalleled, but it's still amazing that you came up with one in such a short amount of time. Not that you wouldn't be able to, I don't think too many people can. It was really good your fight with Kaken. Besides, it doesn't matter how strong Kaken is, you lasted against him, didn't you? And I'm sure you gave him a good scare. Uraraka laughed and smiled. Yeah, but Uraraka's face darkened in a disappointing way. I wanted to at least get into the semifinals, or just win one round. Just one round. Midoriya nodded in understanding. He made it far enough that he managed to fight Todoroki, not that the match was far, but he really did hope to last a little longer. Most of the people who lost were like that. They wanted to go farther, to beat more people, to show their skills. Uraraka-kun, it can't be helped that you got Kaken in the first. It's more about luck, I guess. Midoriya sighed. Don't worry about it. I'm sure your parents will be proud of you nonetheless. Thanks, Midoriya-san. Uraraka looked down at the phone in her hand. I'll join you later. Can't miss Yukio-san winning the entire thing after all. Yep. Midoriya headed out the door as Uraraka stared down at her phone, hands slightly trembling as she called her parents. The tone of the phone only added to her worry. She knew she should have called earlier, but she was unwilling to due to the possible rejection or antagonism from her parents, although she knew, for a fact, that her parents were not like that. They were proud enough that she got into UA. Achiko-chan? Her mother's voice came through the phone. Achiko-chan. You did amazing during the festival. Your dad and I are so proud of you, you know? Uraraka's eyes widened as she didn't respond for a little while. Achiko-chan? I'm sorry. Tears started to pool down her face as she started to give into soft sobs. I really wanted to win for you. There was slight pause on the phone before a soft reassuring voice came through. Achiko-chan. We'll be proud no matter what you do. We're already proud enough that you managed to get into you, not to mention you gave that other rude boy a good scare enough already. You're following your dream, are you not? Then you don't have to worry about silly things like winning. Achiko's mother said through the phone, her voice slightly muffled, but the fondness still apparent. Really? Achiko asked, her tears already drying on her face. I lost though. Ochako-chan. You'll lose enough times in life that it doesn't matter anymore. Life isn't about winning or losing. Heroes don't need to win or lose. They just need to protect. Is that not true? Why yes. Then don't worry about such silly things. Uraraka's mother gave a small laugh at her daughter's immediate reply. We're proud no matter what. It's the goal of every parent. Thank you. Uraraka laughed. Her smile reaching her ears as she smiled into the phone, worries washed away as easily as pouring water back into the ocean. Her smile was audible by this point, brown eyes carpeted in happiness at her parents' praise. Don't waste time on us, Achiko-chan. You need to cheer for that classmate you love talking about. You something? Uraraka laughed again before she gave a small "this" in return as the phone hung up. Her tears were already dry and her smile was permanent on her face. Yukio walked onto the dirty ground that soiled his shoes more than any regular mud fest. His eyes were trained on Chuya before he saw a laughing Uraraka come out and yell something along the lines of Yukio-san win. He smiled and looked back at Chuya, who was standing nearly carelessly, sure of victory. Yukio had a plan. He had a good plan that he was sure that he would win with as long as Dazai didn't ruin it beforehand. Chuya's cold eyes followed Yukio's movements as Midnight yelled her, start. Dazai had told him to remain defensive the entire time, but he wasn't sure what would happen if both remained defensive. They couldn't simply stare at each other forever, could they? There was some useless commenting in the background, commenting that during a fight was useless. Chuya glared at Yukio. Chuya-san is scared of me? Yukio waggled his eyebrows in a joking manner as he sat down on the ground. Well, there's no helping it. I refuse to add a dash. Chuya slammed a piece of the ground into Yukio's side, only for the other to avoid it narrowly. The rock had barely nicked him, but it was clear that it had shocked Yukio to some degree, or he was faking it. Yukio turned and gave Chuya a small look that didn't seem to have much meaning to it before he disappeared, only to reappear again for a brief moment before disappearing again. Chuya knew he wasn't really disappearing, rather he was teleporting in and out so fast it seemed like he was gone for a while. The announcer made some stupid comment on how Yukio was gone, but Chuya could hear the soft taps on the ground where he landed for a single moment before bolting away again. There was no time between teleportation and soon the air sounded more like a thin buzz of tiny steps to Chuya. Yukio was running around and Chuya couldn't catch up. Yukio huffed as he teleported again and again and again. It was dizzying, but there was also no way that he was going to be turned into a rocky target again. Chuya wouldn't be able to catch him, but he also needed to secure a win. There was no real definite limit to how many times he could teleport, but if there was he really did not want to find out. His eyes were burning again, glowing a luminous blue as Chuya could see the popping of blue everywhere. It was a defect of his ability as it wasn't as covert as the rest of his quirk. Chuya seemed to catch on to this point as he managed to glance over at Yukio for a single moment. Nothing was flying about, no rocks, no stadiums, no people, nothing as Yukio saw. He grit his teeth as he realized that Chuya was told something by Dazai because if it was up to Chuya it would be bash Yukio's head into the ground already. In retrospect, Yukio knew that Chuya had habits, horrible habits, and it was natural for him to follow those same habits around someone like Yukio, a newbie, at least to Dazai and Chuya. Chuya gave up on finding Yukio and realized what Dazai meant by he couldn't attack. It wasn't a matter of attacking or what might happen when he did, rather whether or not it was possible. Chuya glared at the past blue spots area before he felt himself getting pulled into something. His eyes widened before he planted himself into the ground. His eyes had a red edge although they were blue. Yukio managed to touch him, but Chiya was sure he didn't feel himself get touched. Chiya slammed himself into the ground as hard as possible, as if trying to escape the pulling force that was dragging him in. Suddenly it stopped before it started again before starting again with an even greater strength. Chiya looked up and saw Yukio, who was close by. He had stopped teleporting and just stood there. His eyes were shining a gleaming neon blue as he tried to force Chiya into a loop that would force him out of the ring. The strain it started to have on Chiya was evident as his legs started to feel like they were being pulled from one side to another, and it hurt. He could hear the sound of dents being made into the ground from where he stood, a weak attempt to keep himself planted before Yukio stopped suddenly. He kept himself firm before Yukio could do it again, but he didn't. What the F dash? Chiya breathed out as he focused around himself again. There were some sparks of blue, but nothing seemed to happen until it did happen. There was something akin to a black hole, pulling him in, but rather than gravity, it was some unknown force trying to push him in. His eyes were wide again as the dents around his feet merely increased. The force came again and again before it stopped for some time. Yukio was sitting in front of him, arms crossed over each other as he pouted and frowned as Chiya's lack of movement. Chiya knew that Yukio touched him and that meant that he had to have been touching Yukio, but he didn't really know if he did or if it was trick. His ability rendered him useless in the situation. He picked up a small rock and shot it, fast like a bullet, as Yukio, who blinked and moved out of the way, easily maneuvering himself away with a smirk. "Chiya-san, that won't work," Yukio exclaimed before he dodged another rock thrown his way. He was surprisingly fluid like Dazai, not really possessing physical strength, rather being able to twist his body in a myriad of ways. Chiya couldn't help but note the many similarities between Dazai and Yukio, slightly frightening because if Yukio had the same level of intelligence as Dazai, it would be a reason to attempt to kill him and also a reason to not kill him. There was a sort of use that Yukio had immediately displayed, a use that Dazai was planning to take for himself as he said before, but he didn't trust Nizu enough to do it. "God damn it, you're more annoying than Dazai," Chiya yelled out, Yukio shrugging before he disappeared again, the crushing force coming almost at the same time. Chiya grunted and straightened his back, stubbornly fighting the force. Yukoi gave an audibly sigh from behind him. Chiya forced his foot up to turn and look at Yukio. His eyes were knitted in a frown. "You know," Yukio sneered, "I didn't expect that your ability would be lower than mine. Won that stupid pecking order." Chiya scowled at him as he tried to move around better, finding it too much of an effort. "Our abilities crashed together, and now they're literally trying to fight to complete what we are ordering them to do, and because your order is, stay, and mine's is, go, you're in this mess. I thought that your ability would have more of a hold than mine though." Yukio sighed as he cancelled his ability. Chiya's eyes were bulging in aggravation. "Shut the F up," Chiya tried to reach for Yukio, only for him to disappear again, reappearing behind him. "I've thought about it," Yukio smiled. "There's only one way for you to beat me in this case. Either you take me by surprise." Yukio dodged another swipe at him. "See, like last time. Or you have Dazai-sen come and help." Chiya's glare hardened into something more than anger, as if the reminder of Dazai was less of a reassurance, but a warning. "Other than that, I'm afraid I know all your tricks, so you better hurry up or else we can try the thing again. I wouldn't mind, but you seem tired." Chiya glanced at the other, his smug smile so similar to Dazai it made him want to shiver at the look of it. "Shut the hell up." Yukio sighed before he disappeared to actually go behind him and tap him lightly. He bowed in slight apology before Chiya felt himself slam against the wall, teleporting into the wall. "If that's the case, I can simply move you, just a little harder and you would end up like you were now." Yukio smiled at Chiya before bowing in thanks again as he helped him up. "It was a really good fight, Chiya-san. I got so much from it." Chiya huffed before looked over to Dazai's slightly unhinged eyes. Their usually soft knowing look disappearing into what seemed like genuine shock. Chiya glowered at him before he conceded to Yukio. "It was a good fight," Chiya agreed, stretching his limbs. "Next time, I'll rip you to shreds." Yukio smiled as Chiya ruffled his hair, once again reminding him that Chiya was taller than him, an annoying fact. Yukio gave a long sigh as he walked back, Chiya walking with him in somewhat awkward silence before Kirishima grabbed Yukio. Hey! Kirishima tugged Yukio away with a laugh. Kirishima-kun. Let go. That was so manly, Yukio-san. Kirishima grinned as he patted Yukio on the back. Okugu-san owes me some money now. Kirishima laughed again as Yukio gave him a strange look. You were betting. On me. On my poor physical state. Yukio looked horrified as Kirishima gave him a thumbs up. What kind of friends are you? We're manly ones. Kirishima laughed as Midoriya joined them. Midoriya-san. Wasn't Yukio-san manly? Midoriya nodded furiously before he stuttered some response out. Yukio-san was really good. A as in T, that ST strategy W was amazing. How did you know that Chuya-san would end up like that? Yukio shrugged as he gave a small insecure smile. I didn't, he admitted. Actually, I was planning on losing the round because I thought Chuya would be unaffected, but it appears not. Midoriya stared at him. It was a bet really, I mean who knows what would happen. I know that quirks are immediately suppressed, but abilities on abilities? That's something I've never really seen. Base the entire thing on a bet. Midoriya shouted out loud in shock. Yukio-san. That's what's so manly about it. Kirishima laughed. Yukio-san is so manly even probability obeys him. Kirishima-kun, that's not how it works. Chuya. Dazai yelled, distressed. How could you lose? Chuya huffed in irritation as Dazai poked at the band-aid near his face. More importantly, how could you get hurt and lose? Chuya lost in an experiment that Yukio was doing, an experiment. Yukio had told him later that he really just wanted to test if Chuya's ability would override his and that he didn't really care if he won or not. Something that infuriated him as it wasn't even as if he was really trying that hard. Shut up, Chuya said with more force than he intended. It wasn't my fault that he stuck all those diamond rocks at me. Dazai made some small, tsku sounds as he circled Chuya twice and planted his feet a meter away from him. I told you, no matter what, do not attack him. Dazai laughed as Chuya growled something incomprehensible. I told you, Chuya-chan. Do not touch, do not fight, do not attack. Dazai continued to laugh as Chuya glared at him. He lost against a high schooler that was shorter than him. If he was taller, Chuya might concede, but it was someone shorter. Come on, Chuya, we have a few minutes before All Might-san hands out those medals. Dazai dragged him into a room before sitting down in a large chair. So what did Yukio-kun say to you? Chuya eyed Dazai carefully before he sat down across from him, legs crossed over each other. Some weird sheet. Dazai gave a long sigh that could have been interpreted as annoyance if not for the fact that it was always Dazai who annoyed Chuya. Something about an ability pecking order? An ability pecking order. Dazai looked at the door. What else? That my ability was supposed to be stronger than his or something like that. A stronger hold. Chuya frowned. Dazai, what does happen when ability users are in a stalemate? Usually it's like Koyo-san's Golden Demon and Kyuka-chan's Demon Snow. They fight and try to beat each other. Dazai's eyes seem to hint at something. But in your case, it should be that if you touch something, it will listen and be based on who touches what first. It's uncommon to find abilities that manifest in the way that yours did. If it's so rare, then what the F happened with Yukio? Dazai stared at Chuya, his crude language showing off Yukio's effect on him. Chuya-chan, swearing is rude. Dazai stuck a tongue out. But I assume that there's some sort of order to how abilities work, an order that determines exactly what ability can do what to each other. In your case, you control anything you touch, but if someone like Yukio-kun comes and touches what you touch, then your ability should be nullified. I suppose that doesn't happen then. Like hell it does, Chuya bit out, grumpy. It felt like being stretched. A really good stretch, but also a really bad stretch. Great description, Chuya-chan. You should become a poet. Shut up. Anyways, if that's the case then we really should hire Yukio-kun, Dazai sighed. Too bad he's on the path to be a good two-shoes hero. Dazai slumped in his seat, arms dangling. After such a loss, Chuya-chan, are you sure you don't need a reassuring hug to confirm your superior hugging skills? No, Chuya stood up and glared at Dazai. Stay the F away from me. Dazai frowned before sighing. He stood up and opened the door for Chuya, as a mockery to his height. He gave a withering glance to Dazai and frowned at the empty halls. They were long and difficult to look at due to their light blue shade that annoyed him beyond measure sometimes. They were small halls compared to some of the areas in the Port Mafia. How's at Sushi-kun? At Sushi-chan? Dazai asked. He should be in the Port Mafia, on the first floor actually. Dazai smiled as he remembered something. Actually, he should be meeting Takehara-kun now. They're going to investigate someone. How the hell do you do that? Chiya asked, eyes slightly wide in wonder. By thinking Chiya-chan. Dazai grinned as Chiya muttered something before Dazai pushed him out to the large screaming crowd. Yukio was up in the field, muttering something to Midoriya, making the other turn a violent shade of red. Bakugo was yelling something in pure unfiltered anger as he stood at third place. Todoroki was fourth somehow. Yukio was laughing as Midoriya tried to urge him up on the platform. Chiya felt the tips of his lips go up. He walked up on and watched as Toshinori placed a gold medal over Yukio. Yukio-kun. Yukio looked up, eyes shining. You will make an excellent hero. I know it. Yukio gave a little laugh at Toshinori's affirmation. He bowed and thanked All Might, who messed his hair, the platform doing little to help his height. All Might walked up to Chiya, smiling regardless if he knew that Chiya was a mafioso. Chiya wasn't smiling as wide, but there was a slight tilt upwards. Funny huh? Chiya smiled a little grimly. Chiya-kun. All Might grinned. Congratulations. The silver medal was a little heavy, and hung forward a bit as Chiya looked at it. Its sheen of paint scratching off a little. All Might gave a pat on his back, not fondly, but more so warm, comforting. As pick a reminder that he was in Yue. Bakugo was locked up, arms pinned down as he was tied to a wall. His not-so-gentle snarl as All Might quickly put a bronze medal on him and turned around with a weak plus ultra. There was a smile as he turned to the crowd. P plus ultra. All Might yelled out as the crowd cheered for the winners. Aizawa glanced over at the two new students that Nizu allowed in. They were to say nonetheless, but he wasn't especially keen on commenting on Nizu's choices, seeing that the other quirk was being smart. His eyes ran over Dazai and Chiya as they argued over something pointless once more. All Might was unnaturally jittery around the two, completely unwilling to either scold or praise them, as if he had no right to. Dazai was too sharp, Chiya was too instinctual for Aizawa to really find them like students. His students had a sort of childish act to them, their eyes brightening at every practice, exercise, or even word of hero. There was a lilt to their voices as they talked, a lilt that Aizawa found more common among experienced businessmen trying to strike a deal rather than students who were trying to please their own goals. Dazai-kun, please stop bothering Nakahara-kun, Aizawa voiced as Dazai kept on picking on Chiya. It was commonplace for them to be like that. Dazai often teased Chiya to an extent that was strange. As much as Aizawa enjoyed their company, there was a disappointing idea that popped in his head whenever one of them became too sharp, usually Chiya. A comment or two that would ring bells in Aizawa's head, as if trying to force him to remember something that was important. He didn't care too much for it as he often felt like that. It was normal. There was an inaccurate portrayal of him as someone who was overly cautious, and it wasn't as if he wasn't, but he wasn't to the extent that some people enjoyed portraying him as. Yes, Aizawa-sensei, Dazai answered with a familiar joking tone, his eyes crinkling in delight at the reaction of Chiya. There was bright smile on his face as he joked and giggled, always making fun of everything and everyone without cause or fear of accusation. Yukio's teasing and jokes decreased as Dazai came, or they didn't, and Dazai simply overpowered Yukio. As all of you know, there will be 2 days' worth of rest due to the injuries caused during the PRD. In that time you can go back home, take a break, or whatever it is that you want to do. Aizawa paused. I do not suggest that you go somewhere too far, as class will immediately continue its same original intensity, regardless of how prepared you are. Please continue with your activities as normal. Yukio looked up from his desk and his head fell back down with a thud as slight waves of chatter filled the room with Aizawa's leave. What are you going to do, Midoriya-kun? Midoriya looked up at Uraraka, who had walked over. His hands were still encased in a thick bandage that covered him up tightly, wrapped in bundles of gauze that was too tight sometimes. There was a soft tone to the classroom as everything buzzed out a bit. I'm planning to stay at home with my mom, nothing much, Midoriya said as he stared at his blank notebook. Yukio offered to write the notes for him after the lesson, something he at first denied before accepting. The empty pages unsettled him as he glanced at his hands. What about you, Uraraka-kun? Oh, well, I'm planning to spend some time resting at my place near the school. Midoriya blinked as he remembered that Uraraka came from the Mie prefecture, meaning her parents were over there as well. Yeah. You're welcome to come to my place anytime if you feel lonely. Midoriya paused before he waved his casts around his face in worry. Not in any strange way, I mean. Just like over as friends. Completely platonic friends, I swear. We'll even bring Mina-kun and Tsuyu-kun if you want. Midoriya-kun. Dazai suddenly was by Midoriya's desk. You can't just steal all the girls like that. What? I just wanted Uraraka-kun to not be lonely and thought she could invite some of her friends over as she's from the Mie prefecture, which is sorta far, and so her parents can't really come, so I thought she might like it if some of her friends come over because it might be strange to her family and my mom if we just intruded on Lee Dash. Shut the F up, Deku, Bakuga grouched. You too, round face and bandage B. Bakuga looked up from his phone and glared at the 3 students who were crowded around Midoriya's desk. Midoriya muttered his apologies before Uraraka or Dazai could comment on anything. It's perfectly fine, Midoriya. I'll just read or watch some TV. I'm sure there'll be something interesting considering we just finished the Udata Sports Festival. Uraraka beamed as she glanced at Dazai. What will you be doing, Dazai? Me? I think I'll go stay at home too. Dazai sighed. Everyone we know is in Yokohama. Isn't Yokohama closer though? Midoriya pointed out. You could go there and back for day? But it might be tiring, so I suppose not. Nope. Too lazy. Dazai took a wayward chair and dropped onto it with a lazy, peaceful expression. There's nothing there to look at anymore anyways. I might go sightseeing here anyways. Yokohama is so boring, you know? All we have are Ferris wheels and boring food stalls that serve the same diverse food every single day. Yokohama sounds interesting though. Super manly. Kirishima popped in, bright red mingling with the green and brown. I heard the port Mafia is there too. Kirishima-kun. Hagakure scolded. Don't say that like it's a good thing. Super manly though, Kirishima grinned. In a bad way of course, but still super manly. Kirishima-kun. Midoriya stuttered out. Aren't you slightly worried even? Nah. Kirishima said, ecstatically, I live in Chiba so it's fine. Say, Midoriya turned to Dazai. You and Chiya-san come from Yokohama, what's the port Mafia like? Not that we want to join or anything, but just wondering because no one's really ever seen the dash. FING week, that's what? Bakugo answered before anyone could open their mouth to reply. I'll become the Umber hero and beat those FNG extras. As if you'll even be number 1. Yukio squeaked from the back. You'll pieces yourself trying. Bakugo growled and told Yukio to shut up before he focused back on whatever it was he was focusing on, vein popping in irritation at the truth. Dazai-san? Uraraka asked, what's it like? Dazai stared at her. She and the others were more curious if anything, unsure of anything other than what they were told, which was a lot Dazai realized. He paused and tilted his head, finger on his bottom lip as he slowly tilted from one side to the other, annoyingly. Chiya walked over and slammed his head down on Midoriya's desk. Oh, Chiya-chan. Dazai whined, I get that your personality is, but you don't have to be so blatant about it. Chiya muttered something before he looked around for a chair. When none was around, he stood, slightly awkward as the second shortest, although internally he knew he was older. Shut the hell up, Chiya looked at Midoriya. It's normal, nothing much happens anyways. Sometimes a bomb, but that's it. A bomb? Uraraka and Midoriya cried out in surprise. That's not normal. Chiya blinked before looking down at Dazai's deadpanned look. Actually, Yukio spoke out, we have villain attacks every other day. Midoriya blinked before nodding slowly. It was true, they had too many villain attacks to count on a daily basis, but they were combated easily and they weren't as dangerous except for some small harassments that barely affected anyone. There was a sort of more perverse kind of villain that appeared recently, panty thieves, liars, manipulative marketing liars, and generally people who made the public feel comfortable were a part of this group. They usually caused a huge disturbance, leaving a long grumble in their wake, but they couldn't compare to the dozens upon dozens of buildings wrecked due to weak villains trying to go around making a point. Strong, truly strong villains plotted, they devised plans to destroy in one large swoop, those costing less than the ruckus of a building a day law that some weaker, D levels usually villains followed. Midoriya stared at his hands again before he glanced at Todoroki. Midoriya-kun, Hagakure asked, why do you keep on looking at Todoroki-san? Dazai's face visibly brightened as Chuya scowled. Midoriya-kun. Dazai began with a wince from everyone at the table. I never knew it was like that between you two. Midoriya blinked, confused. His hair was just as mussed up as his brain as he turned to Uraraka for help. Uraraka, who was trying her very, very best to not turn a very deep shade of red. Dazai-san, they've been at it for some time now. I swear, Todoroki-san has taken Midoriya-kun. Yukio whined from the back, Todoroki looking at him in puzzlement, his eyes screaming, what are you talking about? All Midoriya-kun is now, is, Todoroki-san did this, Todoroki-san is cool because of that. Yukio mimicked a high-pitched Midoriya. He does. Dazai gave a wry grin. He does? Chuya glared at Dazai, a hidden warning for him to stop whatever nonsense he was up to or else Chuya would hit him. Dazai glanced back, barely reaching Chuya's eyes before ignoring him. Midoriya-kun, how scandalous, finally getting the message. Midoriya's face complemented his hair, a strawberry red covering the majority of his cheeks. What? No, I swear I isn't like that. Todoroki-san is just someone I look up to. Midoriya looked at Todoroki, whose cheeks had dusty pink on them, embarrassment crystal clear. Well, I know you definitely look up at him, Dazai grinned. I'm very sure of it. Nobody caught that, not even Yukio. Nobody understands your weird SXL innuendos, you deviant. Chuya glared at Dazai. The only way anyone will is if they sleep with the same number of women as you have. At least I have a sec life, Chibi-chan, Dazai responded, just as quick. Your height is so short it prevents you from having any intimacy with anyone. Shut up. Chuya turned away from Dazai, practically glowing flush, and his eyes were narrowed and pointed at Bakugo, whose red eyes stared back, unpassionately. Chuya glanced at the wall, it being his new preferred area of looking. Dazai Midoriya tried to mutter. You have a sec life? Kirishima asked, whoa, that's manly? Dazai grinned, teeth showing as he made a flippant move with his hand, as if to dismiss the fact that he was pretending to be at least 15, not that he didn't sleep with anyone at 15, but most people didn't, he assumed. At least in Mizudafu. It was a normal occurrence in Yokohama anyways. Yep, Dazai grinned. Chibi-chan don't worry, he's about as active as a 10-year-old. Chuya said something incomprehensible before he turned to face Dazai, smacking him on his head. Ah. Chuya-san, Mina came around, smiling. Me and Momo-kun were just wondering, how do you know the names to your abilities? Midoriya-kun, latched onto Todoroki-san fast, huh? Midoriya sputtered as he glanced over Todoroki, who was ignoring the general direction of conversation the group had in favor of copying whatever it was that Yukio wrote after the class. Yukio had, as promised, stayed semi-awake during class to be able to specifically know what the teacher said before he wrote it all down afterwards. Obviously we named them. That's why Chuya's makes me want to bleach my memories, Dazai answered before Chuya could say anything. Shut up, Chuya roared before he turned to Mina, not totally sure how we know. I know. Yukio raised his hand as if asking for permission to speak. Mina-chan, we know because we do make it up, but we just don't know where the thought came from. Midoriya looked around for his notebook, once finding it nearly pouting due to his inability to write, before Uraraka took his notebook to write down what Yukio said, Midoriya saying a string of thanks. Really? Mina asked, eyes a bit wide as Momo came over. Yo Momo-kun. I won. Momo sighed as she nodded in acceptance. Mina leaned over to Midoriya, quietly whispering something into his ear, something that turned his cheek redder than before. eyes blown in complete embarrassment before he quickly denied anything of the matter, much to the amusement of everyone around. Yukio glanced down as he felt the familiar buzz from his phone. He took it out and saw a small message from Carol. He took the phone out and read it quickly. Louis Oda. Playing cool is difficult, Yu-chan, you shouldn't attempt it. Yukio. Carol-san? Louis Oda. I had to tell someone to leave, although I really wanted some customers. It's been so long since someone came for a cup of tea. You never come anymore after all. Yukio. You always make some strange berry tea. Anyways, did you finish? Louis Oda. Yu-chan is being rude. I'm reporting to Nikolai-chan about this. Yukio. I'm in class, stop bothering me. Louis Oda. It's rude to do that. Yukio. I feel horrible. Louis Oda. Should be. Yukio sighed as the small continuous pings on his phone bothered his state. Carol was like a whiny little girl that was simultaneously curious and stubborn, an annoying combination when it came to anything. Not to mention he was extremely frightened by the threat that Fyodor possessed, always using someone else to pass messages to him. It was pathetic if not cute in a worrisome way. Yukio-kun? Tadadaku asked, his eyes shining some weak form of worry. Who are you talking to? No one of importance, Todoroki-chan. Yukio answered as Todoroki made a strange look. It's just someone being annoying again. Do you have to call me that? Todoroki asked, his eyebrows raised, and eyes a little bit scrunched. His right hand was holding a pencil that was copying the somewhat messy notes Yukio made. They were good notes, just messy. There was a sort of unquestioned knowledge that Yukio would help anyone with anything as long as they asked. Even Bakugo was caught asking him for some help, sometimes needing a little math push. What? Oh, Todoroki-chan? Yukio asked, yes. Why? Todoroki's eyebrows scrunched together now, slight frustration showing as he muttered some wayward comment about nicknames. Yukio had thousands and he had one, Todoroki-chan. One that he caught Midoriya saying it, Midoriya. Todoroki nearly groaned as he thought about the redness that spread over his cheeks when he caught Midoriya flu. He didn't even know when. Because I want to, Yukio looked at him intensely. Are you seriously thinking of Midoriya when he's right over there? Todoroki frowned, but still gaped before he slowly nodded, cheeks growing in color. We're in school, Todoroki-chan. Please be quiet, Todoroki answered as he thought of the fight. There was a sort of tense understanding to Todoroki as he thought about Midoriya's comments on him. He wanted to forget everything and just restart everything, redo everything so he could just slow down and see what was happening slowly. Everything felt sick to him as he remembered exactly what he was born for. The sick joke that his life was made for a ranking. That his sisters and brothers were simply failed attempts, as if they were nothing but test products, inanimate. He wanted to throw up, but he also knew there was no reset button. So he trudged, he forced one step ahead of each other. He didn't understand any of it. He wanted to see Mom. Todoroki-chan, Yukio sighed as he teased, being polite doesn't suit you, go back to your normal grouchy lovesick self please. Todoroki nearly laughed a little bit. Yukio flopped onto his bed as he sighed and snuggled the covers that were soft compared to the scratchiness of everything else he knew. He wanted to feel secure in a way that made him feel safe, not the security of UA. There was no safety there. His room was lightly furnished, a bed, table, chairs. Some personal items he felt too close with to leave behind. A book, a ragged stuffed panda far beyond repair, a small blue charm locked into a small glass case. Yukio-kun? His neighbor called, Akihito Tachibana. I saw you on the TV, congratulations on first place. The walls were too thin. Yukio muttered some thanks back before his eyes flickered back to a book on his desk, newly bought. Little memories attached. He opened it and read a few pages before he put it down. Boring. He sighed before he sat up to take out a very old computer he refused to throw. Bulky and beefy were the two words that could describe it. Fyodor's report plagued him as he sighed for the umpteenth time, eyes rolling into his head as he tried to think of something newsworthy to write. He didn't have much to write. Fyodor probably, if he even gave a sheet about Yukio, watched the sports festival, the small hotel room bringing a TV that Yukio hoped Fyodor would use. There wasn't a lot happening either, everything important either already known or predicted. Suddenly Yukio simply wanted to be back around them all, annoying bratty Nikolai or not. There was a lazy atmosphere among them, especially during such serene times. The plan was wait. Yukio opened the TV and put down his laptop as he flicked channel through channel until he stopped. A mangled photo of Ida's brother coming into view. Yukio winced and hoped he was fine. There was little he could do anyways. Not even the most caring of people could do anything, and Yukio was told specifically not to care. No wonder no one mentioned Ida. Knowing Ida, he would do something irrational, but at the same time he's needed space to do something stupid. There was food in the fridge, but he really was too lazy to bother, his arms only reaching out, just to tease himself. The hilarity of it as well. Yukio sighed through his nose as he glanced up at the clock. It had fading numbers, but was cheap, and cheap was good. He, in all his doubt and reluctance, missed the small crowded meetings, the warmness of the small shared futon, although it wasn't actually warm. There was a sort of delight that came with Yokohama. The phone rang. Yukio-kun? Midoriya called, his bright voice filtering into Yukio's head. How are you? Fine, Yukio muttered out, standing up to reach a chair with some effort. You lazy. Ah, okay. Midoriya paused for a moment before he burst out. Is Ida okay? He wasn't really saying much, although Kaken was being a bit loud today. Also, there was a point where Dazai-san was making some jokes, but Ida didn't really tell him to stop, although apparently they were pretty bad. Kaken swore a lot to dash. I don't know, Yukio answered before Midoriya got too far into his speech. His brother got hurt, he's probably worried. Nothing to fret about, Midoriya-kun. Oh yeah, good point, Midoriya sighed in relief. What are you doing, Yukio-san? Sitting, and I'm going to get an apple in a bit. Yukio eyed the fridge, it was too far for him to reach apples. Oh, want to come over? I mean, Uraraka-kun says she's fine, and I was just wondering, since you live alone, that you might want to come? Midoriya took a breath in. You know, company? What are you eating? Katsudon, instant reply, as if it was the easiest question in the world. The food must be katsudon since it was Midoriya's favorite. Then no? Yukio shut his eyes as he held the phone by his ear. Yakitori and curry is better. What? Midoriya huffed from the other side. If you say so, but will you even be able to make curry? Midoriya-kun, that's very rude of you, Yukio said quickly and accusingly. I make great kairaisu. Isn't it curry? Kairaisu sounds more professional, Yukio retorted back. Curry is English, I thought we were Japanese, Midoriya-kun. Very disloyal. Yukio-san, everyone calls it sea curry. Midoriya laughed a bit at Yukio's response. No, I refuse to believe it. Our culture is being destroyed by a bunch of foreigners. Yukio paused a couple times to find the exact word, his voice lowering into a tone of disgust as he reached the final word. Anyway, Yukio-kun, are you sure you don't want to come? Midoriya asked, curiosity seeping into his voice as Yukio frowned into the phone, a long evident as he pondered on his answer. No, Yukio huffed. Katsudon is disgusting, and I want to eat the apples that I have in my fridge. All right. Midoriya paused again. Midoriya-kun, if you continue to say nothing, I'm hanging up, Yukio warned. Oh, I just wanted to ask if you got anything from Todoroki-san? I mean, he hasn't said much after the tournament, and you were talking with him during class, Midoriya muttered. Getting jealous? Todoroki-chan was fine. Yukio smiled as Midoriya gave a choked sort of noise. Todoroki-chan? When did you start calling him that? Since today. Yukio shrugged and eyed the backpack that was sitting by his desk. Todoroki-chan is so cold. He's okay though? Quick to defend him? Yukio grinned as protest followed. Besides, you don't know it, but Hagakure-chan was talking about the landslide zone at USJ, you know, place we got attacked at, and how cool and awesome he was, and I swear, Midoriya-kun, that Todoroki-chan looked as if he was saying, Sheet, she was there? I didn't know, Sheet, I could have hurt her. Yukio, I'm sure he didn't think that, Midoriya argued, weakly. I believe he did, Yukio argued back. Todoroki-chan just has this aura. Aura? Midoriya asked, confused. Todoroki-san is Todoroki-san? No, he has this sort of Eichmann aura to him? Yukio said, voice molding into that of a question. Yes, Eichmann aura. Aye, Eichmann. Midoriya yelled through the phone. Where did you get that conclusions? Yukio started to laugh. Laughter dribbled down through the phone as he heard Midoriya's frustration. His smile permanently etched onto his face. Yes. Eichmann. Yukio agreed to Midoriya's lack of a real answer to anything. He had this Eichmann vibe to him, you know? Like, those weird shoujo manga pickup lines. Like, do you need an umbrella? Pickup lines and then the two people share an umbrella. I don't think Todoroki-san would ever say that. Yukio-san, Midoriya said, straightforward and honest. He's kind of. Oh, kind of what, Midoriya-kun? Kind of like, little kid, Midoriya resolved. Yeah, he's like a little kid. Wait, I respect him and all, but he does these things that are kid-like. Yes, that's why he's Todoroki-san, Yukio affirmed, his eyes lingering on the fridge. Midoriya-kun, have a good time with your katsudon. I need to go get an apple. What? Oh, alright, there was a small, short pause. Isn't Todoroki-san older than you? So, Yukio retorted before he hung up, rudely. It was commonplace for him to do that, to do rude things that people were forced to accustom themselves to. The only person to avoid it being Ida, as Yukio found his long lectures difficult to follow and annoying to some extent. Yukio stood up from the chair and flopped down on the bed before he closed his eyes, trying with some useless effort to actually sleep. He wanted a phone call, a text, or even a video call because he was homesick and it hasn't been a day even, but there was an event, a very big event. Homesickness made him go queasy with worry as he brooded. He was masterful at brooding when needed to, especially when it came to brooding on how much he missed Fyodor at times, cynical humor and all. There would be a teasing lilt in his voice as he addressed Yukio on how obstinate he was being, a stray smile as he muttered out some irritation that Yukio was causing, or even a sort of tired, but awake look in him as he hunched over a laptop, fingers moving wickedly fast as Yukio talked, babbled, chattered about useless things that he somehow remembered. So much for Todoroki being lovesick, Yukio thought, bitterly. He was a hypocrite to call Todoroki that when he wasn't much better. Another ring, Yukio picked it up. Mina Ishido. Hello, Mina-chan. Yukio-san. Mina's laughter filled the call as he heard some other giggles. Some was with her, though Yukio couldn't really care less. Her friend was her friend. I wanted to ask if you had anyone you liked? Yukio blinked. Mina always had great timing. What? Of course I do. Yukio stuck out a tongue they couldn't see. Why do you want to know? There was a slight shuffle on the other side as astonishment rippled through the young girls who were gossiping like normal girls should be. Really? Yukio muttered weakened yes as he sighed through his nose. Geez, never thought you'd have a crush. Now who is it? Yukio just nearly, rolled his eyes as he just knew it would be asked. He didn't want to expose Fyodor, but he couldn't help but feel a bit irritated at the word, crush. Fyodor wasn't some pretty high school sweetheart that simply came around to sweep Yukio off his feet. That was cheap, corny, and the complete opposite of Fyodor. It's a secret crush. Yukio exclaimed, but I'll give you a hint, he has red-rimmed purple eyes. No one in the entirety of you, they had red-rimmed purple eyes. What? Mina cried. I won't tell me more, all the juicy situations you once landed him and yourself in. I know you have some. Yukio laughed at the truth. No, Yukio sighed, it's a secret. Yukio felt his cheeks warm. It was most definitely not a secret considering it was mutually known. Mina gave a sort of low, disappointed groan before she deflated, amusement seeping out of her voice. Yukio grinned at the other's failure to coax anything out of him. He cared about Mina to some extent, but he wasn't going to risk Fyodor's identity for a game that would ruin every semblance of trust the two had, and Yukio treasured that trust more than he treasured his own life. Ah, fine, Mina's huffed. Spoil sport, so you really wanted to know for a moment. Yukio nodded as he realized who was with Mina. Well, have fun then. Yukio laughed as Mina's hung up with a slightly upset tone. She wasn't upset. just a bit upset that she could not have the latest piece of gossip to hold on and fawn over because gossip was life to her. Another ring, long and steady, as he groaned and picked up. Who? Ah, Yukio-kun, a soft voice answered. Yukio-kun, congratulations. Ah, Yukio-kun, a soft voice answered. Yukio-kun, congratulations. The voice was tingling through Yukio's ears as he replayed the too short conversation in his head over and over and over and over and over again. Sweet, sweet bells rang through his head as he floated to class. A smile etched onto his face, his eyes gentle, not the usual harsh stare that he gave others. There was a small hum on the tips of his throat, one he kept locked in because if he did actually hum it was possible for Dazai to connect him with Fyodor. It wasn't. His eyes shone and his smile beamed as he entered the classroom to sit next to the window. Dazai popped in and quickly noticed his elated state before he walked over and plopped into a seat. Yukio-kun looks so happy today. Dazai smiled. What happened? Prying eyes glanced at Yukio, the other unresponsive as he stared out the window, listless. It was the first time Dazai noticed that he was listless, ever since Yukio came here. Yukio was pinpoint sharp and easily agitated, not in an angry sense, but that of just surprised or easily caught. He had hyper-awareness as a student and Dazai often attributed it to the strange persona that was so similar to himself that he completely ignored it. It hadn't happened once, why would it happen now? Huh. Yukio turned to look at him, eyes innocently wide as he looked around to see Dazai and Chuya staring at him. Ah, I beat you, he said to Chuya, whose face quickly ran red in irritation as Dazai laughed. Yecha-chan was beaten by Yu-chan. Shut the F up. Yu-chan? Yukio asked, his eyes narrowing in false irritation. No one calls me Yu-chan. Yukio glared at Dazai, eyes never really becoming as sharp as they were gentle for once. A childlike gentleness overtook Yukio as he smiled and laughed at Chuya's said state. The smile on his face never fading as he watched Dazai nearly get hit over the head by Chuya, his fist barely making contact as it slipped, forcing Chuya to wire himself to his chair. There was still 10 minutes to class. I hate you, you know? How nice, Chuya, I hate you too. Yukio laughed and laughed. You two are like an old married couple. The two of them stared at him, looks of disgust so apparent Yukio nearly paused in his laughter. He looked over to Todoroki, whose eyes were straight into a book that Yukio knew he wasn't reading, not when Dazai and Chuya were behind him, trading insults. The couple's remark ran through said persons. You, Chuya answered, his face molded into such disgust, his eyes were scrunched up and his mouth changed from its usual neutral frown to a larger, angrier frown. There was a tense atmosphere as the room easily turned slightly more miserable with Dazai's opinion inputted into it. Aizawa entered the room and silence covered everyone like a blanket during the winter before his eyes. Stop wasting time, Aizawa glared from his desk. As you all know, the sports festival was designed so that heroes could decide who to invest time in as a possible candidate for the internships. Usually, the internships are a bit evened out, but this year it wasn't as much. Aizawa wrote a series on the board. These are the top 10 people with the most offers. Chuya Nakahara, 6678. Todoroki Shudo, 5784. Bakugu Katsuki, 3882. Yukio Mishima, 999. Dazai Osum, 201. Kirishima Iju, 123. Tokoyami Fumikage, 122. Uraraka Achiko, 58. Momo Yarozu, 13. Ryuma Yuga, 3. Oi, I won the whole thing? Yukio yelled out, annoyed. How does Chuya have more? Chuya smirked over at Yukio as he made a face, Dazai's eyes looking dazed. This is unfair. I demand a refund. Midoriya sighed as Yukio made more noise at his apparent loss, as Chuya was smug. He looked behind him to see Todoroki's eyes blank with disinterest as he stared at the board. Why, Yukio-san? Midoriya tried to pacify him. At least you got offers. Yukio turned to the board to stare as he scanned it for any sign of Midoriya, only for it to come blank. I don't think anyone else got lower than 3 offers. Yukio blinked and gave a long sigh. Midoriya-chan. Yukio cried out, you didn't win the thing though. Yukio whined. his eyes drooping as Aizawa waited for the class to calm down. It was common for them to get so loud and up and about in themselves that they forgot what they were supposed to do. Anyways, Aizawa's voice cut through the class's chatter, shutting them all up easily and immediately. Yurei has always arranged it so that someone will always have an internship, so stop worrying about it. For now, you all have to create hero names. Hero names will stick by you for the rest of your life, so choose wisely. This is a name that you will be recognized by and respected from. Midnight is coming to help you all with it as I can't. The pause was audible before the door blasted open to Midnight's sudden appearance, her suit easily showcasing how she was the 18-plus hero. Alright now, you want some easy to remember, something catchy. Don't pick something too long or too frightening to remember. Kids are here too. Midnight started, and don't be like Aizawa-sensei and allow someone else to give you a name. Aizawa scowled at Midnight as she mentioned his past. He had let Hizashi come up with a name for him, a name that came from the idea of a literal erasure head. He scowled further. You guys have 15 minutes until you all share. A mass gathering of materials occurred as everyone quickly went to grab at the markers, racking at their heads to come up with some nickname for themselves. The almost instantaneous pop of markers rang through the room as Yukio picked up the marker with some hesitation. He watched as Dazai quickly wrote something out, eyes blazing in ease. Chiya was more hesitant before he hand raced over the board too fast for Yukio to catch. He wrote something down. Midoriya glanced around, his fingers twisting the marker around in hesitation as he waited and wondered as to what he was supposed to write. Midnight called everyone out. We'll start with Aoyama-kun. Midnight offered the front to him as Aoyama practically trotted up, head high and eyes glittering with more glitter than usual. What do you have? The sparkling hero. I cannot stop sparkling. Aoyama announced. As I really cannot stop. What? The class yelled. Midnight nodded a bit, eyes dining before she took the board from Aoyama. I think, can't stop sparkling would be better, shorter and catchy. Midnight said, her writing overlapping Aoyama's slightly. There. Thank you, mademoiselle. Aoyama accepted the changed name with grace, his head nodding in agreement as Midnight offered the board back. He sauntered back down with some grace as he plopped down in his seat, happy. Now who's next? Mina came up next. Alien Queen. She shouted, proud of herself, the acidic hero. Midnight paused for a second, her smile wavering. Are you trying to scare everyone off? Zero and Denki yelled at once. It's a fine name. She shouted back, unwilling to give up her naming choice. I took a good 10 minutes coming up with it. Alien Queen is a bit frightening for our younger audiences. Midnight agreed with Denki and Zero. Maybe something else? Mina sighed but agreed to try again, heading back to her seat with hesitance. Her nose scrunched up as she tried to come up with something else. Dazai-kun? Dazai grinned and wiggled his way up to the front and smiled as he presented his board. Nian, the anti-quirk hero. Midnight nodded with a slight tilt. It's easy to say, and Ningen Shikaku is a bit long, he argued before Midnight nodded. It's great and sounds a bit cute, Midnight reasoned. Tsuyu-chan? Dazai walked back with a smug smile at his supposedly cute name, knowing that Chiya wouldn't be able to come up with anything cute in the slightest. The rainy season hero, Froppy. Midnight nearly squealed at the nickname. Yukio's frowned and crossed his name out as Tsuyu, Kirishima, and Denki went, each yelling out their names in glee. The class returned their glee, all names easily accepted. Then Bakugu-kun. Midnight called a slightly irritated Bakugu, his board written with thick handwriting. King Explosion Murder. He banged the board on the table, shaking it slightly. What? The class yelled. Are you sure? What the hell, do you all mean? Bakugu yelled back. I'll crush all of you extras. Bakugu-kun, it's a little, Midnight started, a bit violent. Rejected. Huh. Bakugu grumbled before he stomped back down. Hey, Midnight started but gave up. Baku bro, Kirishima turned to him, his eyes wide with shock. What kind of hero name is that? A good one. Kirishima-kun. Kirishima practically ran forward as he said his name out. Red Riot. Kirishima yelled out. Midnight nodded in acceptance. It was a good name. Oh, so it's after Crimson Riot-san? Midnight asked. Kirishima's eyes shined a bit before he nodded furiously. Yes. He liked Crimson Riot. Ah, then you have a lot to live up to. Crimson Riot was one of the best heroes I knew, Midnight answered, smiling as she dismissed Kirishima in favor of Chuya. Chuya Nakahara? Midnight called, dragging Yukio out of his somewhat distracting daze. What's your hero name? Chuya stood up and walked to the front, his eyes shifting as the board landed lightly on the desk. On it read, Chuya. Are you sure? Midnight asked. Chuya is a cute name, but it's your name? Chuya nodded. He wasn't going to stay anyways. He might as well make it simple. He never wanted to be a hero anyway, and he didn't want to waste too much time creating some loose connection with it. He knew he wasn't Dazai, creating links as easily as anyone, but also easily giving anyone that held him down. He could still remember the cold feeling of steels as Shirei stabbed him. It felt strange to be called a hero anyway. Not when he worked for the Mafia. Yes, Chuya said, his eyes forward, staring into dozens and dozens of blank faces as he walked back down, feeling slightly sick with himself. He looked over at Dazai, who looked smugger than he should. He looked beyond Dazai and he could see that same calculating gaze on Yukio. He turned the other way. All right. Then finally, Todoroki-kun, Ida-kun, Midoriya-kun, and then Yukio-kun. Midnight said, watching as Todoroki came up. Shuto, he said, voice blank, but to Yukio, and only to Yukio, his eyes were gleaming. A little bit wet even. There was some value to his name that no one would understand anyway. It is impossible to describe someone's experience to someone who hasn't felt the same kind of loss or gain. What? Again? The class yelled out. Yukio huffed out something in irritation. If Todoroki-chan wants to be called Shuto, he can be called Shuto-chan. It has meaning to him and that all that matters. Yukio yelled above the chaos as everyone shut up. Todoroki-chan has his own reasons to be called his own names, just like how Chuya-san also has his own reasons. Don't be stupid. Dazai glanced at Yukio, eyes a little wide as he stared at him. Yukio-chan, Dazai whispered, you sound so cool. Yukio looked at Dazai and whispered something back. I don't really know where it came from. Yukio answered, forcing a struggling laugh out of Dazai, his smile bright as it was forced. Yukio's eyes caught the small twitch of his mouth, the small twitch that gave away everything important detail to Yukio. It was easy to forget, to Dazai at least, that Yukio was sharp. His smile easily dissipated as he gave a serious look and turned to the front, internally frowning. Okay then, Midnight eyed him, then, Ida-ku dash. Ida. Again. One after another. Shut the F up, you F extras are loud. Ida held the board between his fingers. There was the slightest trace of an erased mark as he looked down, disappointed in himself. His eyes were downcast as he felt as if the weather should also be the same. There was a slight pause in his demeanor before he walked back, Midoriya eyeing him all the way back. He was worried for him, too worried to properly think. His pen ran across the board. Yukio said names were supposed to be things that meant something to him. The only name that meant anything to him was Deku. Are you sure? Instantaneous response, faster than anything that could be achieved as Midoriya looked ahead. Midoriya nodded his head. It's a name that means something to me and has given me a purpose to continue. Midoriya's voice rose. It's a name that carries a lot of weight and will remind me to be a better hero every day. Midoriya's eyes were blazing with determination as he smiled. Yukio watched him from behind. That's a fantastic name then. Midnight announced. Finally, Yukio-chan. Why am I Yukio-chan? Yukio asked. Why isn't Midoriya-kun, Midoriya-chan and Ida-kun, Ida-chan? Yukio continued to whine as he slowly walked up to the front. He slammed the board on the table and grinned as he proudly displayed his name, the Endless Hero, Eternal. Eternal? Midoriya asked, isn't that a bit? Your name is Deku, Yukio snarked, at least I sound cool and awesome. Midoriya nodded in agreement, but a small but came through. It sounds pretentious, Midoriya ended, Why it sounds pretentious. Yukio stared at Midoriya, sweat on Midoriya's forehead as he was subjected to his starings. My name sounds awesome, Yukio finalized. Besides, if anything, everyone else's name sounds too tacky. He dismissed the others and walked back down, plopping himself down as he tapped his foot. Dazai looked at him, cheerful, as he then turned to stare at Midoriya. It really didn't seem like anyone was Kakushi. The names were all personal or had some childish belief that came with it, nothing too off the grid in terms of what he was expecting. Something silly from some people, something silly from others. The only person being slightly strange was Yukio, who, as much as he wanted to say was Kakushi, the idea didn't make complete sense. He was smart, but no one could convict someone of being smart. Your internship offers are both sent to you and on the table in front. If you want them, just go find the one with your name on it, Aizawa started. Remember, different heroes do different things, some are rescue ones like 13, and some are underground like me. Depending on the agency, the kind of heroism you do will also be different. This is the first milestone choice you'll be making, and it will determine what kind of hero you will become. You wisely. Aizawa buried himself in his sleeping bag. The top of his head peeked open from the top as he glared at the class. A large shuffle towards the front happened as everyone made a grab at their sheet. Yukio took it and inspected it. He smiled as near the bottom with small writing was Endeavor's agency. Ah, you got the agency you wanted? Midoriya asked. Endeavors? Yukio nodded, gleeful. That's great. Uraraka made her way, her sheet in her hand. Who did you get, Uraraka? I'm thinking, she started. Battle Hero Gunhead's office? She gave a few tentative punches as an attempt to mock someone who was fighting. After all, I can't stay weak for long. Imagine all the possibilities if I were stronger. I could probably beat Bakugo-san then. I'm sure you would be able to, Midoriya encouraged, and besides, Yukio-san already said that it was very much possible for it to happen in the sports Fei-dash. Like hell you're going to beat me, round face. Bakugo shouted from across the room, his glares strengthening with his thoughts. I'm getting effing stronger as well, you know? Uraraka laughed as she looked over to Midoriya, concern and surprise wrapping her face. Midoriya-san, why are you shaking like that? Uraraka asked, stopping her frequent attacks as she looked at Midoriya's quivering legs. Midoriya-kun is wrecking himself again. Yukio yelled, Midoriya-kun is wrecking himself again. Midoriya-kun, why are you always practicing? It's fine, Midoriya began. It's really fine and it's good training. Yukio sked as he gave Midoriya a long hard look. You'll one day tire yourself out and you'll have no one but yourself to thank for it. Yukio ended. Practice must come with restraint and preparation. Have you stretched? No. Have you properly eaten for the occasion? No. I'll be fine. Midoriya ended. Besides, I have to go. Midoriya ran out, under Yukio's watchful eyes as he saw All Might approach the young man. Geez, Midoriya-kun, try to settle, won't you? Atsushi and Kyuka went up the elevator as they headed back to the office. They were in the cameras around registering them, preventing any alarm to go off. The first thing Dazai improved was the Port Mafia's overall security, something that appeared unfeasible when Mori was here since he was absolutely sure of the current one. Something that bothered Dazai severely, as he often noted that most of where the Port Mafia failed was in those defensive areas. The base was too weak and there wasn't anywhere they could really hide in case something did happen. Tall glass towers succumbed to any bombings easily, not to mention the fact that they were very easily found. The tall buildings could nearly be seen from Tokyo if someone squinted. Dazai also contacted more ability users with more practical use rather than any other kind of use. Atsushi didn't particularly care where they seemed to come from, as they seemed to come from everywhere. One C.S. Lewis, another Leo something. Suddenly, Atsushi didn't feel as useful anymore, something that Dazai discredited immediately. Atsushi-kun. Dazai stared at Atsushi. No one's replacing you. Atsushi had come to Dazai. Face was stricken with the number of new ability users in the Port Mafia. Too much for him to even bother remembering, although it was really just another 5 or so people. They were all from Europe or some lost part of America, someone even coming from Canada, and they were all smug that they were handpicked by the boss of the port mafia. Each one probably coming from hundreds of applicants that were probably disappointed. Atsushi was sure some disguised their quirk as an ability by giving it a fancy name. Something easily disproven by Dazai with a simple flick of his hand. Not to mention, no one lies to Dazai. I know Dazai-san, Atsushi said, it's just, there are so many more people now. And they all have blonde hair. Dazai fell back on his chair from previously standing, his hair fluffing up as he blew it upwards. Atsushi wasn't sure why Dazai was hiring so many people, or at least why so many people came to him, trying for a spot in the port mafia. It wasn't all that interesting anyway. It wasn't his business, so he didn't really need to care that much about it. What Dazai did with the port mafia was his choice and no one else's. Although on many occasions Chuya called him out on being too much. Don't worry Atsushi-kun, Dazai started, they won't even really be doing anything other than protecting the port mafia, none of their abilities are really offensive like yours. They won't even be in the same department as you. I put them with Koyo-san. Dazai frowned. He didn't like calling Koyo-san. It was irritating to him because she always called him Dazai Dano to annoy him back. There were only 2 executives and Atsushi knew that Dazai wanted to keep it that way, even if it made Chuya work overtime too many times a week. When they told them they were planning to go on some urgent mission, Atsushi and Kyuka were left to deal with the smaller's work. And so, they were given some time to get used to it, but over time they realized that it wasn't a lot of work for 2 people. But if it came to one person, Atsushi wasn't sure how Chuya and Koyo dealt with it. Dazai refused to let anyone do his work, saying he'd put everything online and do it there. I'm not worried, Dazai-san. Atsushi replied, if Dazai-san's choice is that I can't exactly deny it, besides there's probably a reason for it anyway. Atsushi replied, his head nodding in agreement with himself. Dazai smiled in amusement. Atsushi was picked for his complete obedience or complete unawareness. Dazai wasn't sure if he was obedient or unaware, regardless it was useful. He listened to everything, didn't question anything, and did all his assignments without any sign of hesitation. Atsushi-kun has so much faith in me. He started, I never knew my subordinate had so much faith in my work ethic, even though I put chili peppers in his dinner just a few days ago. Dazai-san. Atsushi looked over the files that Takehara had, their entire filing system going into private servers. The somewhat blue screen disturbed him as he read the notes over. Nothing really did happen and they were still unsure as to where the bomb started. There was a small piece of information that gave its probable place away, but when they checked the security cameras there, nothing was found, just a few guards. Are those guards even our guards? Takehara asked. I don't remember any guards being assigned to that exact spot. I think it was at the other door. Atsushi peered into the screen. Atsushi-chan, whenever you're unsure, it's probably correct. So look properly. He glanced at the guns they carried. They weren't at the standard gun in the inside left pocket, rather they were hanging by their sides, tips showing. Meaning, the guns were either too big, or they weren't in the right place. Atsushi was more than willing to bet they were too big. Takehara-san, Atsushi started as Kyuka looked at him, worried, we need to secure the area? Takehara glanced at Atsushi, unquestioning before he shut the entire building down. Another security measure that was made by Dazai. All elevators closed, meant everyone had to use the stairs. Who is it? I don't know, Atsushi answered. I don't think they ever worked for us anyways. Atsushi ran out the room, Kyuka not too far behind as they went through the hallways, worried. It could be a bomb, or it could be information. What level were they on, Kyuka-chan? Atsushi asked as he opened a small door. Kyuka's kimono was bouncing around, flittering pink and white. 33rd floor, they were heading down the last time we saw them. Atsushi nodded before he started to head down the stairs before Kyuka pulled him into a small trap door that was locked into place. Atsushi made a muffled noise as Kyuka covered his mouth. Atsushi-san. Atsushi forced himself to look through at the peephole. The guards went onto the floor and as they approached Atsushi opened the door by a little to get a closer look. They looked like every other Mafia guard, except they had huge long .50 caliber rifle. Kyuka-chan. Atsushi stared at the rifle. Those are 50 caliber rifles, the largest gun you could buy legally here. These are either civilians or really bad terrorists. Atsushi glanced down at the weary shoes, probably civilians. Why are civilians charging us? How did they get in? Kyuka asked. Who got them in? Atsushi looked at the tall men and frowned. They were easily disposed, but the fact that they managed to get in was dangerous as it permitted everyone else to go in as well. I don't know. Atsushi stared at the shaking limbs. I think they work for Dostoevsky. Or at least the person who sent them in did. They couldn't have gone through the main entrance, and with those 5 dealing with the security, it must mean that they were either knocked out, or the person who sent them in had some sort of a teleportation ability. Dazai-san said that there was a teleporter in UA. I don't think someone halfway across Tokyo would be able to teleport people over here, not to mention they're definitely hired from the streets. Kyuka continued, Atsushi glancing over at her, his eyes shining with some determination. We'll just knock them out for now, Atsushi said. When Dazai-san comes back, we can deal with them. Kyuka nodded before they flung open the door. There were 3 people. They all seemed large and quickly turned to shoot them, but the duo as too quick for them. Atsushi circled one way as he jumped and slammed the heel of his foot into one person, forcing him down. The gun skittering out of the other's hands. Kyuka's ability easily subdued the another one before the final one tried to run. He got a half step away before he was dragged back, Atsushi knocking him out just as easily. The 3 were on the ground before they knew it, the noise alarming Takehara as he went out with the people around him. Atsushi-kun, Takehara started before he turned to the people around him. Get something to tie these people up. The others scampered and quickly found some less than good quality rope before they wrapped the men on the ground with it. Atsushi took off the sunglasses off all of them and noticed they all looked really young. How old are you all even? He asked. They couldn't be older than a good 20. You all look really young. WWE won't tell you anything. One of them stuttered out, his voice wavering as he glanced from Atsushi to Kyuka. Kyuka stared at Atsushi before he gave up. I don't know what to do with you 3, Atsushi replied. I mean, usually, Dazai-san is here to deal with people like you, but he's not here, so I don't know what to do. Koyo-san is not good enough for this apparently, so I think we should probably just lock you up. He looked up at Takehara. Atsushi had never once interrogated people. He had only ever watched Dazai torture others. It seemed to depend on his mood, but Atsushi was never in the mood to torture anyone anyways. Atsushi-kun, Kyuka began, don't tell someone that you don't know what to do with them. Kyuka poked one of the men's cheeks, soft and young. They were frozen on the ground. But I really don't, Atsushi answered. Dazai-san or Chuya-san usually does it. He heard footsteps and soon Koyo popped up, her bright kimono moving gracefully with her movements. She had come with the blackout and the sudden noise, her office being only a few floors above the 30th floor. Her bright red hair done up in a do. There are some kids who entered without some permission, I heard. WWE were not kids. One of the men shouted, they hands still bound behind their backs. Atsushi nodded them again, just in case. There was no telling if someone would come back and do something stupid. Stop whining. The Port Mafia doesn't need all 3 of you to get what it wants. Koyo sighed and she walked past them all. Atsushi-kun, just leave them in the basement. When Dazai Dano comes back, he'll deal with them. Atsushi nodded as some of Takehara's lackeys came to pick them up, their faces red from being mushed into the ground so frequently. Atsushi stood up from the ground and brushed himself off as Kyuka held onto the small phone near her, small fingers wrapping round it. They both walked back up and cleaned the mess up before they called for the relocation of the Port Mafia to the base near Ishikawa.